well-being, as you can imagine. One of the gods' favourite pastimes or punishments was turning themselves, or humans, into animal forms. Obviously, I'm sure you've heard of Arachne, the legendary weaver who made the mistake of proclaiming her skill greater than the goddess Athena. When the goddess appeared to her in disguise as an old woman, Arachne recanted her boastful ways. The goddess ended up turning her into a spider, the ultimate weaver, as a sort of ironic punishment. The first werewolf, Lycaon, was guilty of much more than boasting. According to mythology, in the earliest days, some humans chose not to worship Zeus and the gods of Mount Olympus. Some humans simply didn't care, while others thought their allegiance should really be to Prometheus, the titan who had stolen fire and brought it to humanity. This fire is often interpreted to be wisdom, making Prometheus arguably the prototypical fallen angel in legend, similar to the later concept of Lucifer, the light bearer. Following a fallen titan in ancient Greece was sort of like living in the Bible Belt today and publicly proclaiming that you love Lucifer. Those around you wouldn't be interested in hearing any deep mythical meaning you might have in mind. The locals wouldn't actually kill you, but would certainly make you a mistrusted individual in their eyes. According to one telling of the myth, Lycaon was just such an outsider who chose to follow the fallen ones. The difference is Lycaon had a little more clout than a typical villager would enjoy. As king of Arcadia, Lycaon had the mortal power to spout his views comfortably and to engage in inhumane activities that would further anger the gods. Zeus had learned of King Lycaon's views and great cruelty and decided to pay him a visit in human form. In some tellings of the myth, it is only Lycaon's cruelty that warrants a visit from the king of the gods. Either way, recall that a visit from a god would not be uncommon. It's not an uncommon event for a character in Greek mythology. It happened all the time. The king received Zeus and invited him in to dinner. Myths are often retold in different ways, so the motives behind what Lycaon did next are very unclear. Some have written that Lycaon didn't believe that Zeus was who he claimed to be, and wanted to test the visitor's claim. Others telling the tale just point out that Lycaon was truly diabolical. Either way, what he did that night was not wise. Lycaon ordered the execution of one of the prisoners in his dungeon, and that the prisoner be made into a stew to be served to Zeus. The god wasn't fooled and sensed immediately what was in his steaming bowl at the table that night. In a rage, he destroyed the banquet table, revealing himself to be a god, Zeus, figuratively, cursed Lycaon's cruelty, and literally cursed the king for the rest of his days. Zeus turned Lycaon into a true eater of flesh, a wolf. Was Lycaon's name just conveniently tacked on? Or did the name lead to the use of Lycos as the Greek word for wolf? Or probably the former, as the god coming to dinner and turning a king into a wolf stretches even the most die-hard occultist faith in the unseen world. However, it's worth mentioning that Lycaon was not merely a fable warning ancient Greeks into pious lifestyles. For some, the mythic figure became a figure worth following. The fabled king is the only werewolf to have an entire cult devoted to him and his interaction with the god Zeus. Ruins of the cult's meeting place still survived on Mount Lycaon in Arcadia, although details of the secret rituals that were practiced in this sanctuary are lost forever. A Greek geographer and explorer from the 2nd century CE, Pausanias, reported that there were still human sacrifices being performed on the mountain while he was alive. Keep in mind that the version of Lycaon myth that we've shared here is only an interpretation of why the king was involved with Zeus, but it is the one most closely related to lycanthropy. And over the years, having such a heritage in the area led to other werewolf-related beliefs. One is the idea that if a person becomes a werewolf, he or she can be cured from obtaining certain things. Obviously, they do eat humans for a set period of time, often 9 years. According to Pliny the Elder, some type of lottery system in the area is used to select a man from Lycaon's descendants, the Antaeus clan, to be turned into a wolf. The selected man was brought up to a lake in Arcadia and made to hang his clothing on the branch of an ash tree. After that, he would swim across the lake, and when he emerged at the other side, he would be a wolf. If the werewolf didn't attack a human for 9 years, he could then swim back across the lake and emerge as a human once again. If his clothes had managed to survive the 9 years, I guess he could then put them back on. Pausanias shared an interesting anecdote about one such Arcadian man who came back after 9 years as a werewolf, not leaving all his animal ferocity behind. The once again human, Damarchus, became an unbeatable boxer and won a gold medal in the Olympics sometime around 400 BCE. The story, though old, has been told a lot, even during Pausanias' time. It makes one wonder what the basis for such a rumour could have been. The only kind of scandal you could have in sports, pre-steroids. Whatever its origin, this colourful tale predates Michael J. Fox's uncanny prowess at sports, basketball, in this case in the 1985 movie Teen Wolf. Europe in the Middle Ages. So, putting much credibility into ancient epics and myths is difficult. The overused ages and the added that they add on the bits, that there's sort of some truth in all myths, it makes it hard to imagine such as a god turned a man into a wolf at the dinner table, even if it was based on some kind of real event. This myth would have been based on an event that was passed down orally for years before being written down, as with the New Testament of the Bible, which was also passed down orally for far too long before being recorded, and then subjected to poor translation. And this type of passed down history makes it impossible to guess what the original events inspiring the tales may have been. The state of the art in recording history did eventually evolve, however. What do you think happened when lycanthropy legends started to appear in a time and place where recorded history had a way to actually be recorded and quickly shared? Enter Europe. After Gutenberg changed the world with his invention of the printing press, things get a whole lot weirder and arguably more reliable. It is because of printing press that a great number of werewolf legends from Europe have survived. The most notable of these, well, we'll look at that as a prime example later on. For the purpose of this, we'll look at general regional beliefs and examine the more general forms werewolves were thought to take, as they were thought to take on in various countries of Europe, really, all over. An important fact to note is that most areas of Europe lumped werewolves in with a belief in witchcraft or devil worship. This is not so unusual, considering that most of the continent was in grips of religious mania and fear from the 15th to the 19th centuries. Courtesy of that darling phase of historical irrationality, the Inquisition, they even had well-respected literature to support their core philosophy, the claim that if the devil creating werewolves too, then surely they would be with witches. According to Saint Augustine in his City of God, this is what he wrote. But it is to be most firmly believed that Almighty God can do whatever he pleases, whether in punishing or favouring, and that the demons can accomplish nothing by their natural power, for their created being itself angelic, although made malign by their own fault, except what he may permit. Augustine then goes on to give some wonderfully insightful ideas about astral werewolves, insights that we'll examine later on. But taken to mean any type of transformation, such religious writings didn't hurt the popular belief among the pious that God and the devil's cosmic chess match for human souls could involve shape-shifting. As far as the Europeans of the Middle Ages were concerned, witches worshipped the devil, and the devil allowed witches to turn into werewolves and other creatures. Old English seems to be the origin of the word werewolf, which contains the root word were or man, thus man-wolf. However, it was not a particularly commonplace belief in England. The seeming epicenter of lycanthropy is just a short hop across the channel. No region in Europe was more inundated with werewolf beliefs than France, the prowling grounds of the loup-garou. And it is loup-garou. If you study the French language, and I have, you do not pronounce the end bit. That's why I think people tend to correct people. They'll pronounce it how you want. It really makes no difference. Because it is spelled loup-garou, but it's pronounced loup-garou. It's so prevalent with the beasts in France that we have more complete surviving cases or legends from this region than from anywhere else. However, diversity abounds with case density. Just being from the same region doesn't make all werewolves alike. Most were described as looking like real wolves, but how they came to be in this state is a key differentiator of sort of the werewolf types, and the how does vary. Loup-garou were cursed into being as often as they were voluntarily created. The loup-garous were as likely to be phantom beings as they were hallucinations in the mind of the all-too-human beast committing heinous acts. The vast majority of accounts all agree in one way, though: religious hysteria permeates the tales. Considering the beast's various types of legends, the best definition for a French word, loup-garou, is literally werewolf, and can't be refined much more. Expect to see that word pop up numerous times, especially when you're discussing famous werewolf cases and methods of killing the beasts, of course. So there's always methods to kill them. And not surprisingly, the power of religious mania seemed to have affected the beliefs of other European countries as well. Well, to the east, we come upon the land more commonly thought of for vampires, Romania, peculiar creatures. They're not clearly defined as just werewolves, so some sources have them more ghost-like creatures, there's some vampiric, and then there's others that specify they are werewolves in that region. So it's believed to be, on that side of things, the seventh son born out of wedlock. It's a type of curse. So again, you would be an involuntary werewolf because it would be a curse. The belief in werewolves were common in Germany. I'm pretty sure most of you know that. The creatures permeated even popular fiction, Little Red Riding Hood, for example, as well as the obscure characters from Brothers Grimm. A common folk belief was that pacts with the devil would result in lycanthropy. In Germany, most of these seem to focus on farmers and their wives, being true tales of the folk, and nice folk at that. Since in most of these legends, if a husband becomes a werewolf, despite all his savagery, he always manages to protect his wife. Touching, really. Werewolves even maintained a hold over public imagination well into World War II. One of the secret groups within the Nazi SS was called Werewolf. Werewolf. Wolves have special significance in Norwegian mythology. One of the trio of the fiercest monster in these tales is Fenris, the wolf. As a result, it's not surprising that an animal already attributed to a supernatural being would mix into other legends of the lands. Norse warriors believed that they could obtain the characteristics of animals in battle by wearing their skins. These warriors would most commonly select skins of bears for their frenzied battle preparations and were called berserkers, as they wore the serks or shirts of a bear. The belief in wearing skins was probably derived from Volsungasaga or the Volsungasaga myths, in which heroes, Sigmund obviously, and Sigurd were wore the cursed wolf skins, and that actually turned them into wolves. And such pelt-wearing humans who turned into wolves were known as Ulfendir. In mythology, one of the ritualistic methods for turning into a werewolf we'll look at later, but it was not that different from what the berserkers and the Ulfendir did, minus the rage and lust for impending battle. Ireland's werewolf tales are in some ways the most bizarre, blending the monsters into legends of saints. Forget Saint Michael slaying a dragon in some mythical battle in the heavens. These saints tangled with a furry side. Right in the green grass of Ireland. While St. Patrick is most well known for his metaphorical driving out the serpents from the countryside, as serpents may have represented pagans back then, by the way, there is also a legend that he turned Welsh king Veriticus into a wolf, and some versions of the legend may have been mixed with another from a different region, posting that St. Patrick cursed an entire clan to turn into wolves every 7 years as a punishment for their lack of faith. Still, other versions of the tale claim that it was Saint Natalis who did this holy deed in Ireland. Be wary of Irish saints, that's what I say. The idea of turning into a wolf for 7 years is also found in Armenia, where werewolves are believed to be women who are punished for their sins for this period of time. The sentence is carried out by a spirit who appears to the woman and forces them to wear a magical wolf's skin. Soon after, the transformation begins, with female monsters developing a hunger for their children and those of others. Apparently, the best punishment for evil in this country is to condemn someone to more evil acts. In Poland, people are turned into werewolves for fixed periods of time too, sometimes for as long as 3 to 7 years. Here, the turning is rarely voluntarily. Witches in the country favour lycanthropy as a curse, so locals are careful which women they cross paths with. A lot of the folk tales have to do with wedding nights, suggesting that perhaps the groom at one time snubbed at the witch, choosing another young lady as his bride. Some of these stories even have the witch turning the victims back into humans after a period of time, usually by putting a magical cowl over the wolf. One time this is said to have been too short a cowl, perhaps on purpose, and the groom ended up keeping his tail after the transformation back into human. Overall, Europe was rife with werewolf legends, and a great many did evolve, allegedly, physical transformations. One that directly points to astral werewolves hails from Livonia, a Baltic province. This Livonian werewolf believed that he and others of his kind could travel out of body and transform their etheric shapes into wolves to battle witches in the underworld. Testimony from one such werewolf warrior we will look at later. Other regions developed shapeshifter legends that, despite having a different animal as their focus, having startling similarities to legends from geographically isolated areas. One of the most prevalent shapeshifting beliefs that didn't centre on wolves was the Japanese belief in the henge. The female henge, yep, most often took form as a kitsune, the kind of like were-foxes that are often described as appearing in a seductive form. Call it a kink if you will, but sometimes the seductive form is a half fox, half female form. It gives new meaning to the outdated slang associated with the animal. Male henge or tanuki sometimes took forms of timid forest creatures like raccoons or badgers, but could even transform into inanimate objects. Between the female's seemingly mystical powers of seduction and the male's ability to create illusions, the henge or henge were a little more talented, so to speak, than typical one-trick shapeshifters. Another multi-form shifter, talented as well, Layak Bali. Like the tanuki, the layak can also change into multiple forms, including inanimate objects. It can even turn into humans. The hamrama of Iceland can choose multiple forms as well, although it selects the form of the last animal it has killed. This multiform power even became attributed to the French loup-garou after it left the mainland and ended up becoming a new legendary creature in Haiti. In the latter country, loup-garous are not just wolves and can turn into most anything, despite maintaining the name that actually means werewolf in French. People in multiple South American countries believe in were-jaguars, and likely because the actual animals are more prevalent than wolves. Each country in the region adds a little local colour to the legend, including different tips on how to spot them. For example, in Brazil, they note that just as female jaguars have numerous nipples for feeding their young, a woman who is found to have more than 2 nipples may be a were-jaguar. It was not safe to have extra nipples just about anywhere years ago, it seems. In Europe, finding an extra nipple would qualify as a witch's or devil's mark and would lead to a speedy trial, inevitable execution. Africa is another continent to put an interesting twist on the shape-shifting law. In Kenya, we find the Ilimu, which is a being that can take on the form of a human. The concept of animal-human hybrids in Africa is persistent. The gods of ancient Egypt are a great example, appearing as they did most often with human bodies and animal heads. Sometimes they were drawn or described as taking on the pure form of an animal, such as Horus turning into an actual hawk. The link between gods and animal forms may have an origin in entheogens, or even hallucinogenic drugs that are used in religious context. But we'll look at that later. When we look at spiritual types of werewolves, be easy to look at the hallucinogenic things then. We will have to take a closer look at North America and Native American later too, because they have some really deep-rooted legends. They're ancient and modern, and there's a lot to add to the understanding of shapeshifters, from an occult point of view anyway. So, that's a basic rundown of the werewolf myths and legends in most areas around the world. So, whether it be a wolf or some other animal, the same story goes. It repeats itself, and bear in mind, we have to understand as well, back then when these stories were told, they would pass from mouth to mouth. It wasn't so easy to get one story to another part of the world. So what is interesting is, even if it's a different animal, the concept and the idea of it is very much the same. That's interesting. Anyway, that's this part of our werewolf deep dive. I shall see you again for the next part. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and werewolves. So, the involuntary werewolves of a legend, let's say, shall we? Most films, they make lycanthropy look like a cursed existence. The transformations look painful each time. Your loved ones often meet an untimely demise at your paws. And, well, those damned villagers ultimately hunt you down with silver bullets or whatever other method the story relies upon. Being thrust into such a life does sound like a curse, doesn't it? Now, according to multiple cultures, it was not just a figurative cursed lifestyle either. Being a werewolf was a result of a very literal curse. Despite what some movies portray, the curse did not take the form of having a body part end up within a werewolf's jaws. As we touched upon earlier, the concept of becoming a werewolf through receiving a werewolf bite and surviving it came from early horror movies, which often blurred the lines between vampire and werewolf lore. The cross-hallucination of elements between the two types of fang-bearers is not unique to film. In some Eastern European languages, the terms of vampire and werewolf are often used interchangeably, and various tales even featured the peculiar idea that a werewolf who dies comes back as a vampire. But the notion of a werewolf turning a person into a werewolf by planting a non-lethal bite, pure Hollywood, doesn't matter what resources you check, go look back in time, go through all the evidence, do your research, it's fake. According to folklore, there were two ways in which to become a werewolf against your will. You would be born into the nightmare, or being cursed by a powerful magician of some sort. Either way, that would make you a involuntary werewolf, because you don't want to be one, but you are cursed to be one, you are born to be one. So birthright law can give a whole new meaning to being born, doesn't it? Oh well, to do whatever amazing thing you do. Unlike being a blistering guitar player or natural comedian, though, imagine being born to be transformed into a wolf. Not what a typical child would hope for, right? On the topic of children's hopes, werewolves are uncannily associated with the ultimate holiday for children, having a howling Christmas. Being born on Christmas was considered a bad sign, seemingly isolated parts of Europe. It's not difficult to imagine why people from the Middle Ages might have had mixed feelings about the holiday. Christmas is a few days after the longest night of the year, and obviously a cold night at that. Wolves would have been extra hungry and on the hunt for food during these cold nights, and remote villagers would have felt trapped indoors during the majority of the approximate time of year. Hungry, howling wolves, combined with bitter winds outside, would take their toll on the sanity of those who had a fair share of superstition to begin with. A common Scandinavian belief, for instance, was that on this night, werewolves would gather and steal liquor from villagers and then engage in drunken revelry. Now there's a type of werewolf most people can relate to. The associations between lycanthropy and Christmas also manifested in the idea that any child born on this mysterious holiday was destined to become a werewolf. The exact day of the holiday that counts in affecting this curse. A Christmas Eve or Christmas Day varies by culture, despite the startling idea that roughly 1 in 365 people would have been werewolves if they believed that were true. The idea did flourish. Guyon Doe picked up on this interesting bit of folklore and used it in the novel The Werewolf of Paris. The most well-known folktale involving the belief, however, comes from the village of Saint Angelo de Lombardy, which is east of Naples in Italy. It's unclear what year this legend was supposed to have occurred, but it's likely began circulating in the 16th or 17th century. As Christmas Eve approached, it was the eve, not the 25th, that applied in this tale. The village watched with suspicion and fear for a young couple prepared for the birth of their child. Apparently everyone in St. Angelo knew what it would mean if the little one arrived on Christmas Eve. He would be doomed to live a life of hideous transformations, and they would be doomed to defending themselves against such a beast. Sure enough, the little boy arrived on the very night everyone feared. Despite their fears, the villagers couldn't bring themselves to punish the little one or his parents. In time, it seemed as if their goodwill toward the family was rewarded. The child was sweet and pleasant and played nicely with other children. Most days and nights, that is. For each Christmas Eve, the little one would turn into a little wolf, and not a cuddly cub either. He would snap at anyone who came near, including his parents. While he was young and relatively weak, the lycanthrope was easy to contain as each Christmas Eve came around. Every year found him a little bigger and stronger in wolf form. However, and it became increasingly difficult to restrain him when the inevitable change came. The villagers eventually had to change tactics, begin locking themselves and their animals at each Christmas time, allowing the grown werewolf to venture off into the wilderness. He would return every Christmas morning in human form, and fall asleep and basically awaken as if he were any other child. While growing up, the boy knew he was actually a werewolf, but also saw that the villagers accepted him. The acceptance ran deep, too. When he reached his 20s, he was allowed to marry a local girl he had grown up with. They were happy together, and of course had to make special preparations for their first and every Christmas together. Rather than worrying about where to hide the presents, the couple worked out a system where she would lock herself in before his change and wouldn't open the door until he knocked on the door with 3 distinct knocks. This simple code would mean he was human again and ready for her to let him in. After each transformation, she would let him in, wash off the leaves and probably worse material from his gruesome night adventures. After a few years, the couple's arrangement seemed foolproof, which of course meant the wife was destined to become a little too comfortable with the routine. She eventually made a mistake that cost her. No witnesses were there that night when she either didn't lock the door or opened at a time when she just assumed hubby might have changed back into human form. When they found the naked man walking around still covered in the night's gore, the villagers knew his wife hadn't washed and cared for him as she had on other Christmas mornings. Taking him home, the villagers found the horribly mangled remains of his wife. Surprisingly, the folklore tale doesn't end with the villagers punishing the werewolf. Instead, his own guilt did him in, and the man soon after committed suicide. Merry Christmas. Lunar influence. You wouldn't be much of a horror fan if you didn't immediately connect werewolf transformations to a full moon. As we've seen so far, the moon is not necessarily mentioned in most tales of animal-human transformation, but it does play a prominent role in folk magic and superstition. Therefore, it seeped into werewolf lore. Oh, and wolves have really been known to howl at the moon. That's true. Or at least they appear to. Would it be splitting hairs? Fair to say that wolves likely lift their necks for optimal airflow when howling, and as a result only seem that they are howling at the moon, and not actually howling at the moon, but are howling into the air where they can get the best flow for their howl. Imagine the scene though. You're a superstitious villager, afraid you'll never make it home despite the full moon's light reflecting off the snow and guiding you through the woods. Then you come across a wolf howling in that iconic pose. You wonder if it's merely a wolf or something supernatural, as everything looks more horrible when you're alone and vulnerable. Whatever this beast is, it has to be tied to the moon after an encounter like this, right? I mean, that's what happens. The statistics involved in picking a single birthday that makes one a werewolf, such as Christmas, imply our world contains far too many hunters for the allotted human prey. Now imagine that the world would be like if being born or conceived on one of the 13 full or even new moons in a year made one a werewolf. For all the howling wolves on those nights. Europeans around 400 or 500 years ago did not do too much howling in the throes of passion on the night of a full moon. A persistent belief was that if you conceived a child on the night of a full moon, he or she would be born into lycanthropy. In Sicily, this idea was flopped somewhat when the new moon, or dark of the moon, being the night during which you wouldn't want to conceive a child. Conception wasn't the only thing to watch out for. Some people believe that being born on a full moon would do the trick. That's a whole lot of opportunities for a baby to become a werewolf, and that's not true. I was born on a full moon. I am not a werewolf, okay? That's pretty obvious. The moon has a known effect on females, and it does, obviously. Menstrual cycles align with lunar cycles, actually. Why something so natural will believed to be also result in such malignant outcome is unclear. And childbirth was dangerous business in those days, though. Far too many children never saw their first sunset, let alone the first birthday. Mothers often died in childbirth as well. Superstition was, well, it would commonly find its way into explaining things that had a taint of danger and that held a reminder of our mortality. A common theme in werewolf lore is that whatever made you into a wolf in the first place will also make you repeatedly transform from then onwards. As with the Christmas Eve legend, a werewolf created by being conceived on the full moon would transform on the full moon throughout its life. Forget the astrology of what was going on with the planets at that moment you were born. All this almost makes you want to do a little reverse calculate and try and figure out what was going on in the heavens when you were conceived, doesn't it? Or maybe it really was a matter of being born on a full moon. Makes your furry forehead hurt again. Lots of opportunities to be damned with lunar-linked births, which again is just superstitious, more Hollywood-themed. You know, throw that out the window. The seventh son of a swinging one. Romanian folklore has a very interesting view of gigolos. While many cultures are particularly judgmental of females who engage in carnal pleasures out of wedlock, it's long been the double standard that such carousing is to be expected of men. We've all heard of sowing wild oats, sure, but sowing werewolves? Sowing werewolves, According to the lands that brought us to Dracula, the ruler and, indirectly, the fictional king of vampires, even being a playboy can have supernatural consequences. The result of too much free love in Romania can be a bedtime or seventh son born of wedlock. Various cultures have occult beliefs surrounding the number 7 and birth orders. In ancient times, it's quite a significant number to contend with. The number of known planets, again in ancient times, and days of the week. Everything worked in a tidy astrological system with that number, and when it manifested in nature, you had to take notice. But remember, days are man-made, weeks man-made. Everything like that is man-made. The seventh son of his seventh son could be a prophet, a healer, or a natural magician. It was just too amazing a manifestation to ignore in superstition. It also influenced some famous fiction, such as Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, and even the Iron Maiden album. Unlike the other beliefs associated with werewolves' birthright, this one has an extra air of surprise. If you're born on Christmas Eve, for example, your parents know that you're doomed. If your single mum conceived you with a guy who then hit the road for the next morning, you can't be exactly sure if you have any brothers. More importantly, if you have 6 older ones. As a result of this not knowing, versions of bedtime folk tales often centre around a young man not realising he's a werewolf until horrible events start being reported. He eventually uncovers the mystery around his upbringing, runs off into the woods on all fours, perhaps joining a pack of similar illegitimate sons, legitimate threats to humans and livestock. The seventh son belief is not unique to Romania. In Latin America, particularly in Argentina and Brazil, the 7th sons and 7th daughters are believed to become werewolves. Being a gigolo doesn't seem to have anything to do with it there, so at least the little ones could have the support of a large family as they expect their first transformation. Argentina didn't exactly let the 7th son belief die in modern times. At the start of the 20th century, there was a great paranoia and fear over the belief that families were actually abandoning seventh sons, giving them up for adoption, or on occasion even killing them. To quell this behavior, a law was passed in 1912 that made the president of Argentina the godfather of every seventh son born in the country, granting these children a gold medal at their baptisms and even a scholarship. The law seems to have worked because they never took it off the books. In your genes, to shred your genes monthly. Sometimes folklore is wonderfully simple. What is one way that a werewolf can be made? Well, when a werewolf and a human, or perhaps two werewolves, love each other very much, they then, you know how the story goes. It's not surprising to find that people of the Middle Ages would have thought you can inherit lycanthropy from your parents. The era is not exactly known for its advancements in genetics, okay? People from the time had zero understanding of how family traits are passed along, but basic family resemblances were understood. The idea of looking like your parents or taking after them in some behavioural way was commonly accepted. Inheriting the trait of lycanthropy had some superstition helping it along as a belief. Being a werewolf by birth is considered a form of family curse, and curses have been thought to pass on to children since biblical times, and the concept of sins of the fathers. A recurring theme in the world of werewolves is to know your family tree, and if at all possible, there may be furry branches on it. But what about the accidental werewolves? For every fleshed out, prevalent legend in folklore, there are dozens of brief ones that haven't barely survived, and which have likely got mangled in the retelling. Tidbits abound in werewolf lore. The shorter, simple beliefs that follow represent some ways that could have been used by a person looking to become a werewolf, or could just as easily have been an accidental conversation waiting to happen. You had to be careful what you ate in medieval Europe, not just due to the lack of refrigeration. One of the most common beliefs is that eating the meat of an animal that was killed by a wolf would turn you into a werewolf. There were edicts made to ban eating such meat as a result, forming a royal precursor to the FDA. You also had to watch that your food wasn't infected with a peculiar substance that could lead to serious illness, hallucinations. Eating random plants in the woods held a supernatural threat as well. In the Balkans, there were verifying accounts of a flower that, if eaten, would cause lycanthropy. Many matters worse was on the various versions of the legend. Totally disagreed about this flower's appearance. Was it the red, daisy-like flower? Maybe the yellow snapdragon? Perhaps it was a white, sunflower-like plant with a sickly smell. Not that munching on any of them sounds particularly appetizing, but eating the wrong one was an accidental transformation waiting to happen, it seems. Being thirsty while lost in the woods was just as dangerous. You couldn't just walk up to any small puddle and take a sip. The little puddle could be rainwater gathered in wolf's paw prints, and drinking it was another way to become a werewolf. Similarly, it was a certain trouble to drink from the same stream as wolves, although no safe distance from their drinking is given, and streams can be long. Some streams were even believed to be cursed, such as the one in Harz Mountains of Germany, where drinking from the water caused one Countess Hilda van Breber to be transformed into a wolf. Her own husband had to hunt her down, although he didn't know it was her until after she was killed. Werewolf lore is full of such stories, in which a spouse only finds out after a wolf is killed that it was actually his or her mate. While the mystical flower mentioned earlier seems tough to connect to anything historically or mystically, the idea that eating tainted meat or drinking water associated with a real wolf would transform you was a testament to the power of the belief in sympathetic magic. If the object you take into yourself is somehow connected to a real wolf, you run the risk of becoming a wolf as well. The moon comes into play with conversions that could have been accidental or intentional. For example, some believed that merely sleeping outdoors under a full moon would do the trick. I have done that many times naked. I'm not a werewolf. Other conversation legends involved getting naked, rolling around in the soil during a full moon. I've done that, and I'm not a werewolf. That may not sound at first glance like something you do by accident. It's something you do for fun, though. But if you let your imagination go free, you may find that the latter was not so unlikely in the time without hotel rooms. So what about the witches, the wizards, the cursing? As we've looked at earlier, the first werewolf transformations of legend, they were caused by gods. Mesopotamia and Greece both had examples of gods and goddesses later on. The same is even true of the biblical god, getting angry at a human and turning him, always males in these cases, into a wolf. Divine power and vengeance. Humans trying to emulate divine power have always been the practical occultists of the worlds. Those who try to apply the occult to change the world have been called magicians, witches, and sorcerers, to give a few monikers. Such powerful practitioners of arcane arts were always feared, even if the worst they were guilty of was trying to help farmers with weather or heal villagers. Some earned the fear, of course, performing decidedly more sinister rites. If you crossed the nastiest of these evil magicians, they could allegedly cast a potent curse on you, an interemulation of divine legends, and the powers the gods were said to wield. This curse could involve transformation. The practice of witches turning people into toads has become a pop culture mainstay. During the days of the Inquisition, it was no joke. Through their alleged dealings with the devil, these witches of folklore could travel through the air to be part of bizarre rituals held in honor of and supposedly by the Dark Man himself. Their power was such that they could cause any malady they wished to effect, even if it was an entire village. Turning a victim into a wolf would be relatively simple for someone with such power. This specific type of curse was one of choice in Finland. In that country, however, lycanthropy was not necessarily a lifelong curse. It could sometimes be reversed, sort of. You see, if a werewolf was cursed by a magician, then he or she would often retain a wolf tail for the rest of his or her human life. As you might recall from the previous chapter in Poland, the predominant cause of lycanthropy is the curses of witches. As in Finland, there's a tale in which a tail remains on the werewolf after transformation. The French loups-garous were often believed to be those who were unlucky enough to have crossed a witch. This belief survived when settlers came to Louisiana and resulted in the local loup-garou legend. The loup-garou was supposed to be a humanoid creature with a wolf head, was said to haunt the swamplands outside of New Orleans. Some versions of the legends have the cursed person only remaining a werewolf for 101 days. Other versions try to tie the legend to disobeying the rules of Lent. Nothing like New Orleans for having wild activities around Lent, let's say. It bears repeating that witches, as portrayed in tales of lycanthropy, can really just be given that name as a convenient synonym for servant of the devil. These servants would sometimes not necessarily curse someone, but instead they tricked people into becoming indentured servants of the devil, as in the legend of one poor shepherd in France called Pierre Bourgault. During a terrible storm in 1502, Pierre Bourgault lost most of his flock of sheep and ventured out to find them and recover his means of livelihood. While searching, he came across 3 black horsemen. Note that the words black or dark always appear in descriptions of servants of the devil, but it's unclear if black is used in this case to describe the strange people's clothing, demeanor, supernatural features, skin tone, or all of these factors combined. These horsemen said they would help Bagoo find his flock and would give him money if he would swear allegiance to their master. He was desperate, so agreed to those terms and to meet with them in a few days to fulfill his part of the agreement. And when they met, Pierre and his new acquaintances performed a sort of black mass, complete with the shepherd renouncing Christianity, swearing to stay away from church. The leader of the dark servants, Moiset, kept the promise he and the others had made too. Not only was the flock of sheep returned, but for as long as Pierre stayed away from church, his sheep were kept safe from harm. For a while, that one black mass resulted in happiness for the shepherd. After 2 years, Pierre tried to find his way back to his religion and attempted to enter a church. This return to faith was not to be, and he was quickly reminded of the dark promise by a servant of the devil named Michel Verdun. It is not clear if Verdun was one of the original 3 horsemen. He forced Pierre to do a new ritual, reaffirming his allegiance to the Dark Lord. During this ritual, Verdun spread a salve of some sort into Pierre and onto himself. Pierre was soon after horrified to find that he had turned into a wolf, along with his sinister friend Verdun. Pierre and Verdun went on to kill and feast upon children and adult villagers, allegedly in wolf form. They were caught in 1521 and corroborated each other's versions of this supernatural tale. After their executions, the tale was placed on the wall in the local church to warn villagers of the perils of leaving the flock, literally and figuratively. And did Pierre really join his friend on these sinister adventures in wolf form? What was the salve that was applied to him? Hallucinogens may have played a role in transformations such as this one. We'll have to revisit this topic later. I mean, it's very interesting regardless. You know, the whole drama of renouncing his religion and being damned, according to the belief system he grew up in, may have added extra suggestibility to the mix. What do you think, guys? And we're going to leave this part here. The next part, we're going to look at curses and the power of suggestion. You see, the thing is, right, let me explain something. There is a rule in magic, as in all magic. Believe in thyself. Know thy craft. Believe in thyself. Know thy craft. You see, it's not really about what the witch says or does. It's whether that person believes it or not. If that person truly believes it, then that person can begin to create a stream of events coming from just that thought form they have created in themselves. Thank you for listening. When we come back, we'll look at curses. Many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel and werewolves. We're doing curses, power of suggestion, which is exactly what it is, by the way. Basically, the curses are real, but what's important to note, it's that if the person you are cursing believes very much in curses, then that's all it takes. That's all it takes for it to work. It may not be a werewolf movie, but Drag Me to Hell instantly earned recognition as a modern horror classic not so long ago. A good storytelling combined with impressive cinematography is appreciated in any genre. And in the horror, it's somewhat rare. Even horror devotees like yours truly have to admit that this genre, things can go wrong pretty quickly in a film. Among its many achievements, Drag Me to Hell manages to say something very interesting about curses. As real as the effects of a curse may look to the person experiencing them, and in the case of a movie, as real as they may look to the audience going along for the ride, these effects could all be in the victim's mind. Seriously, watch the movie if you've not seen it, and then watch it again when you have. You'll understand. The ending may be nothing other than the main character attributing something supernatural to a slip and a fall, and a boyfriend may be seeing nothing other than a natural threat, considering where Christina ends up in the film's last scene. It's refreshing, it's a clever film, standing out from traditional Hollywood curse movies that left no ambiguity in Thinner and The Ring, for example. Only supernatural causes are possible reasons for the protagonist's misery. Sometimes life does imitate film. When everyone tells a character she's imagining everything, she might be doing just that. Our most curses nothing other than power of suggestion. To use the Drag Me to Hell, for example, we have to admit that anyone who has seen the film has a hard time forgetting the gypsy woman's hideous visage and the shocking actions she takes to plant a curse on Christine. An effective curse has to work as potent psychodrama for its victim to get the bad news on every level. Can such dramatic magic be enough to transform flesh? I've never seen any evidence to suggest this is possible. Strong power of belief has resulted in more subtle psychosomatic effects, though the best example is this is stigmata. Extremely devout people actually pray for the wounds of Christ to appear on them. Sometimes these wounds do manifest. What's most fascinating, however, is that the wounds appear according to where the person thinks the nails went into Jesus' body. If the crucifix on the wall has palm wounds appear. If the nails are shown on the wrists, then it's in the wrists. But these are wounds, and not ears for snout and tail, with dozens of bones that need shifting. Look no further than the placebo effect to get an idea of how suggestion affects the body. Science has proven beyond a doubt that some patients get better when given sugar pills, if they are told the pills are experimental drugs. Not all effects of placebo require weeks of clinical trials to witness. However, during World War II, an American anaesthetist named Henry Beecher had to perform an operation without any morphine, as he had none left in his supplies. After injecting the patient with a saline solution, he and his nurse were astounded to see the patient relax and endure his operation wide awake. Beseech went on to repeat the saltwater operation successfully many times when wartime supplies of morphine were low. Interesting. What if those who thought they were cursed only felt strongly compelled to act the part of a wild man or woman of the woods? This seems much more likely. Strong belief and walking on all fours combined with a little howling can create a rather strong visual effect to stumble upon in the woods, especially if the cursed person had medieval personal hygiene to begin with. Ew, not so good. The belief in curses persists to this day, and one of the most common perpetrators is a type of name-changing. It's the pseudo-gypsy fortune teller who moves from town to town. Visit one of these Madame Zora's zinas, you're likely to be treated in half an hour of cold reading and generalised predictions, followed by a serious warning that you are being cursed, and that this is where all the problems you've admitted to having are coming from. If a lady who looks like she's straight out of Drag Me to Hell tells you, or someone you know, or someone else has cursed you, and others to lift the curse for a fee, the drama of her saying so may fill you with sleepless nights, or worse, if you don't do as she says. What do you think, guys? Think that's true? I'd really like to have an open discussion on this sometimes, at some point anyway, because let's be honest, the power of suggestion is something that's extremely creative, right? It's, for example, when we look at poltergeists and how they are incorporated with certain ages, let's just leave it at that. I mean, it's not far-fetched to believe that we create energy. We create it. It's not too far-fetched to think that we can overthink things in our mind and create something from it and totally believe it. I mean, if you did any of my other courses that I have put out there on in my classes and stuff, I went through and explained how when I was doing psychology and stuff, even our mind can produce what's known as false memories. But to us, they are completely real. They are real and they are just, but the way the mind works is if you have a traumatic event, for example, that can cause and trigger false memories. If something is stuck in your mind so much, even when someone else has said it to you, your memory can create something false from this. Not that it didn't happen, but maybe the details are not as your memory has put them together. And they are actually false memories. Our own mind does that to us. I mean, can you imagine, guys? Seriously, think about that. And growing up the way I grew up, I was always told it is but the power of suggestion. If someone believes it so, then it is. Mind's over matter. If you don't mind, it will not matter. That's so true. So that is the idea of curses, and I would absolutely love to know your opinion on it, because some people wholeheartedly believe, and I'm not saying curses don't work. I know that they do. But at the same time, a curse such as this, we're not just talking about a curse to give someone bad luck. That's easy enough. We're talking about a curse that would change the whole body structure of a man. I mean, think about that, really, and physically think about it. Look at the body structure of a man and think about how we break our bones anyway, and, the damage that's done when organs split, and, I mean, really think about it. It's bewildering, isn't it? I mean, imagine that. It's bewildering to think about. Surely, it's not possible. Like, looking at the anatomy, how? Just how? But if someone truly believes it so, especially back in those days when hygiene wasn't great, you can actually imagine someone not shaving, not cutting their hair, not brushing their hair, and running around with nothing but a wolf pelt on all fours and truly believing they're a werewolf and acting so. I mean, you just don't know if that was the case, It's such an interesting aspect to this. I'd love to know your opinions. Anyway, that's this part of werewolves, the curses. And when we come back, we will look at the voluntary werewolves, those who actually choose to be one, which will be interesting. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, back to my channel, Wisteria here, whether you're on the podcast, whether you remember. I appreciate that you are listening. We're now on Voluntary Werewolves of Legend, which should be quite interesting, to say the least. Some of the most startling cases of werewolf trials condemn those who proudly admit to having mastered the black arts. It was the devil or his minions who granted them the power of transformation, so they claimed. Why would anyone admit to such a thing during a time when merely being accused of magical practice meant likely torture and death? Could all of these prisoners have been tortured into confessing bizarre actions and tales? Could all the ones who weren't tortured have been, insane? This chapter, let's look at some of the most famous involuntary werewolves of legend, shall we? Let's see what we can explore and find out about the transformation, the rituals. Let's go deeper. The same environment of fear and superstition that led to the Inquisition also strongly affected the belief structure of the people living at the time. In the Middle Ages, the devil was out in the woods every night, calling his servants to worship him and pay dark allegiance. A shadow moving across the moon was a witch on her way to answer the call. A glow from a fire had to be a bonfire or a sabbat or a black mass. It couldn't just be a wanderer keeping warm by a campfire. Even pious men and women had to believe that their very souls were in danger from all this evil around them. The superstitious fear was not helped by Black Death, 1348 to 1350. Its effects were staggering, wiping out half the population of Europe. Witnessing such unstoppable death, living in terror while waiting to see if it will affect you and your family, couldn't have done much to calm superstitious fears of the unknown. Many people witnessed firsthand that praying to God might not be able to bring much protection from peril. With superstitious fear a given, and the rise of the Inquisition, mania is the only word that can describe the prosecution that began against people suspected of doing the devil's handiwork, tabulating just how out of hand the mania got it so difficult to do. But some regional numbers are startling. From 1520 to 1630 in France alone, there were 30,000 cases in the court. Yep, all dealt with werewolves and witchcraft, of course they did. What else were they going to deal with, guys? Let's be honest. We looked earlier how the courts and the Inquisition used various cruel means to coax confessions from the prisoners. However, sometimes you read tales shared by individuals, including Bagot's tale from the previous chapter, and then you notice there's an awful lot of colour and details provided by these individuals. Despite being burned or otherwise mutilated, they were able to provide quite rich narratives. Of course, this could just be because the details were suggested by the torturers. You know, those that torture the prisoners. I mean, they had learned of occult details from Lord of the Day and shared it in hopes of a quicker death. No surviving blow-by-blow accounts let us know how these confessors were obtained. However, let's have a look at some of the most notable confessions. The first one we're going to look at is Peter Stubb, and that is Peterstubbe, Peter Stubb. In 1589, almost 70 years after the executions of Pierre Bagot and Michael Verdung, a trial in Germany featured one hell of an admission of guilt by one Peter Stubb. It's not much of a stretch to say that Stubb's self-proclaimed motives make the story the perfect example of a voluntary werewolf, complete with magical means and sinister motives. Precursors to the tabloids' detailed pamphlets were often printed in the 16th century when a particular juicy story appeared, thanks to one of those darling pamphlets that were printed during that day. Stubb's tale has survived into sensationalistic detail. For those who haven't seen one of the titles of these types of publications, this is how it kinda goes in the archaic spelling and excessive description. A true discourse declaring the damnable life and death of the one Peter Stubb, but they would usually put Stubb be there, a most wicked sorcerer, who in the likeness of a wolf committed many murders, continuing this ghoulish practice 25 years, killing and devouring man, woman, and children, who for the same fact was taken and executed the 31st of October, near the city of Cologne in Germany. The problem with this is the wording, okay? So basically when they used to write this, I mean, we're talking many, many years back, wolf was spelt Woolfe. Years was spelt Yeeres. A woman was spelled Woomen. Interesting. According to contemporary accounts, Stubb was obsessed with magic from a young age. The implication is that he used the grim wars or books of magic of the day to learn how to evoke and communicate with demonic entities. Rather than merely communicate with them, he would use them for goals. That does happen when we summon spirits. It's the same thing. Stubb decided he had one use only for his etheric friends. He wanted to be able to transform into a werewolf. During his trial in 1589, he did admit to having summoned the devil using his rituals. And when the Prince of Darkness came, he offered Stubb a magical item that is perhaps the one most commonly associated with transformation rituals: a fairy belt, a wolf girdle, which is basically a small version of the wolf fur that northern warriors used to wear when they wanted to summon the powers of the wolf. These girdles appear in werewolf lore as often as do magical salves or potion. Somehow, putting on this girdle provided by the devil would not only turn Stubb into a vicious killer, but it would also allow him to turn back into human at will by taking the girdle off. It's unclear if the girdle disappeared when Stubb became a giant wolf, but even if it remained intact, it's hard to imagine how a wolf would be able to remove it. This seems to indicate maybe the transformation was all in his mind. But I digress. Stubb used his powers to transform and attack those who wronged him, as well as those whom he lusted after, regardless of age. Most of his victims were found mangled and basically unrecognizable. As far as forensic science of the day could determine, the science of the naked eye observations by hunters and townspeople, that is, the victims were eaten by one or more wild animals. What else? Would not only kill but also eat the meat of the victims. The villagers tried to ease their terror by asking a question they didn't want to know the answer to. Assuming that he didn't really transform into a wolf, Stubb was a cannibal. The crime Stubb would ultimately commit also included incest, as he fathered a child with his own daughter. Add to that his predilection for attacking and killing small children, and his place as a monster of nightmare is assumed in history. Listing all of his victims doesn't prove anything supernatural about Stubb. Of course, Jeffrey Dahmer accomplished just about as many atrocides. And, well, never thought he was a lycanthrope though, did he? No. But there is one more peculiar, anecdotal piece of evidence that we have to address. Besides Stubb's courtroom confession to wanting and obtaining the power of transformation, Stubb was hunted down and caught specifically because eyewitness saw a wolf carrying what looked like a small body. When the hunters picked on the trail on the beast, and they did pick it up fast and closed in, they claimed to have seen the wolf turn into Stubb before their eyes. This is beyond rare in werewolf lore. The actual authorities in a case seeing a transformation. Of course, it's hard to know how suggestible the hunters were. Maybe they really were chasing a wolf and came around a corner to find Stubb, who was in a proverbial wrong place at the wrong time. The instant appearance of a man might have played a trick on the hunters' minds. Maybe, making them see him transform rather than appear around the corner. After confessing, Stubb was tortured, a way that most jaded and modern individuals would find gruesome. To people of that era, the extreme punishment likely seems suited to his heinous crimes. Stubb was stretched on a wheel, his bones were broken, and his skin slowly tore off by pinches in at least a dozen places, was decapitated, and then, for good measure, had his remains burned. Nothing like being sure a guy's really dead. As in most cases involving a magical girdle or potion, this one ended with the item never being recovered by the authorities. I'd also like to add my 2 pence in, actually, and I'd like to say this. It is highly possible that he did carry a child off, and what they thought they saw was a wolf because he was wearing some sort of pelt that looked like that from the back, as they were chasing him. He's took that pelt off, and wherever that's gone, it's gone, but they've just seen him then with whatever he was carrying. So he could have just been wearing something. As daft as that sounds, you'd be surprised back then how hunters would let their imagination run wild. So then we're on to Giles Garnier. And I mean, Giles Garnier is also known as Gilles Garnier, and it kind of depends where you're from, I think, from where they actually pronounce it. I would pronounce it Giles Garnier, personally. Anyone so Stubb obviously wasn't the only werewolf that took delight in hunting young children. In 1572, the town of Dole, France, had its own monster with such a predatory preference. As with Pierre Bourbeau, Giles Garnier used an ointment that he rubbed on his body to transform into a wolf at will, giving yet another example of confessions that are too colourful to be explained by duress. The way that Stubb admitted during his trial to getting this ointment is peculiar. A newlywed, Garnier was hunting for food for himself and his wife, and wasn't doing very well. Apparently, some type of spirit appeared to him in the dark woods and offered him a better way to hunt from that night forward. A magic ointment that would make him the ultimate hunter. Garnier accepted the ointment, applied it, and switched from hunting small forest game to hunting small humans. Remember, Garnier was hunting that night for food to share with his new wife. Being a loyal husband, he kept to that goal. That's right. Garnier brought meat from his fresh human kills home for his lovely wife. Gives a whole new meaning to the term mystery meat, doesn't it? I wonder if she knew what her daily dinner was. Called the Hermit of Dole, Garnier was never reliably reported to appear in full wolf form. He may be an example of a wild man who went a little too wild. After confessing, he was of course executed, joined the ranks of werewolves that somehow couldn't save themselves at the last moment with the magical powers. And my most favourite, of course, and it is my favourite, Jean Grenier. Jean Grenier's last name shares some letters with Garnier's. The similarity ends there. Jean Grenier's case represents one of the first to mark the beginning of an age of reason, but more on that in a moment. Grenier is probably the youngest werewolf in folklore. When captured in 1603, Jean Grenier, was a boy of 13 or 14. We're uncertain of his birthday. It's not really much about it I've researched, but his birthday is uncertain. There's so many different dates given. There's no point in pinpointing any of them really, because when you're looking at 3 and 4 different articles with different dates in, I'm not going to give you a date because it's unlikely it's right. Unlike most werewolves of law, Grenier proudly admitted to his heinous acts before being captured, much in the way children of today would brag about getting a cell phone before others in their class. Grenier bragged about being able to turn into a wolf and attack children. Corroborating the werewolf's confession was 13-year-old girl named Marguerite Boer. She claimed that on the night of a full moon, a creature that looked like a wolf viciously attacked her without any provocation. Using a 9-tip rod or staff that she was for some reason carrying, Marguerite managed to strike the beast, keep it at bay before it could bite her. It ran off into the night. It was Marguerite's aforementioned attack that Grenier began to brag about to an 18-year-old girl he'd had his eye on for what seemed to be less bloodthirsty reasons. Grenier actually vowed to this Jeanne Goberet that he would marry her one day. Werewolves liked having some domestic normalcy, it seems. She was less than impressed with Grenier, but when she commented on his dishevelled appearance, he explained that it was only because of the magical wolf skin he wore. He claimed that with it he could transform into a wolf at will, and went on to describe the recent attack on Marguerite. In a bizarre form of sweet-talking, he added that, were it not for Marguerite's iron rod, he would have killed her and had done 3 or 4 other small children. This wasn't the best of claim for Grenier to have made. As it turned out, the district of Gascony had been on edge over a string of missing children. Some of these little ones had disappeared while outside. Some were even carried away from their rooms at night. It wasn't long before Grenier was in custody. Grenier freely confessed to his crimes and to desiring the taste of children's flesh, which he said was the most tender and plump. He told the court that after running away from his day labourer father, who regularly beat him, Grenier became friends with a boy named Pierre de la Thiere. Pierre led him into the forest one night. As you may have guessed, the boys met another folkloric dark man, who mocked them into a ritual and gave them each a unguent and a wolf skin, so that They could transform into werewolves whenever they desired. Interestingly, Grenier claimed to have both of the magical implements. Confessors usually settle on one or the other, of course. But if the liquid was hallucinogen, the wolf fur would certainly enhance the inner illusion. As mentioned earlier, this was a landmark case of sorts. The courts did not ponder whether the argument the wolf skin existed or had magical powers, or even hallucinogenic ones. Rather, the court took pity on what it saw to be a sick or insane boy who had had a rough start in life. Despite Grenier's proven murders, the court sentenced him to confinement in a monastery for the rest of his life. Any attempted escape would result in execution, of course. Grenier's friend, Pierre, managed to avoid capture, and it's unclear if the boy actually committed any werewolf crimes, or if he was wrongly accused by Grenier for some other motive. As a result of this merciful ruling, Grenier, who didn't try to escape, was not put to death. His remaining life, he was allowed to have a rare follow-up visit on his werewolf case, I suppose. And 7 years later, in 1610, a written account was left by one Pierre de Lancre, who had visited Grenier at the monastery. De Lancre found Grenier to be a gaunt, overall wild state. Grenier still liked talking about wolves and acted like one several times during the visit. Agile, springing about the room on all fours. He died in captivity soon after Lance's visit, never really provided an alternative explanation for his heinous crimes. You see, I think he did believe he was a wolf. And by the way, just so we're clear, it was proven that Grenier did eat children, okay? He did eat those children. There was remains found. He ate children, guys. But he was a cannibal. And he was sick because he really did believe he was a werewolf, and he really did act like a werewolf when he was visited by people at that monastery. Like the report says, he would act like one, but he would not transform, which is something that I can imagine, you know. So yeah, those are a few interesting cases for you to sink your little teeth into. And I will catch you next time when we continue with our exploration on werewolves. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel as we continue this adventure of the werewolves. Werewolves anyway. So we're going to look at occult transformation. Now, the thing is, later on, we're going to look at accidental poison that causes hallucinations that actually could have counted for quite a lot of what, you know, we suggest as werewolves, or having confessed to being witches or werewolves. That is a thing. It did happen, though we did not talk about this in the witch trials. If you are a member, you will know all the witch trials, and you'll know we did not talk about that in the witch trials, because actually it ties in with werewolves and witches, so that's why I have sort of waited till now. So there were kind of rituals, apparently. These rituals were to accomplish the adventures of being one on all fours. Ancient grimoires are full of some pretty exotic promises. Trust me, I know, I have a few. For those who haven't perused one, a grimoire is a medieval book of magical techniques. While a grimoire can contain anything from talismans to simple chants to herbal potions, the term is most often associated with the book of magic that contains rituals for calling forth entities. These beings are often of a demonic type, but there are grimoires that focus on everything from angels to elemental beings to intelligences that don't seem to fit into any categories, real or imagined. My grimoires are more of journals because that's how my family did them. We did them as journals. And then our Book of Shadows is our spell work and new things we try and such. But our grimoires are our journals, and our journals are very freaking interesting, if I do say so myself. Really are. Now, those that are not accustomed to reading grimoires, the rituals found within seem exotic enough on their own, with their alien words and flashing accoutrements, such as magical weapons, the description of some of the demons and entities that you can call forth. However, are they really surreal, or, do things get even more surreal than that? Oh, the promises, a typical grimoire, like the Goetia has demonic beings in it that are willing to grant you riches, success, supernatural abilities, and of course, all the voluptuous women you can ask for. Most grimoires assumed a male magician, but I'm sure demons would fetch handsome guys just as readily. And it wasn't just entities that could bestow these goodies on humans. Some folk magic involving herbs and chants, and no bogeymen, by the way, also promised mystical boons that seemed just beyond the possibilities of physical reality. How could a potion make someone love you? How could burning something make you invisible? Medieval foolishness? Who knows? Now in the last couple of centuries, we'd expect magic could accomplish these outlandish promises. But did they? It turns out, very sane, accomplished men and women about 100 years ago still crafted and practiced rituals designed to grant the magician, let's say, invisibility. Take a look at the Golden Dawn's ambitious rituals sometimes. If you don't have them, I can help you with that, because I do. Read the roster of its well-known members. There are still some in there that I can't even read. They just seem so fantastical, to be honest. But for all we know, maybe there really was a chant with rambunctious cloven hooved pan. We don't know. We weren't there. Invisibility is a good example to stick with for a moment, as it's a power that's promised throughout magical history. Did the even recent Golden Dawn members truly believe that ritually changing a cloak would allow it to make its wearer invisible? They sure did, if your definition of invisibility matches theirs. You don't need to have light pass through you to be truly invisible. Even though scientists are currently working on just such light refracting cloaking devices. Oh, and they are working well, I've seen them. They do work, but for a very, very short time. Not enough yet for them to use them for anything, but they work. So think about what the word invisibility could mean. If you're ignored, you're invisible. If no one recalls seeing you, you weren't technically visible to them during the period of time. All experiences people have with magic in the modern day seem in agreement with this idea. Magic is a way for your mind to create subtle changes in the physical world in accordance with physical laws. This holds true whether you light a candle or chant, call forth a spirit, a visible appearance, or to what you at least will experience on visible appearance. The jury's out on where the experience really happens, within your mind or without. Could be both. Magic can only exist in our physical universe if it obeys said universe's physical laws. Quantum mechanics has a lot to say on the subject. Yes, quantum mechanics, it does. And there's a lot that's focused in magic there, actually, if you were to sort of research and understand it. And our minds really can affect the unseen world, setting off something, maybe analogous to a domino chain events that impact our macrocosmic visible world. That magic can be real and mind-blowing for some, certainly, and the explanations are mind-challenging. But let's not go too far into that and get back to, well, invisibility and werewolves. A magic theory will tie. Let's go back to the example of the invisibility. So you've killed a chicken, knitted a silver sweater, or whatever your invisibility ritual required. Don't laugh, okay, chuckles aside. The most powerful rituals do have a strong dramatic or psychodramatic component, something that really tells your mind it's time to tune in to the subconscious part of itself, that science has shown affects quantum experiments in controlled circumstances. One hopes you won't need to kill a chicken to get there, or struggle through knitting silver, actually, but whether your ritual calls for should be exciting or even startling, What happens after all that psychodrama? If the magic ritual worked and you succeeded in activating a dormant part of your mind that can reach out and affect probabilities and the quantum phenomena, quite a lot will happen. In time, that is. At first you won't notice much. You might not notice anything at all after your ritual. But then you'll notice the primary person you're trying to avoid in your office will look the other way exactly when you're shown late. Then that annoying ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend will somehow get distracted when you walk by with your new view, your new babe, your new whatever you want to call them, causing you to avoid another awkward social situation, and so on. If you really blasted the intent out there, the manifesting results around you could get even more obvious. Complete with speeding past a cop who dropped something and looked away from his or her radar gun. This isn't a book on magical practice, but you're free to experience these types of phenomena that I have just described, because they are real. If dark aesthetics and the thought of dark psychodrama please you, look more into it, because it's quite enchanting. Really is. Back to the werewolves. When you read the ritual elements, you'll see how psychodramatic some of them really can be. They're effectively shocking, actually. These superstitious folks that performed back in the day, wow, they must have been quite intense and into it, let's say. So let's look back to the example of invisibility and imagine what it might have been like to believe that those around you would perceive you as a wolf. The placebo effect we talked about with curses proves that magic may have the strongest effect in our own bodies. Combine the placebo effect with a person's questionable reasons for seeking ritual transformation into a wolf, you could have a dangerous result. It's hard to fathom the noble reason why most people would have sought out a ritual of becoming a werewolf. Most motives would have been sinister. The case histories, they kind of do describe individuals who wanted to be able to hurt, hunt or kill, usually human victims. They could have been suffering from medical lycanthropy, sure, but they could have just as likely been so filled with blood, lust and thirst that the supernatural means afforded them was too appealing to pass up. Much like Jeffrey Dahmer and other serial killers have used certain sexual social scenes to their advantage, voluntary werewolves who turn to magic may have just been using the scene available to them. Everyone believed in werewolves and magic. So why shouldn't these miscreants take advantage of the current craze? What's in fashion? May as well use it. Performing these rituals during the superstition charged 16th and 17th centuries would have been a lot more effective than performing them today. Voluntary werewolves could have gotten effects combining psychosomatic phenomena, hallucinations, and magic that just made it all fall together for the inner wolf experiencing the whole event. There's nothing more powerful than Thanatos and Eros. Yes, obsessions with death and sex. For some people, performing a ritual to become a werewolf was an ultimate way to tap into at least the death urge, possibly the sex urge too, although non-existent forensics of centuries past couldn't identify anything that was done to female victims. The rituals might not have generated a single patch of fur or extended a tooth or nail, but they could have certainly created a change. With that said, think wisely before trying ritual techniques, because I'm going to share some with you next time. I really am. I have a few spells that apparently turn you into a werewolf. I would advise not ever trying them. I don't think they work. But I'm one of those people who is more like, I don't think they work, but I'm not going to try it. No, it's easy to turn into, but unfortunately when you're once a wolf, then I'm pretty sure it's a lot harder to turn back. And the fact that it has so many things in it that it's meant to work as well, you know, a dagger, and it has to have, you have to find a tree stump that has been created naturally. No man should have touched it. It should just be a stump that's created naturally, a tree stump. And one of them you need 9 knives. You need to somersault. In order to turn back to a human, you have to do the whole ritual backwards in wolf form. So, a little bit crazy, is it not? And I can understand why people would laugh at it. I laugh at it myself. But I've never tried it, and I never will. Anyway, when we come back, think of invisibility. What is meant by that? I'm going to tell you. Does not mean you are not there. It does not mean they cannot actually physically see you if they choose to. It is like the witch on a night when she puts on her dark cloak and goes out into the darkness. What was she doing? She did it to be invisible, for she was not seen. That's the invisibility they're talking about. And so, it's more of a hidden well. Things don't, and people don't notice you like they did before. You can slip by unseen. You're not exactly invisible to the eye, but they don't pay enough attention to know that you're there. Therefore, you're invisible. Well, with the wolf, it could be the same process. You won't grow hair, your bones won't change, and you won't get a snout and ears, and your teeth will not grow large, and nails. But in your mind, you could very much think you are a wolf, which would mean you were a serial killer, and that was your choice of the time, because it fit in with the craze of the time, if you understand what I mean. And I think we need to look at that as a very appealing and interesting way of why they were werewolves. It makes a lot of sense. Back then, it was fairly normal to confess to being a werewolf. So why not? Thank you for listening. When we come back, we'll look at some of these rituals and etc. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and the continuation of werewolves. We're going to look at the use of the girdle and the salve. There's the following ritual combined the use of a wolf belt or girdle as well as a salve. One famous werewolf was said to use both an applied substance and skin of some type of wolf, maybe. That's Gingrenier. Although the following ritual has never been specifically attributed to him as one he originated or used. Who first recorded this ritual, thereby allowing it to survive into the present day, is unknown. But it eventually saw mass publication in Elliot O'Donnell's 1912 book, Werewolves. O'Donnell was an early 20th century ghost hunter and the author of dozens of books. Lest anyone doubt that psychodrama was a key ingredient in getting some kind of result from a werewolf right. Look at the type of admonition that usually accompanied such a ritual when it was written about in centuries past. Here's an example of such a precursor from O'Donnell's book. In the first place, if it is necessary that the person desirous of acquiring the property of lycanthropy should be in the earnest and a believer in those superphysical powers whose favour he is about to ask. Besides the stilted language and the archaic spelling of the book's title, the message is evolved from an occult point of view. O'Donnell is reminding the reader to be open to psychodrama before he or she ventures out into the night, bizarre ingredients in hand. As for the ingredients, well, if you were a member, you will have already done the psychotropics that I put out there, only for my members. But we're going to learn a little bit more on that, I guess, here. Hallucinations, yes. More poisonous. Probably. These ones, probably. It's an ancient ritual, though, not a cookbook for a yummy drink. Let's remember that. Also, there may be an element that is disturbing to some. The fat of a freshly killed animal. While the rite calls for the fat of a cat, It could be symbolic, an obvious anti-canine nature. Ritual elements can almost always be substituted for things that make sense. In this case, a visit to a butcher would provide plenty of suitable fat, even though it obviously won't be from a cat. Assuming you have a perfectly sane butcher, that is, there's always one that might be insane. There's that to think about. Then there's the slightly tricky matter of obtaining enough furry wolf skin for you to tie around your waist as a belt or girdle, even though this ritual is really being included for just occult purposes, just learning, providing a glance into another time. And some of you may end up trying it. Yeah, probably in either exact or slightly modified form. So consider local controlled substance laws, as well as animal cruelty laws, if you're going to attempt to do this in the modern day. A note, as well, even though this ritual was recorded in O'Donnell's book, and the itemized chants are taken from that source, there is a few other instructions for performing it, more for the benefit of modern readers than back then. Over time it changed, obviously, by girdle and by salve. Locate a remote spot in the true wilderness, well away from any villages or even remote residences. This wilderness can be deep in the woods, on a mountain top, or even in a desert. Total seclusion is critical to ensuring that the dark power summoned will answer. Visit the ritual area by daylight. Choose the most level piece of ground. Depending on the likelihood of its being discovered, the value of its contents, a cache of at least some of the ritual items you plan to use later, I suppose, should be left in that area. Only do this if you are visiting on the same day you plan to perform the rite. Maybe during a new moon. It does normally suggest on a new moon, but before that even comes around, you will need to spend a few months reaffirming what it is that you wish to accomplish on that night. Then you will venture out to your remote spot with whichever supplies you choose to take with you. And hopefully you didn't leave any behind. It's okay if we're waiting or camping near the ritual area, but do not actually be in the ritual area as the sun sets. Only approach the spot well after dark to begin preparing for the rite. Preferably, you will be able to wait until about half an hour before midnight to enter the area. Although, that's really just based on how difficult the area is to reach. I mean, if it's more difficult, then you're going to need a little bit more time to get there. You'll need to light an oil lamp, and it must be an oil lamp, to guide your way to the spot and allow you to see as you make your preparations. Create a physical circle on the flat area of ground using any means appropriate to the terrain. Draw in the dirt or sand with a stick, mark the stone with chalk, lay something out such as ropes or rocks. Whatever method you're creating it, just make sure it's an outer circle, okay? It's got to be at least 14 feet in diameter though. It needs to be a big one. Using the same method you used to create the first circle, you will then create an inner circle. This one needs to be 6 feet wide. Within the inner circle, light a fire using kindling from the ritual area if possible. Place some type of camp cooking apparatus on the fire. It can be iron tripod or some type of small iron grill cover. Heat on an iron vessel, obviously. You're going to have to heat the pot of water on it. It's like a small cauldron setup, I suppose. Let it approach boil in point as well. But at exactly midnight, that's Dougal, and no, it's not his ears. That's his mouth. Exactly at midnight, place into the boiling water 1 handful of each of any 3 of the following ingredients. And these are the ingredients you need to become a werewolf. Asafoetida, parsley, opium, hemlock, henbane, saffron, aloe, poppy seed, solanum. Close your eyes for a few moments and breathe in the aroma coming from the boiling pot. Open your eyes, peer out into the darkness and recite the following words loudly and clearly into the night. Spirits from the deep, who never sleep. Be kind to me. Spirits from the grave, without a soul to save. Be kind to me. Spirits of the trees that grow upon the leas, be kind to me. Spirits of the air, foul and black, not fair, be kind to me. Water spirits hateful to ships and bathers faithful, be kind to me. Spirits of earthbound dead that glide with noiseless tread, be kind to me. Spirits of heat and fire, destructive in your ire, be kind to me. Spirits of cold and ice, patrons of crime and vice, be kind to me. Wolves, vampires, satyr, ghosts, elect of all the devilish hosts, I pray you send hither, send hither, send hither the great grey shape that makes men shiver, 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 shiver. Come, come, come. Allow any energy to feel the peak as you almost yell the last 6 words. And you really shouldn't yell them. I can't. I would sound insane. But yes, you should. Immediately take off your shirt and apply pre-made fat-based salve to your skin with those ingredients that we talked about. The ones I mentioned to put in the pot. It should be the mixture that you prepared. And it should be from a newly killed animal. A blend into this fat base should be also aniseed, camphor and opium. That's very important. Pass a belt or girdle made of wolf skin over the steam from the boiling pot, allowing the steam to rise up around the wolf skin and meet your nose. Do the passing motion 3 times. Tie the girdle around your waist. Kneel down before the boiling pot and continue to smell the mixture. Peer into the darkness through the steam. Let your vision blur slightly. Now it's time to wait for the unknown. The unknown to manifest itself. The fire may burn blue, suddenly die out, or some other sign may announce the presence of this unknown. You may detect a deep unnatural silence or extreme, opposite the sounds of crashes and bangs, groans and shrieks. If you see nothing, you may only feel abnormal cold and a sense of dread. If you do see something approach, it could be the form of a simple huntsman, something more hideous, part man, part beast. The approaching form could be clearly defined, misty or ethereal. Not much is known about this being's true nature, only what it's supposed to be able to grant to the man or woman that summons it. When you detect its presence in some form, the change will begin. In many ways, the preceding ritual is ultimate werewolf rite. In addition to containing both a salve and a girdle, it contains another element that seems to come up repeatedly to folklore, the idea of a mysterious being encountered in the wilderness. If you want to become a Russian wolf, which is slightly different from a normal wolf, a Russian werewolf is apparently much, much more, what's the word I'm looking for, monstrous. You will need a blade. And what I mean is like a knife, a handheld knife that you have yourself made. This cannot be bought for you. You cannot find it. It must be made of your own hands. It cannot be silver. It cannot be gold. It needs to be steel. You need to walk out into the woods, middle of nowhere. You need all the ingredients listed as I've listed before. You will still need your pot to boil those ingredients, and you can still make a salve out of them if you choose to. However, you will also need to find an area where a tree has been naturally chopped down. So there's a stump, but no man has done it. It's naturally been that way, made that way, either by storm or it's grown that way or whatever, but it has to be natural. What you need to do is you need to obviously state your purpose while you are there. Make sure you have brought your water to boil and put all your ingredients in so that all that's set off and doing what it's doing. State your intention. Now you need to stand so you are facing the north to the tree stump. And you need to stab your knife center of the tree stump Then you have to somersault over that tree stump with that knife in it. You will then, supposedly, turn into a Russian wolf, but unfortunately, in order to turn back, you will have to do that backwards as a wolf to turn back into a human. And if someone steals your knife, you're screwed. Yeah, very interesting though. Would not advise it. Probably not a good idea. The unknown in any rite is an entity, and it's supposed to be the thing that is visible or invisible. It provides the final magic touch, if you will. In some of the folklore, the confessing werewolves would admit to accepting a girdle or salve from a dark man in the woods. This ritual may mix up the order a bit, implying that you have to supply the materials and then call the mysterious being forward to give them a dark blessing of sorts. So what is really happening here? First, we can't ignore the materials being used and combined. I mean, any three of those ingredients listed in that boiling pot is guaranteed to produce vapours that will affect one's consciousness. The ingredients are very similar to the ones we use in witch-flying ointments from the 15th to 18th centuries. Could send the ritual participant into quite a flight indeed. These ingredients have been known to kill as well. This rite is, at the very least, avoid drinking the boiling concoction. Please do not ever drink it. The vapours begin to get the participant in an altered state. He or she is fully invested in the ritual to begin with. The combination of hallucinogen and willpower or intention may be enough to get someone launched into a hyper-realistic trip. And that's really what it is. It's a trip from psychotropics. Now add the strange words of the rites, vampires, ghosts, and all the above mentioned, perhaps to play on the primal fears of the participant. It's a wonderfully orchestrated piece of psychodramatic prose, combined with a lonely setting. Surely, all this is enough to do something to the participant's subconsciousness. Yet, the rite goes on to add a salve which may or may not absorb into the bloodstream to help along the drug-aided mood. And of course, the physical symbol of the form desired comes onto the participant. The wolfskin is really a perfect final touch. So, is the entire rite a perfect launching point for an imagined experience? Sort of like popping LSD in a room surrounded by Star Wars toys and ending up on the Death Star. Possibly could be just like that. But there is one more possibility. The ritual has most of the elements found in traditional magic, evocation, or the practice of summoning a spirit to visible appearance. Even after having practiced numerous of those rituals, let's say, I can't actually say that summoning spirits involves anything more than calling forth something that you alone can see, you alone can hear as if it is standing before you, but unfortunately, no one else can. The psychodrama in an evocation is so powerful that it works. Then, as if snowballing the effect, the psychodrama of the ritual having worked seems to fuel whatever it is you desire. Magic never seems to violate natural laws. I mean, that's something that we've always looked at through time. So I'm not of the opinion that the above ritual will really result in psychodrama-induced goose flesh turning into a wolf, a complete wolf. However, the combination of mind-altering substances and ritual might be enough to make it real to the participant in every way that matters. Again, if the placebo effect can heal someone taking a sugar pill, magic, like preceding the rite, should be able to make changes and shy of Lon Chaney's Wolfman in someone giving the rite his or her all. When the ritual is performed, one of the three things will happen in all likelihood. The first is that the participant will pass out and have either a vivid hallucination of being a wolf or not. The not could be because the participant was too strongly affected by the poison and may not ever awaken again. Yes, you can die during these rituals if you do not know what you are doing. Second is the possibility that the ritual will fire on all psychological cylinders, sending the participant howling into the woods. He or she will believe absolutely that anyone encountering him or her will see a wolf, and anyone encountered will absolutely agree that the participant is at least a wild person of the woods. If you saw someone wearing a wolfskin and tattered pants, howling and filthy from moving through the brush, you'd certainly let the dark play tricks on you, wouldn't you? Think about it. I'd imagine you'd run, hoping to survive to tell the tale, which will get better more and more as you tell it. You know, Chinese whispers and all that. The third thing that could happen after such a rite is something that we'll look at later. The ritual may knock the practitioner unconscious and may provide a seemingly hallucinated fantasy hunt in the woods. But what if everything the person saw in the dream actually came to pass, being perpetrated by what others would see as a glowing astral wolf, something formed of the mind? It's highly possible also. Anyway, I'm going to leave that part here and let you mull over those rituals and decide what you think. I advise not messing with stuff like that. Don't try things like that. And don't mess with those herbs if you don't know what you're doing, because they can kill you. That's a fact. Absolute fact. But also, point I'm making, every single one of those herbs is going to make you see things. And you'll definitely feel like you're flying. And if you're not flying, you'll definitely probably feel like you're changing into a wolf, because they are designed to alter the state of the mind. Anyway, thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and werewolves. Killing and curing werewolves. Poor werewolves, whether in film or folklore, it always ends poorly for them, doesn't it? No tale of lycanthropy is complete without the death of its starring monster, or dark anti-hero. In film, it's usually a silver bullet that does the deed, accompanied by a dramatic return of the monster to human form, just before or after the death. In folklore, it's most often the torturers of the Inquisition that do the creatures in, surprisingly, and none of the imprisoned werewolves ever transform and fight back. Interesting. Well, so it's kind of like we're looking at a guide of a werewolf hunter, I suppose, I mean, have you ever watched Ginger Snaps? If you've ever seen the film Ginger Snaps, there was no silver bullet needed to kill the werewolf. There was no special dagger needed. There was actually no weapon ever involved in the werewolf dying in the first place. It got hit by a truck and obliterated. That, to me, is very realistic. I mean, why would we need a silver bullet? In the realm of vampire movies, the most well-known way to kill the undead is by exposing the creature to sunlight, and with a few exceptions. And this is an element people expect to see in their fiction. And it is fiction, okay? F.W. Murnau killed off his vampire in the 1922 film Nosferatu via sunlight in an attempt to avoid being sued by the Bram Stoker estate for completely lifting the Dracula storyline. While the trick didn't work, and Nosferatu, the film was itself ordered destroyed. Fortunately, a copy did survive. The sunlight idea caught on in pop culture and fiction. In most folklore, vampires can hunt by day or night if they really wish to, but the average person still doesn't know that. Here's where you're expecting, I suppose, to provide a story behind silver bullets, silver weapons, the use of such a substance like that. It's screenwriter's invention, right? A silver killing something that hunts by moonlight just sounds too Hollywood. No. As made for films as it sounds, the concept of a silver item being able to kill werewolves, straight from folklore, not the movies. The first recorded instance of silver being the go-to weapon comes from 1640, the werewolf epidemic that plagued the city of Greifswald. We have no way to account for the validity of these passed-down claims, of course. I mean, we just don't know, we weren't there. But according to local legends, the town was infested with the creatures. Werewolves were gradually outnumbering the humans and killing off the ones that remained. Granted, the tale was recorded about 200 years afterward, but it is astounding that An event that allegedly affected so many people was passed on for centuries without being challenged by locals. No one stepped forward to say that Grandpa wasn't really mauled by a wolf at all, for instance. Assuming to the 1640 event had at least some basis in fact, how was the plague dealt with? Surprisingly by a group of students. They fought as best as they could and weren't doing so well, supposedly proving that these were no ordinary wolves. And then one of them decided to try something for a reason that has been lost to legend. This student suggested melting down all the silver they could find to manufacture what he hoped would be lethal balls for their muskets. He must have been inspired by something or other, because his bullets were lethal to the wolves indeed. These little balls of silver supposedly killed all of the entire werewolf population, both returning the town to the humans, and ensuring that silver would enter folklore forever. Later in the 1960s, there's a well-known story involving silver bullets, and the previously mentioned beast of Girardin, Jean Chastel, one of the hunters credited with killing the beast, testified that he shot the loup-garou using silver bullets made from a melted chalice that was blessed by a priest. It's unclear if he believed the silver itself had true significance, from older tales such as Greifswald, or if he used the bullets because they were made from consecrated items that happened to be silver. Silver is traditionally associated with the moon in occult tradition. It could be that the first person to dream up the idea of using silver weapons against what he or she thought was a werewolf could have gotten the inspiration from a musty grimoire. Let's say that Greifswald really was the first werewolf event, where silver was used as a weapon. It's not impossible that a student in 1640 would have read some books on magic. It was the magical era after all. The line of reasoning used by a student, or maybe an even earlier werewolf hunter, probably evolved from the idea of like working on like in the occult world. If wolves hunted by the moon, perhaps the lunar metal had power over wolves as well. Such sympathetic links are an ancient staple of occultism and are in the use in this day. Modern practitioners of magic still apply the sympathetic principle when selecting the right colour candles. Or the scent of incense, even proper day of working. Yes, even days and weeks have associations. Monday is linked with the moon, for example, so it's a wonder that hunters didn't believe a silver bullet would work even better on that day. Such a pondering would have been a valid consideration for a superstitious hunter. So we can see why silver might have been used by hunters. Folklore doesn't like to agree with itself, though. For every use of silver as the only tool that will work, there are stories in which silver isn't mentioned and the werewolf meets his own demise, or her own demise. Despite some of the theories, werewolves were believed to be a vast majority of people that were physical creatures made of furry flesh and sharp teeth. As a result, it is not surprising that in most countries, the methods for killing or hunting a werewolf were simple methods of brute force, which people didn't take into account. Is that such methods wouldn't help them distinguish between werewolves and humans, or werewolves and real wolves, depending which form they attacked. The most popular way to kill a werewolf in the Middle Ages was also the preferred choice of dealing with witches, heretics, and basically anyone who offended the Inquisition. Most werewolves that become infamous were arrested in human form, tried in court, flawed as it was, and then sentenced to various forms of torture and death. There was no way to really know if these were supernatural beings having their skin peeled away slowly or bones broken on wheel. No final proof of what tortures, or the torturers killed by beheading or burning it at the stake or both. These were ways to kill people too. People back in the Middle Ages didn't know for sure if any of the methods would work against a werewolf while he or she was in wolf form, but they had records of it working every time when the accused was in human form. Note that they never had a chance to try any of these methods when the accused, or sometimes freely confessed werewolf, was in wolf form, because there's not a single court case or record ever where the prisoner turned into a wolf and tried to pounce out of the courtroom. The explanation offered for this lack of actual evidence didn't really bother the courts, though. Satan simply abandoned his servants. Once they were captured, Satan ran away, including the witches, and somehow killed at a distance, but couldn't even stop a single lash of a whip from hitting their backs. Think about that for a while. It does not make sense. And there you have it. In human form, once abandoned by the devil, werewolves can be killed like any other human. The devil must really hate courtrooms. Our best documented cases of alleged lycanthropy almost always ended in a courtroom. The rest of the legends usually had very vague outcomes, with the implication being that beasts could still be lurking in the woods. However, you went with what you knew must work. If werewolves could be killed in human form by the authorities using any physical weapons and torture devices on hand, then it followed logically that hunters should take to the woods armed with any weapons they'd use against real wolves. A select few hunters used silver, as we've already discovered and talked about, but in practice silver became a generic folk belief rather than something that was must-have on hunts. They were more likely to find silver mentioned in an old text rather than more recent texts after witch hunts and such alike. And it wasn't cheap after all. As non-mystical as this fact may be, hunters went in search of werewolves with their ordinary muskets, guns, swords, knives, pitchforks, and other weapons made from more affordable and easy-to-come-by metals. Telltale wounds and lopping of paws. A recurring element in folklore is a telltale wound that carries over when a lycanthrope transforms from wolf back into human form. We first find an example of this 2,000 years ago in Petronius Satiricon, which a soldier changes into a wolf and is seriously wounded while caught attacking cattle. Once back in human form, he is easily identified by having the same wounds on his body. Another old tale containing the telltale wound was related by a then well-known writer who specialised in writing about the bizarre. In the 16th century, Bishop Olaus Magnus, or Magus, but it is actually Magnus, that would be Magnus, was the go-to guy if you wanted to learn about everything from, sea monsters to werewolves. If he had been born a few centuries later, he would have made a great cryptozoologist, no doubt. The anecdote of Bishop Magnus comes to us from the Baltic province of Livonia, which we'll look at that a bit later on in Werewolf Legend, because there's a lot from Livonia, believe it or not. Anyway, this is what he put. The wife of a nobleman in Livonia expressed her doubts to one of her slaves whether it were possible for a man or woman thus to change shape. The servant at once volunteered to give her evidence of the possibility. He left the room, and in a moment a wolf was observed running over the country. The dogs followed him, and notwithstanding his resistance, tore out one of his eyes. The next day the slave appeared before the mistress blind of an eye. These are not isolated legends, by the way. The general concept of the telltale wound has appeared all around the world, perhaps helping along by what a good story it makes, instant proof and terror in the anecdote. Whether a hunter encounters a werewolf while tracking to protect a village, or an unlucky guy or girl crosses paths with the beast by accident, the idea is the same. The human manages to get a strike with whatever weapon he or she is carrying. The beast then flees. Sometimes this is just a gash with a blade. Other times, the human actually manages to cut off a paw. In its simplest form, the story element leads to the werewolf's direct capture. The hunter or villager returns to tell others of how he or she caught or cut the beast in a specific part of the body. Someone then claims to have seen a villager with that very same wound, matching spot as well, such a hand instead of a paw, or ear instead of a, ear. Of course, whenever a wolf part is cut off, the hunter later finds that the paw of the other severed wolf part has turned into the hand, another human body part anyway, something or other. This transformation occurred sometime after the part was placed in the blade's wielder's pouch. More entertaining versions of the legend include a villager hearing the tale of the hunter and seeing the actual removed non-human body part. There's something about the severed part looks familiar, such as a ring that it has on the finger, The nervous villager then races home, only to find his or her spouse missing a hand. Other than making one wonder how a ring can stay on during human to wolf transformation cycle. I mean, that's a big cycle to make, right? The telltale wound legends reinforce the idea that flesh and blood werewolves can be harmed in much the same way as any flesh and blood creature. There's also another way. Remember earlier how we touched on St. Augustine, who helped the general believe that the devil has something to do with lycanthropy? Well, naturally, there comes the exorcism part of it. Could kill or cure a werewolf. So exorcism is a funny topic to comment on, being rational or irrational, but considering the mindset of those living before and during the Middle Ages, today a diagnosis of bacterial infection results in an antibiotic prescription. You know, that's standard procedure. But in those times, when werewolves and other evil beings were believed to roam the world, do one of another, I mean, an exorcism would be needed. That was the cure. The burning times often didn't contain much mercy. By the time a suspected witch or werewolf got to trial, the authorities were not interested in helping him or her be cured. Helping someone be cured of evil was usually undertaken privately, before the person became local to the locals, let's say, before they knew. In the 13th century, before werewolf trials and executions became the choice way of dealing with the problem, there's an interesting example of a priest who, taking matters into his own hands, went, learning of an alleged werewolf in the area. Rather than ordering the suspect brought before a court, this priest apparently challenged the man to turn into a wolf before him. When the man did so, the priest began his exorcism and cured the werewolf. His theory for doing so was that even though such an evil transformation could take place, it could not corrupt the man's soul inside. It did not clear exactly what kind of exorcism was performed. That's not. The details are long lost and unavailable. There's only a few details that survive that actual event, but it is an event that was recorded. And a much more detailed example of an exorcism comes by the way of Elliot O'Donnell. He describes that in 1912, in this book, Werewolves Until Recent Times, lycanthropy was treated in Russia with exorcism. And he goes on to give a ritual that no priest would be able to perform with the sanction of the church, as it resembles something out of a grim war. The ritual involves creating a 7-foot magical circle related to Mercury and containing planetary symbols of that essence drawn around the perimeter. Mercury was selected because the priest believed that intelligence was the most bitter opponent of evil spirits. I'm not sure on that and whatever, but you can make arguments that for any of the planets based on how you spin their mythological and traditional attributes to your own purpose, really. Everybody's very different. But the ritual goes on to suggest adding the following mixed to a pot of water: 2 drachms of sulfur, half an ounce of castoreum, 6 drachms of opium, 3 drachms of asphodida, 1 half ounce of ipecacuanha, and 3/4 ounce of ammonia, and half an ounce of camphor. And then you add that mixture and a bit of mandrake root, fungus, living things, namely a snake, 2 toads, and tied up into linen bags. The mixture was cruelly brought to the boil, holding a wand made of bound together ash, birch, and white poplar. The priest, magician, would pray at a makeshift altar in the magic circle while the toads indicated the water had reached a boil, no doubt by making some horrible pained croaks or other sounds. The priest would then take a cupful of the boiling liquid and use the wand to splash bits of the mixture onto the werewolf. If the latter in wolf form, or just a real wolf, I'd imagine it wouldn't take too kindly to the hot liquid anyway, assuming the priest could somewhat get away with splashing hot liquid onto such a beast. Then there is the following chant, of course. In the name of our blessed Lady, I command thee to depart. Black, evil devils from hell, begone, begone. Again, I say begone. This is repeated 3 times. Basically, that is actually a spell that has nothing to do with being a Christian or being a priest. And that is definitely from some sort of grimoire, I can assure you. Allegedly, this work in a case that would have occurred in the first decade of the 20th century. It is so unlike Christian exorcism, and such an oddity for even the realm of occult law. It's unusual, and I cannot vouch for the right's authenticity, and I'm not going to. But if exorcism too falls under the category of psychodrama, affecting someone who believes in it, then it's easy to accept that it would work just fine on someone who only believes that he or she is a werewolf. From the boiling animals to the strange symbols, to the burning by liquid, and the rite certainly is very dramatic. And between the ritual and the preceding stuff, there's other weird things as well. And, well, I'm just going to say a disclaimer is that I don't know if that works, and I don't know how many times they would have used it, and it's not of the church, I can assure you of that. The Warrens' werewolf. Ed and Lorraine Warren are well known in the world of paranormal. Years before the recent spate of ghost hunting shows, though, the Warrens were appearing on standalone documentaries describing their encounters with the paranormal at clients' homes. For all they did for increasing the TV coverage of paranormal investigations, the Warrens tended forward to sensationalising their cases, and in the books they published afterwards, a typical cover blurb was scarier than Stephen King. While modern paranormal investigator groups are usually looking for ghosts, the Warrens immediately diagnosed paranormal cases as houses that need Jesus in them. But this isn't a book on exploiting the dangers of going into someone else's house and having to look at your mental state and their mental state and such. So let's not go there, shall we? So, there is a well-known werewolf case the Warrens investigated, and it takes place in London, hence we have the American Werewolf in London. A man named Bill Ramsey had a strange experience as a young boy. He said that one sunny day while playing outside he felt as though he'd walked into a meat locker and his core temperature dropped by about 20 degrees. This was accompanied by a foul odour that reminded him of a time, some sort of sewer that was backed up, that kind of smell. The initial feeling faded, but it left Bill somehow changed for the rest of his life. As Ramsey grew into adulthood, he would turn from time to time to feel this compulsion to perform some violent act. Rage would swell in him, and he would even literally snap at others like a dog. In 1983, this reached the peak when he was admitted into hospital one night, bit his attending nurse, and held on to the bite with relish. He then growled and pounced around on all fours. Ramsey was eventually restrained and committed to a psychiatric ward. The Warrens descended on the case and decided that this man was possessed by a werewolf demon. They invited Bishop Robert Milk, a Kenner, to come and exorcise the demon. Unlike the bizarre exorcism that was a ritual rather than an exorcism, let's be honest, this was a straightforward rite, the type you've seen in movies, but with much less supernatural funfare and pea soup emissions. Ramsey tried to lash out a couple of times during the rite, but that's it. He did claim to have felt something leave his body when the exorcism was completed, but Ramsey hasn't been talking about the experience since. The psychodrama may have worked in its case, which is good for Ramsey and his family, and as a testament to the power of exorcism on someone who believes it may help. Basically, if you believe in it enough, it will happen. If you believe in it enough, it will work for you. Mind over matter. If you don't mind, it will never matter. But if you mind very much, then believe me, it's going to matter. There are other simple cures. I mean, opting out for one. If you're a voluntary werewolf, then the most obvious thing is to opt out. Don't become one, and don't rub the salve on yourself, don't do the ritual, and just don't do it. Full stop. It isn't really much of a werewolf curse, of course. That's different. You would have to go through some things for that, I would imagine. Blood. You can't discuss the dark creature of folklore without this red liquid coming up repeatedly. While mundane folk cures involve doing things like blowing on something 3 times or saying something 3 times, werewolf-related folk cures seem to always involve drawing blood from the beast somehow, and yes, it had to be done 3 times in some examples. The most common quick cure is to hit the werewolf 3 times on top of the head, ensuring that each strike draws at least 1 drop of blood. Perhaps the thinking was that the werewolf would be able to see or smell its own blood and remember its humanity. Trying this cure could be perilous, of course. First of all, you'd have to strike quickly, enough to get all 3 hits in before it turned round and actually devoured you. Let's be honest, it is a wolf. They do get incredibly angry. In Italy, it was believed that one X-shape cut to the head would do the trick. So, yeah, and don't necessarily, I'm not sure on that. I don't know where it comes from originally. Though it was found in Italy, it does not mean it originated in Italy, and let's not even consider that. Another dangerous folk cure was to cut the wolf on the back of its paws. This could also be explained as a way of sort of to get the wolf to smell its own blood, or could have developed from the telltale wound legends exampled earlier. After all, those hunters went so far as to cut off a paw, and the wolf did retreat and turn back into human form. These stories don't include a true cure, though just a temporary return to human form to allow for a more dramatic reveal of the wound. Again, cutting off the paw of a werewolf would have a most unpleasant outcome. Here, Wolfie. Another folk cure relies on reminding a werewolf of his or her human nature. This sort of involves you being able to identify who the werewolf really is. You have to address to the werewolf by name. You have to look into its eyes and teach it that it is human, that it is not transformed, that it has human qualities, without it eating you, of course. Other legends seem to indicate that you don't necessarily need to know the werewolf's name, only that it has no ordinary wolf, and just yelling at the beast, claiming that you are aware it's a werewolf, may do the trick. Can you imagine that? You have this slobbering, hellish beast running after you, and you shout at it, "You're a werewolf! I know you are! You can turn back to human," and then it just suddenly turns back to human. Not sure on that. Even throwing pieces of human clothes at a werewolf, whether the beast owns them or not, is said to remind them of their true nature, their human form. Something I wouldn't try, that's for sure. Magic charms are often quite charming to read, and some, well, they achieve mortality in pop culture. The most notable, of course, is the overused abracadabra, which was once used to cure various illnesses. It's now uttered on rabbits that are pulled out of hats in cartoons and crap like that. Really, it was a very good spell, and it was used for healing. The abracadabra is a very known spell. It's used in pyramid form for healing. It's a real spell. It's an absolute real spell. Now, charms were sort of designed to kick out the wolf spirit of a man or woman so that they could survive. The first puts 3 young girls in peril as they are asked to circle the werewolf and throw ash twigs at it while in wolf form. While doing this, they do have to chant, "Grey wolf ugly, grey wolf old, do at once as you were told, leave this man and fly away, right away, far away, where it's night and never day, times 4. You get the idea how insane this actually seems, right? Let's be honest, that's pretty insane. But if throwing twigs at a wolf doesn't seem irritating and dangerous enough, let's look at the folk cure. So the chant is, "Go fly away to the sky. Devilish grey wolf, we do thee defy. Out, 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 with a howl and a yell. That will carry you faster and surer to hell." Repeat 5 times while you're circling the wolf and throwing twigs at it. I think that's pretty, so no. I don't think the werewolf would be something like that, and I'm not sure it would kick the wolf out of it, let's say. Wouldn't try that either. Not on any wolf. Especially not a pack of wolves. Wolves generally don't interact with humans anyway, they stay away from them, but very bizarre indeed. I just can't imagine 3 maidens, twirling round a werewolf with this hellish beast within it and wanting to murder people and throwing twigs at it and reciting that, and then the werewolf will fly away after the man. It's interesting though, nonetheless. Thank you for listening to this part of our werewolves. Yeah, many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Werewolves. It's Wisteria here. So, let's dive into modern werewolf sightings. Body types of flesh and blood werewolves have made themselves known so far. We have examined how to become them and how to destroy them. Of course, the context of all these descriptions is hardly current. The first half of the book, what I read you, was focused on the yesteryear, let's say. We did the past. Have werewolves been seen in modern day with vampires? Folkloric type blood drinkers seem to vanish in current times. You can argue that embalming has destroyed the undead before they could rise, or obviously that the undead never existed. Either way, vampires of the risen dead type just don't seem to pop up on current supernatural radar. Castle dwellers, aren't they? They're not showing up in their capes, it seems. But then, cinematic companions, werewolves, didn't seem to get the memo that it's not okay to appear in the modern world. So, what of the modern world? Let's look at military eyewitnesses in Europe during the 20th century. Maybe some more recent accounts in the United States. Some hard to believe, actually. But if you're going to trust a modern eyewitness to a werewolf sighting, several of them are from Air Force. It doesn't really seem like a bad way to go. Just such a group claims to have seen something unexplainable in Marbeck region of Germany in 1988. What's most interesting is the region has a werewolf legend all of its own. The backstory to the local legend was the time of Napoleon, and a deserter from his army, one Thomas Schweitzer, fled the battlefront in Russia with a group of soldiers. On the way back home, the hungry soldiers found a small farmhouse near Wittlich, a German town. Though at the time incorporated into Napoleon's expansionist French state, and looted the property in hopes of finding something to eat. The farmer who owned the farmhouse, along with his sons, tried to stop the soldiers, but the war ravaged and starved soldiers quickly killed the male residents in cold blood. Before they left, the soldiers also encountered the farmer's wife. She stared down Schweitzer and in her agony uttered a curse at him, telling him that each full moon he would change into the form befitting his savagery, into a wolf. Likely not taking her seriously, Schweitzer killed her too and left the farmhouse. According to Wittlich legend, though, the curse did take effect. While starvation and temporary war insanity may have affected his actions, that night at the farmhouse, Schweitzer soon became a ravenous fellow. Abandoning the other soldiers, he stayed in the area and became a local criminal plague on the area, robbing folks and hiding in the forest. At least, what he did when the moon wasn't full. People soon started seeing a large wolf-like beast, and both humans and livestock began to go missing. There's no solid eyewitness accounts from the time. It may be that the soldiers whom Schweitzer deserted told others in the area about the wife's curse. Suggestibility may have turned the wild bandit of the woods into a werewolf at the eyes of the locals. I mean, savagery. That's acting like a wolf in some way or another. It may have been an all-too-human action that did Schweitzer in. However, Schweitzer raped a farmer's daughter named Elizabeth Biel and let her get away. A few nights later, a group of villagers hunting for either the werewolf or the rapist, it's very unclear, came across Schweitzer's campsite, and they decided to take matters into their own hands. He tried to flee, but only made it as far as the village of Moorbeck, where the mob killed him. The mob buried him at the crossroads and built a small shrine. They believed that as long as a candle remained lit on the shrine, the werewolf would not rise and come back. Elizabeth Beale went on to give birth to Schweitzer's son, but he and his descendants never transformed or exhibited any of their ancestors' odd behavior or evil behavior. Peace and normalcy had returned to the area. Many years later, a US Air Force base was even built in Moorbeek area, then part of West Germany. Which brings us back to 1988, and to that group of men in uniform returning to base one night. Small towns with a single legend to share usually share it with everyone, including the military. All the men in the group knew all about the shrine and what it was supposed to prevent. The return of just one problem: the candle wasn't lit as they passed by it. They found it funny, telling each other that the werewolf would surely return now. If this was a horror movie, you'd expect a howl to erupt and all the men to meet a horrible fate, managing to return to their base. They didn't exactly happen that way, but the night was not without its horror movie-type scene. The group made it back to base without encountering any werewolves. In the middle of the night, however, something did set off the sensors on the base's outside fence. Something was either lurking out there, or had already breached the perimeter. A dispatch security unit went to investigate and found something you normally see, well, you don't normally see, inside a military base. Members of the security unit described the intruder as being a huge wolf-like creature that stood upright. The creature didn't attack the guards, despite being close to them and on the same side of the fence. Rather, it only stared them down and leaped the almost 8-foot-high fence to disappear into the woods. The beast was never found that night. Trying to use search dogs to follow it was no use. The dogs wouldn't follow the scent, whimpering out of fear. After this story began circulating, other soldiers came forth from the base, claiming to have seen the beast as well. A different guard had encountered the beast one night, believing it stood nearly 8 feet tall. He claimed that the creature jumped a different 12-foot fence. The second account can either lend credibility to the tale or just prove that things get better with the retelling. No physical evidence exists to validate either encounter, making it a modern piece of folklore. How interesting is that? Very interesting indeed. Who knows, right? I mean, who really knows? Only the people that were there really know. I do wonder. I wonder a lot. Anyway, when we return, we will look at an American werewolf in Wisconsin. And I'm pretty sure that you all are aware of that one, might I add. But we're looking at it from a different perspective because we're looking at it from the scientific point, not from so much as fantasy and movie type stuff. Anyway, guys, that's one of the modern werewolf sightings. Make of it as you will. And let me know what you think. Tell me, what do you think? It's interesting. Different, I suppose. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and werewolves. We're on the American werewolf in Wisconsin now. Wisconsin, I should say. Since 1936, people in Wisconsin have occasionally claimed to see a large, human-sized, bulky beast that walks upright. Of course, besides being furry, it is also said to have the head of a wolf. Maybe because they were afraid of being called insane, eyewitnesses of this beast didn't make much of a big deal over it. Until 1989, not even the serious Bigfoot or other cryptozoology fans gave Wisconsin much thought. It just remained below the radar, like that weird rumour floating around your town. You know, the one that's usually a couple of 100 million year old, and there's been a couple of 100 million folks talk about it. All this changed one single night, with a sighting that would capture national attention. It was the wee hours of a fall morning, about 1:30 a.m., when a waitress who worked in the bar at Elkhorn was driving home from her shift. The woman, Laurie Endrizzi, was taking a dark road that would soon after become synonymous with werewolves in America. Bray Road, of course. Laurie's headlights reflected back two eerie points that turned out to be big eyes. The thing to which the eyes belonged was brownish grey and just under 6 feet tall. It was busy eating some kind of roadkill, and as it looked at Laurie in the headlights, she could see that it had claws, sharp teeth, and of course a wolf-like face, complete with snout and pointy ears. It was confident, evidently, as it did not flee from Laurie's headlights. Eating its roadkill was definitely more important. A similar, if not identical beast was spotted a couple of years later on the, appropriately enough, Halloween, 1991. Doris Gibson, a high school student, ventured down mysterious Bray Road. She thought her cars rose up for an instant, as if she hit something, so she stopped. Getting out of the vehicle to examine the road, Doris started walking back. She never got to validate if she hit something, maybe something small, however, as something huge was running towards her, possibly coming for fresh roadkill. The thing's description matched Laurie's, being tall, furry creature with a wolf head. Doris got back in her car as quickly as she could, but she claims the thing did reach her vehicle before she got away. There were long claw scratches on the rear of the car to prove it. After these stories hit the wires, amateur werewolf hunters from around the country began descending on this and nearby areas in hopes of seeing the beast of Bray Road. Either to get attention or because they finally felt safe to admit it, various people came forward and claimed to have experiences before on the very same Bray Road. A good example is a farmer named Mike Eden. 1990. He said he saw something big and furry on Bray Road one night. Assumption kicked in and he thought it was a bear. But now that he thought of it, the shape of the head definitely seemed more canine to him. All the activity of the media and amateurs, they weren't really professional werewolf hunters, let's be honest, there is none. It seems to have scared the creature away. For the time being, all we have to go on are the old pre-media forensic sightings. Their similarities certainly are hard to ignore. Before we abandon this particular creature, recall how in 1936 someone saw the beast as well. The description then was roughly the same, with a man-sized, bulky beast that had roughly wolf-like head. That eyewitness, Mark Shackleman, claimed to have seen it digging in an Indian mound. This could mean nothing, but it could be significant. But we can always look into it more when we come to Native American werewolf beliefs. The next is howling in upstate New York. So the following experience was shared by a professor at a college in upstate New York. Of course, he only told it to so many people as he didn't believe it would compute with his colleagues. You know, be anonymous and all that, tell only a few people, then you won't look crazy. Returning from dinner at a colleague's house one night in November 2008, this is what was said. I noticed my tire pressure light was on. I was just west of the town where I live, and I was debating trying to ride the flat tire home. As my steering pulled more and more to the right, and the sound grew increasingly awful, I decided instead to start looking for a well-lit flat spot to try and perform what would be my first tire change. I'm not really a car guy. I started to pull over onto a particular curve in the road that looked promising. I never stopped fully, however. My headlights illuminated something running with what I can only describe as a lope. The thing was hunched over and practically bouncing as it moved along. The effect was of something burly moving quickly, then stopping, as if to examine something on the ground, then moving quickly again. I'd never seen anything move quite like that. I couldn't identify what it was. I was not comfortable getting out of the car, and equally uncomfortable listening to the grinding sound of my wheel again if I got on the road. So I waited a moment, more curious than afraid. Then the thing turned around and looked in my direction. It was just to the left of my headlights, main cone of illumination. I could still see the shape of its head, though it had triangular ears, and a face that was unusually wide. I think it was excessive fur growing off the sides of its head, but I can't be sure. I'm certain it had a long snout, though. It was as if the world's largest wolf had its head transplanted onto the body of an ape. These details all become clearer over time. A full 2 minutes must have passed with us locked in that stare, as an entire block of commercials on the radio played. Barely I registered any of them, though, of course. When the commercials ended, it snapped my nerve, and I decided to risk venturing onto the road again. Almost as if it read my mind, the thing turned and continued with its lope. I snapped off the radio and tried to process what I had just seen. It vanished into the dark. An instant later, I heard a howl unlike anything I'd ever heard come from an animal. It almost sounded like a mixture of breaking wood and a howl. And needless to say, I called AAA and stayed in my car. I still haven't changed a tyre and don't plan on doing so if I have another flat tyre on the road. So that's an interesting tale by a professor that actually kept himself anonymous. But it's similar to other stories that are out there, I guess, other encounters. Growling north of the border. So, let's look at sort of paranormal experiences. There is, in paranormal experience, a type of werewolf experience from a location bordering on New York State. And it's always fun to check them out and listen to them and see what's what. The Canadian side of Niagara region, there's a great deal of residual energy due to the history of the area. Some of it's very rural, and it is in those areas that you encounter the most activity. Friends of mine were driving back late from viewing a home basically out of the middle of nowhere. On the way, they could see something running alongside the car, just a shadow, but very big. When they got home, it was gone. Later they went out for a smoke and could hear growling and scratching noises. Then something heavy jumped on their car and was coming towards them. Right where they were sitting. They thought it was the same shadow from the road earlier. They ran inside. So they called me their friend. I'm sensitive, and I've always been since I was a child. So most people who knew me would call me when they encountered something strange. We drove out to the location where they first saw the shadow thing, and it wasn't long before we saw it again. And this time, in what they thought was better detail. It looked like a large dog or wolf, but not right in its appearance. It was like a grey shadow. It followed the car again back to their place. We sat outside till it got dark, then walked to about where they heard it the previous night. Sitting there, we could hear it, growling and scratching. Then it walked past us to the woods behind their house. It was the spirit of a werewolf, I believe. I say this because later we could hear it trying to speak to us, like it was trapped in both human and animal forms. It was incredible to see and feel something like that. It's still there most times, making noise, but never causing any issues with neighbouring animals or people. If you're ever in Canada, you should look up the history on the Niagara region. So that is another sighting by someone else, of course, Canada. As with the Mooreback werewolf, that sighting's to believed to be something human that has passed, yet it's in animal form. So it's took on the spirit in that shape-shifting form. Maybe. Snippets of snouts around the USA. There are quite a few furry sightings in America, and some of them are lesser known. But some of them are very well known, of course. There's Fate magazine 1960. Mrs. Delbert Gregg of Texas claimed that she saw a huge wolf-like creature staring at her through a window. It was a stormy night. She could see its mouth full of sharp teeth illuminated by lightning, almost as if this were straight out of a bad horror movie. What makes the brief encounter interesting is that the eyewitness in this case tried to visually follow the beast as it ran off into the bushes. She was using a flashlight and she scanned the brush. A wolf never emerged, but a tall man did, and he hurried down the road and never returned. That's all she really knows. Unlike the other experiences, this one implies that the woman saw a werewolf while he was in creature form and then after he changed back into human. Or she tied two unrelated sightings together, as has been done so in the past. Obviously, people have encountered things in the woods, and of course, changed it. Or maybe their minds put it in that particular order. Then there's Michigan, of course. The dog man of Michigan. Yeah, Michigan is was for several years. The general idea of animal-human hybrids has existed in the area for centuries, dating back to Native Americans who believed in the possibility, curiously, that there was possibly a group of Native American soldiers in the 19th century called the Cheyenne Dog Soldiers, although it is unclear if they believed in shape-shifting. One eyewitness report from 1999 describes the thing as being about the size of a bear, with wolf eyes and elongated head. And Echo County, Virginia, has a local legend of a 6-foot greyish werewolf that howls at the full moon. It's been described as running both upright and no foes, and eyewitnesses claim to have been chased by it. As expected, none of the eyewitnesses were caught, hence their ability to be eyewitnesses. Another experience there is from Ohio, and apparently this young lady was 12-year old, and it was 1988. I lived in Cleveland, Ohio, with my grandparents. My bedroom window looked out onto the street, giving me a clear view of the front gate to our yard. It was night, and as I lay on my bed, this snarling-type sound cut through the quiet. I walked over to my window to peer out, to see if I could spot anything. I could see a man's silhouette that was crouching down and kind of frantically moving about. Think of a caged wild man type of movement. Anyway, something told me that this wasn't normal, and I shouldn't let this man know that I was watching. As he turned to face my house, it looked like he fell onto all fours and ran toward the alley that was behind the house. Not a minute after, I heard a dog howl. I can still remember how hard my heart was beating. I didn't see him after that night, but I have always wondered what he or it was. Interesting story. We don't really have much to go on with that, but there's another experience from the region. 1972, in Defiance, Ohio. 3 separate eyewitnesses cited a humanoid creature that had a furry body and a wolf-like head. The descriptions varied slightly. Some included fangs, but some also included blue jeans. That's right. Just like in the werewolf movies, in which parts don't rip off during the transformation process, likely in order to keep a decent rating. This wolfman attacked a railroad worker with a long 2x4 plank, probably the only werewolf of legends old or new to wield a club or any other type of weapon for that matter, against any victims. No one was ever caught, so the sightings were never explained away. The perpetrator, probably being a crazy human wearing a mask, is what they put it down to. A last experience is quite interesting because it places an alleged werewolf in a graveyard, as in Native American beliefs. This one hails from somewhere in Lake Stevens, Washington, the Pacific Northwest. I did see one, and no one believes me, but I know what I saw, hence the absolute obsession I seem to have with them since that night. I was getting ready to pull into a graveyard late at night as I turned into the drive. My headlights, they scanned the grounds. I saw a rather large white dog, or I thought that's what it was, as it was illuminated there. It was sort of crouched over a grave, so naturally, I was instantly fascinated with whatever the thing was. I parked and kept my lights on it. It turned and looked in my direction. That's when I noticed its face. It was neither beast nor man, but half and half. We stared at each other for a moment, then it got up. Yes, it stood up and just walked off on two legs into the woods, pausing to look back once more before disappearing slowly into the trees. Normally someone's reaction would be to turn tail and hail out of there. No, not me. I got out of my car and walked toward the woods, pausing to see what grave it had been at. It was that of a child. I walked closer to the woods still. I never saw it again, but I could feel it watching me. I felt no negative feelings, just a sort of calm. I knew it would never hurt me. I have since then gone back to that graveyard several times, but I've never seen it again. I would say it was roughly 5'1", basically like a white dog with something human about the way it walked and its face. And that's really my experience. Now you know about it. The question is, what are they actually seeing? Who knows? It's hard to say. Extraterrestrials, things from different dimensions, real werewolves, real men turning into wolves. I don't know. Astral werewolves, things from UFOs. Who knows? But it's interesting the fact that these sightings are all very similar. Even though there may be something to them, they may not. They are still interesting when told. They're always interesting when told, I think. Anyway, thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Thank you for tuning in. Wisteria here. So we're continuing with our werewolves, but we're going into the modern sort of age now. Finding ordinary explanations for some of those sightings that I mentioned in the previous episodes can prove difficult. Most of them, they do seem to be flesh and blood type creatures, but they're not creatures that should actually exist according to modern zoology. If what the eyewitnesses say is true, then the folklore doesn't seem so far-fetched. But there's little evidence to support the modern accounts. A scratch on a car will not revolutionise modern science's view on lycanthropy. So we have to look elsewhere. We have to look at different explanations of physical werewolves. There is explanation for lycanthropy, but it's different. It's clinical. It's not fictional. It's very scientific. The case of Jean Grenier marked the approximate start of leniency and reason in werewolf court cases. Despite hearing a story that was familiar in court records, the officials decided that this time around the salve, a wolf killed and admissions of guilt, may not have meant that the devil was afoot. Grenier was ruled insane, and as a later visit to his monastery showed, that it was a rare good call on the part of court. Even without his magical implements, Grenier remained obsessed with the idea of being a wolf, and acted anything but sane in the last days. What's most amazing about clinical lycanthropy is that medical practitioners in the 2nd century CE knew of it. Yeah, they did. A good 1,400 years before the first court decisions of leniency towards people who thought they were werewolves, and over 1,000 years before mania and fear erupted, a doctor by the name of Marcellus of Sida not only wrote about clinical lycanthropy, but also tried to apply the medicine of the day towards getting a cure. Marcellus gave a few odd physical traits for his lycanthropes, including a listless gaze, dry tongue and eyes, gauntless. However, his real contribution was that he called lycanthropy a form of melancholy or mental disorder. He even had a bizarre cure involving bloodletting, days of baths with various substances, finishing off with sleep-inducing drugs. His techniques, they were odd. Those of the time, though. I mean, bloodletting was used for nearly all ailments back then. But his insight that it was a mental disorder, that cannot be ignored. Looking at clinical lycanthropy, you can't ignore that. I mean, it's complicated as well. We can see that Marcellus was not ahead of his time in the curing department, but he was a pioneer in recognizing a type of madness for what it was. The 16th century Dutchman of medicine also knew how to spot madness for what is called now lycanthropy cases. The doctor, Petrus Forestus, identified a particular peasant who every spring would run around in a wild state in a local church and cemetery. Interestingly, he was covered with types of scars that Marcellus predicted would appear in the most cases of lycanthropy. Forestus knew this man to be a lycanthrope of the clinical type, perhaps because Forestus had read Marcellus' words. We can't be sure how he knew, but the point remains that the courts had at their disposal papers written by so-called esteemed men of science. They ignored them. Why? What happened? It's hard to conceive of how many folkloric werewolves only suffered from a form of clinical lycanthropy. Even today, you can't in all cases point to something in a patient and determine that he or she has an isolated case of clinical lycanthropy. Psychological disorders, they're not always clear-cut. They do not always present themselves alone. Separating the symptoms from the causes can be quite challenging. The most obvious indication that someone may be suffering from clinical lycanthropy is they freely believe that he or she changes into a full werewolf. A good example of what might have been a clinical lycanthropy from yesteryear is a particular peasant in human form killed several people, tore them apart. He was captured in 1541 in Pavia, Italy. Although his name is lost to history, he has particular notoriety of claiming at his trial that he was a werewolf, whose fur grew on the inside. Considering how heinous his murders were, the peasant was cruelly appeased by the court. They spared no time cutting him open in several places to see if he was telling the truth, but found no fur. Of course, psychology wasn't the only kind of medicine that was in its infancy in the day, and the peasant did not survive. If he was a clinical lycanthrope, his fur did, figuratively speaking, grow inside his mind. Today, clinical lycanthropy are usually diagnosed after they exhibit two major indications. The first is they are behaving like a wolf or an animal, and that can be dramatic to behold, trust me. The second is that they often can exit the mental state for a while and display awareness of their condition, almost like a werewolf in a movie who confesses to thinking he did something terrible in wolf form the night before. What could cause this condition? For all our increasing knowledge of science of the mind and our understanding of how neurotransmitters and chemical imbalances may affect behaviour, we still have no definite explanation for what could make someone feel he or she is a wolf or other animal. Zoanthropy, that's the term used when a patient believes he or she changes into another animal. But that's sort of looking then, let's look at the more sort of recent advances, I guess. Doctors studying the condition quickly come to the conclusion that clinical lycanthropy may have something to do with how a patient perceives themselves. Lycanthropy would not be alone in exploiting such a flaw. The human mind is proven to betray us in the respect with numerous other conditions. For example, some people feel they're way too fat, even moments before dying of anorexia. This kind of psychological condition, where a sufferer is concerned with a defect he or she believes is found in his or her body, is called body dysmorphic disorder, or body dysmorphia. I know about that because I have it. Could someone similar to BDD be at work with lycanthropy? Some warped perception of appearance or physical nature that ventures into more animalistic imagined defects. In a 1999 paper called, it was entitled, Lycanthropy, New Evidence of Its Origin, Dr. Hamdi F. Mosley reveals the details of a study that examined the regions of the brain that control proprioception, or one's sense of the relative positions of the body. What Dr. Mosley postulates is that we may be able to learn something about lycanthropes by analysing the proprioception regions, including the cerebellum, of course. He used neuroimaging techniques to analyse these regions in 2 clinical lycanthropes and found conclusive evidence to suggest unusual activity. Put simply, the parts of their brain can tell them they are humans of ordinary shape and size, or misfiring, which could cause these anomalies. That's still unknown, but it's a theory. Even if we find what causes one's sense of body image to be skewed from reality, we would still likely be faced with another puzzle. Why should such an anomaly manifest as a belief that one's turned into a wolf? There aren't people walking around who think they're turning into buildings or trees, but wolves, and a few other animals, including cats and birds, come up repeatedly. Rarely, sufferers will feel as if they transform from one animal shape to another. The principle of atavism may play a role here. Some people have genetic traits that reappear from a distant past. These throwbacks are atavistic traits. Long canine teeth could be genetic regression to a trait of Asian ancestors, as could extra nipples. Maybe our tendency to imagine we are animals is an extreme genetic throwback back to the evolutionary ladder. A simple theory was proposed by Cesare Lombroso in 1870s to explain criminal behaviour, but it never really caught on. Atavism as an explanation is speculation, but worth mentioning as a possible differentiator to why sufferers of the condition are called lycanthropes, and not something even stranger like skyscraper thropes, for example. So, we have to look at true schizophrenia and notice the word true is a subsection. Ask most people on the street the word schizophrenia means. They'll tell you it's a person with multiple personalities. Everybody knows that. Surely you've heard jokes like, I have schizophrenia, and so do I. Let's just say that scientists have nothing to do with creating popular jokes. In fact, schizophrenia has nothing to do with multiple personalities. Schizophrenia is a disorder in which a patient exhibits distorted perceptions of reality. Fabricated perceptions can manifest in all 5 senses. Although the most common symptoms of schizophrenia are visual and auditory hallucinations, because the voice has told me to is more apt. It's politically correct phrase to describe the disorder than the so do I joke. It could be that some lycanthropes actually suffer from schizophrenia and happen to randomly imagine wolves or other animals just often enough for the idea to consciously take hold. Wolves, in particular, are striking, dramatic creatures, and seeing one would stand out in memory. When, if there were a patient to imagine, the sound of a door slamming, then rain that isn't present, he or she would not be affected in any dramatic way, unless it was the person's first hallucinatory episode. Imagine, after such mundane hallucinations, that the patient is hungry and he has a howling wolf in his or her head. Such a seeming trivial coincidence could be noticed and take hold in a powerful way. I'm not a psychologist, really I'm not. But I'm not rambling either. Medical theories explaining lycanthropy have been put forth by the professionals. I'm just simplifying it to make it possible to explain what theories could be. And they are theories. They're highly intuitive though, adhering to the principle of Occam's razor. Simple explanations are often the best. There's nothing complex about connecting the disorder of imagining things and the idea that perhaps there's fur growing on the back of someone's hands. Dissociative identity disorder. Again, schizophrenia is not multiple personality disorder. That's MPD. Actually, MPD is not really MPD any longer. The more commonly used term is dissociative identity disorder, DID. It's actually a reasonable explanation for some clinical lycanthropy. One little caveat before we delve into it. For some doctors, DID is controversial. These professionals argue that everyone dissociates to some degree, and that extreme dissociation has to be an act. For example, next time you have nothing to do, pretend for 1 minute that you, who shows his or her face at school or work, or having a conversation with you, who has dinner with the family, if you give it a little while and really try to recreate these two, or any of the two, faces that you have put in your life, and let the dialogue flow, the result may be unsettling. Don't worry. No one has split into two identities as a result of this exercise. At least, I don't think they have. In all seriousness, let's try to make light of the disease because it's not truly detached from it. DID has affected someone very close, so although we can't share that sort of information because, well, it's private, it's not a good thing to have. For a disease that's controversial and difficult for some doctors to accept, and DID has had an agreed upon case of origin as far as the accepting doctors are concerned. Patients who suffer from DID and most often experience some type of trauma, usually at a young age, which cause their consciousness to fragment or disassociate. The trauma is often sexually abusive in nature, but can also be a result of some other violent action. Such disassociation does not always become apparent in the individual right away. Its traits may manifest immediately after the initial trauma, but could remain, well, dormant for years. The traits that I'm talking about, they can emerge all of a sudden in one way or another, personalities, alters, which were created by the dissociation that happened when they were younger, but sometimes it just doesn't happen for years. It's a way of protecting feelings. It's a way of wanting to protect the main personality from the memories of the traumatic event, or to prevent the main personality from experiencing similar situations in the future. They call each other by name usually, resulting in eerie statements. For example, say an alter was named Chase and was a ruffian of sorts. She might comment on why she recently took control. Jane couldn't handle what her boyfriend said to her, so I had to step in and kick his ass. How long such a takeover would last would depend on how safe things felt for the host's personality to be able to safely turn. Occasionally, an alter is usually primal or animal-like. This could be due to a particular brutal trauma that caused the initial disassociation, or could arise when the first created alter isn't affected at the protecting the host's personality. It's not uncommon for DID sufferers to gradually create new alters in response to life challenges they face. Critics have a hard time disputing how realistic and consistent alters can be in cases where even 6 or more are present. It almost stretches the limits of human acting ability to consciously handle such switches. DID patients can be aware of their alters, acting to varying degrees. Some patients claim they watch helpless when they're not in the driver's seat, so to speak. Some patients, however, exhibit fugue states in which they can remember none of their actions while they're not in control. Neither sounds particularly pleasant to anybody, actually. But it's difficult to imagine a more frightening form of the condition than the fugue states. Imagine waking up in a strange location, no recollection of how you got there, or what you were doing, what you've done, in the minutes or even hours that are passed. The basic conditions of lycanthropy, acting like a wolf, and being able to talk about it later certainly match up to cases of DID, where one of the alters is blatantly primal being. In such cases, the primal alter may act as if it is something non-human, and another, more rational, after would take a role of observing this behaviour internally and discussing it with anyone who asks later on. That an alter can be aware of other alters is fascinating, as such information can be shared in a fugue state of its own, without the host personally even being aware of the actual discussion. Severe cases of DID with multiple alters, they are not common, but neither is clinical lycanthropy. As a result, DID is certainly possible medical explanation for transformative behaviour. And DID has also been put forth as a possible explanation of demonic possession. We don't know that, though, do we? Some theories like that, they are actually quite flawed, but it's interesting that they do try and put them there. To cure someone of a DID, you need to integrate them. It's a controversial process. Everything with DID is controversial. Integration involves getting all the alters to blend together into the host personality, with the theory being that any strengths they possess would then be added to the host to avoid any further need for alters to exist. The cure for demonic possession is an exorcism, even if such a ritual is just psychodrama. It's a case of, he thinks, she thinks, they need exercising, perform the exorcism, they believe the faith's worked, everything's over, though they are not really possessed. But it's not that. They believe they are. They truly believe that they are. So you have to perform an exorcism because they truly believe that will work. It's all mind related, In summary, if the idea results in lycanthropic alter, the person would have to assimilate that animal nature into himself or herself at some point in order to be cured. And that is the modern day lycanthropy. It has nothing to do with changing into a freaking wolf and running around with fur and fangs and... No. It's in the mind. It's very much in the mind. When we come back, we'll look at the hypertrichosis, which is a condition also. And it's different to lycanthropy anyway. So that's why we'll look at it, because it is different. But yeah, true lycanthropy and all that stuff, it's a medical condition. They just don't know enough about it to categorize it. So it's all theories. That's all. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and back to our werewolves. Let's continue where we left off. If you hear any noise in the background, remember, it's just my dogs. You know what they're like. If they have balls, they're playing with balls, or they're eating, or they're fussing, or they're snoring. But it's usually the dogs. Navajo werewolves and animal mysteries. It's common knowledge. Christopher Columbus was not the first European to set foot in the New World. Roughly 500 years before the Man of October Honor landed in the West Indies, a Viking named Leif Erikson landed much closer to North America proper. Archaeology seems to indicate that Erikson made a settlement in Newfoundland just after 1000 CE, calling the discovered region Vinland. No one knows the extent of the cultural impact these Vikings might have had on any sort of Native Americans who lived nearby or happened upon the foreign settlement. It is possible that they carried across the sea and transmitted from the land of the berserkers the belief in animal-human hybrids and shape-shifting? Question mark. Could it be possible, guys? While any assimilation of European folklore into Native American tribes is difficult to trace, it seems as if sort of select tribes from around North America developed similar beliefs independently. A perfect example is the Navajo, centered in what is now the American Southwest. To the Navajo, certain animal-based legends are so organic a part of their belief system that it seems impossible to imagine their culture without these ideas fully integrated. A tricky, talented coyote. Navajo mythology contains an anthropomorphic coyote god, referred to in translations as a proper noun, coyote. In his most light-hearted tales, Coyote is a trickster and always up to mischief. Shamanistic cultures always seem to have a trickster god, almost as if it serves some need for balancing humour with serious pursuits like the occult. In darker beliefs attributed to him, Coyote is tied to evil and witchcraft. So important was this upright, walking dog of sorts that he is tied to the Navajo's creation myths, performing actions so archetypical and part of a collective unconscious that they have appeared in other cultures. Early myths, for example. Coyote caused a great flood in one myth. Coyote is also tied to death. Its physical spawn real world, running, howling coyotes have been viewed with superstitious fear by the Navajo. As a result, depending on the era of religious development in the tribe, seeing a coyote or having come across your path, a coyote, if it walked sort of across your path, was an omen of death, or that you were viewing an evil person return from the underworld in canine form. Perhaps the most interesting attribute of Coyote is his ability to shapeshift. The mythological power of his combined with what he's already obviously half-man look. They walk upright, by the way. Led to some natural connections in the minds of the Navajo. Some Navajo believe that painting one's face like Coyote could allow for a shift into a sort of were-creature, though not necessarily a were-coyote. Curiously, the Navajo did not spread many legends of were-coyotes. Their creatures of the night were still werewolves proper than the original werewolves. Hogan haunting werewolves. When dealing with a culture that has been around long enough to have its belief systems passed down orally, you begin to expect that legends will morph and combine or get a whole lot better over time. That usually happens. The Navajo belief in werewolves has definitely been subjected to this. We can no longer clearly identify about when the first belief in werewolves appeared in the tribe, and we can't hope to separate the more phantom-like beliefs from the ones that seem to indicate fur and bone beings. With that said, the beliefs overall do point more to the idea of spiritual rather than physical lycanthropy. The opening anecdote where we dramatised, the sacred child and blah, 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 well, in the Navajo village, it could have believed that this was sort of the crawling on top of a hogan or hut. It's a spiritual thing that's done, basically. So there was a book, 1945, Navajo Beliefs, called Spin a Silver Dollar. And Alberta Hannum shares some other clues that seem to indicate the werewolf may be a spiritual one. This is what it states. Sometimes the wolf would knock 4 times. Sometimes the people inside the hogan would only hear the footfalls from the roof and know it was the wolf there. But always, with or without warning, the wolf appeared with paralyzing slowness to its victims, peeping around the corner of a door blanket, or letting just its eyes show for a while over the hole in the roof, and then slowly the rest of him. that was written in a book back then. No matter the size of the fire hole in the roof it's on top of, the werewolf can always somehow get through, and does so gracefully in description after description. There would be nothing agonisingly slow about an 80-pound non-supernatural wolf coming down through a hole it managed to fit through, and few werewolves have ever been described as being the same size or an ordinary wolf. Obviously, real wolves differ from the aforementioned description in ways other than their not being able to defy gravity and sort of passageway-sized constraints. They wouldn't fit down then, would they? Real wolves typically don't knock, let alone knock 4 times. Also, a great many of these beliefs contain a sleeping witness who wakes up either from the noise or merely by sensing that something sinister is approaching. Folklore is full of experience that involve waking up in the middle of the night, sensing that something other is nearby, and then being unable to move as this thing makes its way towards the victim. In vampires, the occult, the truth, there is this situation, it's called a hag attack. The hag attack is well known. It's kind of like a witch, but a very bad witch, and she brings on sleep paralysis. You know, it's like that. They attach to a victim, and it's like the hag will suck your energy while you're in sleep paralysis mode. Eventually you will die. It's like a curse, you know. The attacks during which something other is sensed in the room at night are not always of a draining nature, though, so you have to understand that the hag is different in that way. Just like the supernatural and spiritual vampires, they suck away your energy. Sometimes they just feature a feeling of terror. Sometimes they're so violent as to be hard for skeptics to take seriously, complete with victims being scratched and tossed about the room. Can phantom werewolf experiences be yet another cultural interpretation of the hag attack or the night visitor phenomenon? Basically, can it be attributed to sleep paralysis? After all, one can argue that in modern sci-fi friendly times, the alien abduction experience is a little more than our minds dressing up the same sensation of being visited. The idea that Navajo werewolves could be sorcerers visiting enemies in astral form is not exactly unprecedented. The culture intimately associates werewolves with sorcery. I mean, that's a fact. Just like in so many other cultures, werewolves are associated with witches and sorcery. Changing it into an animal to get to a witch's meeting was believed to be standard operating procedure for the supernatural beings living in the tribe. These witches, they were called, I think it was Yi Naaldulushi, and their practice was similar to some of the voluntary werewolves of Europe. The sorcerer would wear the animal's skin in a ritual, which is where the phrase Yi Naaldulushi comes from, as it means those who trot about with it, meaning the animal's skin. For this reason, the sorcerers were also called skinwalkers, a general term that is not exclusive to the Navajo. If a typical superstitious tribe member entered someone's hut and saw a coyote or wolf skin lying there, the first conclusion he or she would draw is that the owner of the hut was a skinwalker or witch capable of shapeshifting. Never mind the lack of clothing stored from the Navajo to go pick something to wear, of course. That didn't come into it. Having an animal skin was just proof enough. That's it. You were a werewolf or a shapeshifter or a witch. So, with all these elements introduced, can we conclude that the Navajo believed that this shapeshifting to be spiritual or physical? Adding extra weight to the idea that the werewolves had no weight at all in the belief that Navajo skinwalkers could move at unnatural speeds. Yes, especially on the way to their meetings. William Morgan, an anthropologist who interviewed the Navajo in the 1930s, was told that a skinwalker could cover the same distance in an hour and a half than, say, a current car could travel in 4 hours. This certainly seems to mesh nicely with the sensation most commonly reported by those who have an out-of-body experience, the rush of moving almost instantaneously to a destination or back into one's body. Again, it's easy to accept an occult belief. It plays nicely, doesn't it, with the other beliefs? It fits in. The strange encounter from 1970 seems to bear out the high-speed type of lycanthrope. 4 young adults, driving in New Mexico, were startled to find that a wolf-like creature running on 2 legs was easily keeping up with their car, even at a speed of 60 miles per hour. One of the group was a violent type, apparently, as he pulled out a gun and shot the mysterious creature. They stopped and watched the beast fall as if the bullet affected it. But this didn't turn out to be the case. The creature quickly got up, and they were able to see that it didn't have any blood on it. It then ran off in a different direction, just as quickly as it had done before. Interesting sighting. Obviously 1930s. It's not that long ago, really, when you think about it. It seems long ago, but it's not. It's actually fairly recent, considering. Anyway, when we come back, we're going to go into deadly arts and see what that's all about. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and our continuation of werewolves and such alike. You know, we're on the hypertrichosis now. So let's leave the mind for the moment and go into mass perception and assumption. People freely associate what they see and don't understand with, well, what they've never seen and don't understand. What would people living 500 years ago think about a person they encountered who was covered in hair and looked very much like our wolfman of the modern cinema? Hypertrichosis is a condition in which abnormally excessive amounts of hair grow on a person's body. This can be mild, bordering on someone just being a little hirsute, or severe, with nearly total coverage. The latter type of case can be startling to someone who's not anticipating it. If you actually put yourself back in the Middle Ages for a moment, and if you were to hear that wild animals, and possibly a wolf, had killed someone in your village, and then you encounter this stranger with hypertrichosis, who knows what your conclusions you would come to. Think about it. But that's pretty much where the similarity lies between someone with this condition and a werewolf of law. There is no known medical correlation between hypertrichosis and murderous rampages. While it's possible that someone with the disease could have been ostracized and driven to the point of insanity, that's possible with almost anyone who is considered different. Sadly, this kind of ostracizing still happens today. Usually it results in something quite public and humiliating, and it's not very nice for the person receiving it. These people, driven to the brink, rarely have something as severe as hypertrichosis separating them from the in folks. Still, the situation that caused a person to be treated differently or bullied is not medically linked to a person's behaviour. The bullying itself does the trick. And it's true. Very true. In the Middle Ages, though, an individual, let's say, ran into someone with hypertrichosis at exactly the wrong moment. Considering how rare the condition is, it seems highly unlikely this would have happened back then. The most likely reason hypertrichosis has been used frequently by others as an explanation is that it's a convenient-looking explanation to tag on along after lycanthropy mania. That's all. Consider that an entire family was documented as having this condition in 1648. Granted, it's about 50 years after people started cooling down with the werewolf mania, but it's still interesting that with few medical advances in that half-century, no one thought to accuse the man and his children of being monsters. In later centuries, those with the condition ended up in sideshows, so-called freak shows. You know, the hairy type, the staple in sideshows, right until that entertainment form began to lose its appeal in the later decades of the 20th century. So next we move on to porphyria. It's not just for vampires, okay? So when you first learn about porphyria, it seems like a decent fit for at least one misguided explanation of vampirism. The sufferers of this, and it's an incredibly rare disease, have extreme sensitivity to light and equally notable iron deficiencies in their blood. Further, their teeth begin to rot in a bizarre fashion, forming what could be mistaken for really battered brown fangs if you saw them in the darkness. Of course, porphyriacs can't drink blood to successfully make up for their deficiency, and they really don't exhibit any physical traits that would cause anyone to believe they were powerful supernatural creatures like vampires. As with hypertrichosis, porphyria seemed like a convenient but adequate explanation to tag onto the legend, or legends, that is. They just put it there because it seems to fit. A funny thing about the rare disease, and it is very rare, is that an alarming number of vampire fans claim to have it. I'm yet to meet a person who has porphyriac, who exhibits a single symptom. But, you know, we can't doubt someone claiming that they're born with it. Who knows? Maybe they're born with the aversion to sunlight and the need for blood. Disappointingly, true porphyriacs do not have lovely ivory skin. In fact, according to medical journals and Associated Photography, their skin is rather damaged and blotchy looking. Some serious cases lead to the victim to have more of a mummified look than a vampiric one. Someone with more moderate case of porphyria would exhibit damaged skin and sharp teeth. So you can see where I'm going, right? Depending on how hairy this individual is, he or she could be misconstrued as a wild animal-human hybrid in just the right lighting or lack thereof. As a result, porphyria has been at times associated with werewolves in addition to vampires, making it an all-in-one condition for folklorists to mull over. I don't think it's an explanation for any werewolf legends, though. I don't think it's an explanation for vampirism either. I mean, after the Black Death as well. But then again, that was back in those days, and I can see why they would link them. It does make sense for them to link them, doesn't it? Back then anyway, it would have been a disease that was very much misunderstood, especially back then. The majority of werewolves were believed to be men and women who turned into actual wolves. As someone who always looked somewhat half-bred wouldn't have fit the description, and not a single person tried, for the disease was recorded as looking anything but human. The revealing daylight courtroom sessions, let's say. So, we don't need to put porphyria in any occult books, even though folklorists and people in general have linked it to werewolves and vampires. Probably best not to. Then we move on to ergotism. Ergotism. E-R-G-O-T-I-S-M. Ergotism. So the last medical explanation for lycanthropy is a combo explanation of sorts. It covers both the people who think they might be wolves and the people who think they see them everywhere. Ergotism is a unique form of poisoning caused by claviceps purpurea or ergot fungus. It's difficult to detect this fungus. It can grow in wheat and other crops, which can then end up tainting the majority of the village's food supply. Cooking it has no effect on its chemical nature, so all manner of raw and even prepared food could be a trip waiting to happen, as in a drug trip. And I'm sure you've heard about the mass hysteria. Ergotism is far, far worse. The fungus causes two main types of problems that apply. Physical discomfort. People suffering from this could end up convulsing and feeling numb throughout their bodies. This can be accompanied by intense nausea and vomiting. Overall, the sensation in superstitious society would be one of a body changing or a body being under supernatural attack. All this would be accompanied by an intense feeling of mania. Literally a perfect combination to make one feel that something otherworldly is suddenly happening to one's body and soul. The other main effect of ergotism is hallucinations, which can be intense. They're like, it's like LSD. If we look at ergot, the derivative of ergot is LSD-25, so it is part of that LSD category. Combined with the physical discomforts just described, these hallucinations would take on forms related to what the person is feeling. For example, if a person was doubled over on all fours from spasms, the hallucination could easily fill in the blanks for why he or she is in this position. The hallucinations could be external too, making people see things move around them that aren't really there. In addition to seeing monsters, people suffering from the ergotism, or ergotism, however you want to pronounce it. I mean, it's ergot, but ergotism, yeah. Could see ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The ergotism has been put forth as a possible explanation for much of the witch mania in the Middle Ages. And that's true because they do believe the wheat got tainted, but they also believe that the ergot in the ale was also tainted. So this created the big witch mania. Children would be put to their beds by their maids, then hallucinate terrible things about these innocent women in the middle of the night, for example. The next morning often brought about horrible accusations from genuinely pained faces, and an arrest and death sentence for the maid, whose only crime was being around after dinner. Animals were subject to the ergot poisoning as well. This may explain why livestock would also die as part of the family's curse from witches. Conspiracy theorists can rejoice that ergot poisoning wouldn't explain away cow mutilations, so those mysteries, well, they're still fair game. Ergotism is not only a disease from centuries ago. Depending on a region's sophistication and quality assurance practices, local outbreaks are still possible. A Russian outbreak in 1926 affected some 10,000 victims. Another outbreak occurred in the French village of Pointe-Saint-Esprit in 1951, with the hospital being so overwhelmed that private residences needed to be converted to wards to accommodate all the ill folks. 50 years later, still may have been the most recent outbreak. It's widely believed that in 2001, ergot infected barley weakened and brought havoc in Ethiopia. Hallucinations accompanied all of these more recent outbreaks, although the cool eye of medicine didn't feel the need to report what the victims were seeing as being significant. Some critics of the ergotism explanation for witchcraft and werewolf outbreaks suggest that people would have been able to recognize the signs of a so-called St. Anthony's fire over time, and certainly by the time of the Salem witch trials in 1692. St. Anthony's fire was a name given to the disease in the 12th century. However, scientific consistency was not so consistent, was it, in the Middle Ages? It was difficult for people who had never experienced something to be able to diagnose it correctly. If we're going to be blunt, while it may be that the scoundrels of the Inquisition would have been able to spot the signs of ergotism, the common man or woman wouldn't. Witchcraft trials were great for the booming business of organized religion. Being accused of sorcery pretty much guaranteed that you and maybe your family would be wiped out of existence. Where do you think all the seized land and property of the heretics ended up? It surely wasn't donated to the poor. So why would you bother to explain away certain supernatural attacks if the outcome was economically rewarding? Dark times indeed. An argument against ergotism is that infected food would have been sort of affected everyone in the house, in each household. The claim may be valid, but it's hard to say. Centuries removed, how the effects would have varied. Keep in mind that the Black Death, which is more potent, wasn't absolute. The plague wiped out half, not all, of Europe. people may have been have resistance to the ergotism. It's possible, or at least just enough resistance to feel that must have been a typical occurrence or upset stomach after dinner. This would be quickly forgotten while the neighbours were claiming to see werewolves running by at night. And that's the actual truth as well. The ergot was believed to be caused from many werewolf witchcraft trials and all the mania that happened back then. Like I say, they believed that it had infected their food and also the ale, and everybody drank ale back then. Rich and poor drank ale. So the ergot poisoning is actually a sensible and justified as well sort of thing to put forward, I think, because it does make a lot of sense that when they've had it, they're going to see things, their body's going to convulse, and they're going to move in ways they've never been moved in before, making it look almost like they are possessed, and then they're going to see things as well, and, that's going to look like a possession or, a werewolf trying to take form or a bad spirit taking over the body, when actually it's just poisoning. But you have to remember, back then, they did not know that. They did not understand it properly. They would just presume witchcraft was at play and werewolves were running amok everywhere, That's just how it was back then. Anyway, thank you for listening to this episode. When we come back, we're going to go into Native American beliefs and shamanism. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and werewolves. So, the involuntary werewolves of a legend, let's say, shall we? Most films, they make lycanthropy look like a cursed existence. The transformations look painful each time. Your loved ones often meet an untimely demise at your paws. And, well, those damned villagers ultimately hunt you down with silver bullets or whatever other method the story relies upon. Being thrust into such a life does sound like a curse, doesn't it? Now, according to multiple cultures, it was not just a figurative cursed lifestyle either. Being a werewolf was a result of a very literal curse. And despite what some movies portray, the curse did not take the form of having a body part end up within a werewolf's jaws. As we touched upon earlier, the concept of becoming a werewolf through receiving a werewolf bite and surviving it came from early horror movies, which often blurred the lines between vampire and werewolf, and of elements between the two types of fang-bearers is not unique to film. In some Eastern European languages, the terms of vampire and werewolf are often used interchangeably, and various tales even featured the peculiar idea that a werewolf who dies comes back as a vampire. But the notion of a werewolf turning a person into a werewolf by planting a non-lethal bite, pure Hollywood, doesn't matter what resources you check, go look back in time, go through all the evidence, do your research, it's fake. According to folklore, there were two ways in which to become a werewolf against your will. You would be born into the nightmare, or being cursed by a powerful magician of some sort. Either way, that would make you a involuntary werewolf, because you don't want to be one, but you are cursed to be one, you are born to be one. So birthright law can give a whole new meaning to being born, doesn't it? Well, to do whatever amazing thing you do. Unlike being a blistering guitar player or natural comedian, though, imagine being born to be transformed into a wolf. Not what a typical child would hope for, right? On the topic of children's hopes, werewolves are uncannily associated with the ultimate holiday of children, having a howling Christmas. Being born on Christmas was considered a bad sign, seemingly isolated parts of Europe. It's not difficult to imagine why people from the Middle Ages might have had mixed feelings about the holiday. Christmas is a few days after the longest night of the year, and obviously a cold night at that. Wolves would have been extra hungry and on the hunt for food during these cold nights, and remote villagers would have felt trapped indoors during the majority of the approximate time of year. Hungry, howling wolves, combined with bitter winds outside, would take their toll on the sanity of those who had a fair share of superstition to begin with. A common Scandinavian belief, for instance, was that on this night, werewolves would gather and steal liquor from villagers and then engage in drunken revelry. Now there's a type of werewolf most people can relate to. The associations between lycanthropy and Christmas also manifested in the idea that any child born on this mysterious holiday was destined to become a werewolf. The exact day of the holiday that counts in affecting this curse. A Christmas Eve or Christmas Day varies by culture, despite the startling idea that roughly 1 in 365 people would have been werewolves if they believed that were true. The idea did flourish. Guyon Doe picked up on this interesting bit of folklore and used it in the novel The Werewolf of Paris, the most well-known folktale involving the belief. However, comes from the village of Saint Angelo de Lombardy, which is east of Naples in Italy. It's unclear what year this legend was supposed to have occurred, but it's likely began circulating in the 16th or 17th century. As Christmas Eve approached, it was the eve, not the 25th, that applied in this tale. The village watched with suspicion and fear for a young couple prepared for birth of their child. Apparently everyone in St. Angelo knew what it would mean if the little one arrived on Christmas Eve. He would be doomed to live a life of hideous transformations, and they would be doomed to defending themselves against such a beast. Sure enough, the little boy arrived on the very night everyone feared. Despite their fears, the villagers couldn't bring themselves to punish the little one or his parents. In time, it seemed as if their goodwill toward the family was rewarded. The child was sweet and pleasant and played nicely with other children. Most days and nights, that is. For each Christmas Eve, the little one would turn into a little wolf, and not a cuddly cub either. He would snap at anyone who came near, including his parents. While he was young and relatively weak, the lycanthrope was easy to contain as each Christmas Eve came around. Every year found him a little bigger and stronger in wolf form. However, and it became increasingly difficult to restrain him when the inevitable change came. The villagers eventually had to change tactics, begin locking themselves and their animals at each Christmas time, allowing the grown werewolf to venture off into the wilderness. He would return every Christmas morning in human form, would fall asleep and basically awaken as if he were any other child. While growing up, the boy knew he was actually a werewolf, but also saw that the villagers accepted him. The acceptance ran deep, too. When he reached his 20s, he was allowed to marry a local girl he had grown up with. They were happy together, and of course had to make special preparations for their first and every Christmas together. Rather than worrying about where to hide the presents, the couple worked out a system where she would lock herself in before his change and wouldn't open the door until he knocked on the door with 3 distinct knocks. This simple code would mean he was human again and ready for her to let him in. After each transformation, she would let him in, wash off the leaves and probably worse material from his gruesome night adventures. After a few years, the couple's arrangement seemed foolproof, which of course meant the wife was destined to become a little too comfortable with the routine. She eventually made a mistake that cost her. No witnesses were there that night when she either didn't lock the door or opened at a time when she just assumed hubby might have changed back into human form. When they found the naked man walking around still covered in the night's gore, the villagers knew his wife hadn't washed and cared for him as she had on other Christmas mornings. Taking him home, the villagers found the horribly mangled remains of his wife. Surprisingly, the folklore tale doesn't end with the villagers punishing the werewolf. Instead, his own guilt did him in, and the man soon after committed suicide. Merry Christmas. Lunar influence. You wouldn't be much of a horror fan if you didn't immediately connect werewolf transformations to a full moon. As we've seen so far, the moon is not necessarily mentioned in most tales of animal-human transformation, but it does play a prominent role in folk magic and superstition. Therefore, it seeped into werewolf lore. Oh, and wolves have really been known to howl at the moon. That's true. Or at least they appear to. Would it be splitting hairs? Fair to say that wolves likely lift their necks for optimal airflow when howling, and as a result only seem that they are howling at the moon, and not actually howling at the moon, but are howling into the air where they can get the best flow for their howl. Imagine the scene though. You're a superstitious villager, afraid you'll never make it home despite the full moon's light reflecting off the snow and guiding you through the woods. Then you come across a wolf howling in that iconic pose. You wonder if it's merely a wolf or something supernatural, as everything looks more horrible when you're alone and vulnerable. Whatever this beast is, it has to be tied to the moon after an encounter like this, right? I mean, that's what happens. The statistics involved in picking a single birthday that makes one a werewolf, such as Christmas, imply our world contains far too many hunters for the allotted human prey. Now imagine that the world would be like if being born or conceived on one of the 13 full or even new moons in a year made one a werewolf. For all the howling wolves on those nights. Europeans around 400 or 500 years ago did not do too much howling in the throes of passion on the night of a full moon. A persistent belief was that if you conceived a child on the night of a full moon, he or she would be born into lycanthropy. In Sicily, this idea was flopped somewhat when the new moon, or dark of the moon, being the night during which you wouldn't want to conceive a child. Conception wasn't the only thing to watch out for. Some people believe that being born on a full moon would do the trick. That's a whole lot of opportunities for a baby to become a werewolf. And that's not true. I was born on a full moon. I am not a werewolf, okay? That's pretty obvious. The moon has a known effect on females, and it does, obviously. Menstrual cycles align with lunar cycles, actually. Why something so natural will be believed to be also result in such malignant outcome is unclear. And childbirth was dangerous business in those days, though. Far too many children never saw their first sunset, let alone the first birthday. Mothers often died in childbirth as well. Superstition was, well, it would commonly find its way into explaining things that had a taint of danger and that held a reminder of our mortality. A common theme in werewolf lore is that whatever made you into a wolf in the first place will also make you repeatedly transform from then onwards. As with the Christmas Eve legend, a werewolf created by being conceived on the full moon would transform on the full moon throughout its life. Forget the astrology of what was going on with the planets at that moment you were born. All this almost makes you want to do a little reverse calculate and try and figure out what was going on in the heavens when you were conceived, doesn't it? Or maybe it really was a matter of being born on a full moon. Makes your furry forehead hurt again. Lots of opportunities to be damned with lunar-linked births, which again is just superstitious, more Hollywood-themed. You know, throw that out the window. The seventh son of a swinging one. Romanian folklore has a very interesting view of gigolos. And while many cultures are particularly judgmental of females who engage in carnal pleasures out of wedlock, it's long been the double standard that such carousing is to be expected of men. We've all heard of sowing wild oats. Sure, but sowing werewolves? Sowing werewolves, According to the lands that brought us to Dracula, the ruler and, indirectly, the fictional king of vampires, even being a playboy can have supernatural consequences. The result of too much free love in Romania can be a bitang or seventh son born of wedlock. Various cultures have occult beliefs surrounding the number 7 and birth orders. In ancient times, it's quite a significant number to contend with. The number of known planets, again in ancient times, and days of the week. Everything worked in a tidy astrological system with that number, and when it manifested in nature, you had to take notice. But remember, days are man-made, weeks man-made, everything like that is man-made. The seventh son of his seventh son could be a prophet, a healer, or a natural magician. It was just too amazing a manifestation to ignore in superstition. It also influenced some famous fiction, such as Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man and even the Iron Maiden album. Unlike the other beliefs associated with werewolves' birthright, this one has an extra air of surprise. If you're born on Christmas Eve, for example, your parents know that you're doomed. If your single mum conceived you with a guy who then hit the road for the next morning, you can't be exactly sure if you have any brothers. More importantly, if you have 6 older ones. As a result of this not knowing, versions of bedtime folk tales often centre around a young man not realising he's a werewolf until horrible events start being reported. He eventually uncovers the mystery around his upbringing, runs off into the woods on all fours, perhaps joining a pack of similar illegitimate sons, legitimate threats to humans and livestock. The seventh son belief is not unique to Romania. In Latin America, particularly in Argentina and Brazil, the seventh sons and seventh daughters are believed to become werewolves. Being a gigolo doesn't seem to have anything to do with it there, so at least the little ones could have the support of a large family as they expect their first transformation. Argentina didn't exactly let the seventh son belief die in modern times. At the start of the 20th century, there was a great paranoia and fear over the belief that families were actually abandoning seventh sons, giving them up for adoption, or on occasion even killing them. To quell this behaviour, a law was passed in 1912 that made the president of Argentina the godfather of every seventh son born in the country, granting these children a gold medal at their baptisms and even a scholarship. The law seems to have worked because they never took it off the books. In your genes, to shred your genes monthly. Sometimes folklore is wonderfully simple. What is one way that a werewolf can be made? Well, when a werewolf and a human, or perhaps 2 werewolves, love each other very much, they then, you know how the story goes. It's not surprising to find that people of the Middle Ages would have thought you can inherit lycanthropy from your parents. The era is not exactly known for its advancements in genetics, okay? People from the time had zero understanding of how family traits are passed along, but basic family resemblances were understood. The idea of looking like your parents or taking after them in some behavioural way was commonly accepted. Inheriting the trait of lycanthropy had some superstition helping it along as a belief. Being a werewolf by birth is considered a form of family curse, and curses have been thought to pass on to children since biblical times, and the concept of sins of the fathers. A reoccurring theme in the world of werewolves is to know your family tree, and if at all possible, there may be furry branches on it. But what about the accidental werewolves? For every fleshed-out, prevalent legend in folklore, there are dozens of brief ones that haven't barely survived, and which have likely got mangled in the retelling. Tidbits abound in werewolf lore. The shorter, simple beliefs that follow represent some ways that could have been used by a person looking to become a werewolf, or could just as easily have been an accidental conversation waiting to happen. You had to be careful what you ate in medieval Europe, not just due to the lack of refrigeration. One of the most common beliefs is that eating the meat of an animal that was killed by a wolf would turn you into a werewolf. There were edicts made to ban eating such meat as a result, forming a royal precursor to the FDA. You also had to watch that your food wasn't infected with a peculiar substance that could lead to serious illness, hallucinations. Eating random plants in the woods held a supernatural threat as well. In the Balkans, there were verifying accounts of a flower that, if eaten, would cause lycanthropy. Many matters worse was on the various versions of the legend. Totally disagreed about this flower's appearance. Was it the red daisy-like flower? Maybe the yellow snapdragon? Perhaps it was a white sunflower-like plant with a sickly smell. Not that munching on any of them sounds particularly appetizing, but eating the wrong one was an accidental transformation waiting to happen, it seems. Being thirsty while lost in the woods was just as dangerous. You couldn't just walk up to any small puddle and take a sip. The little puddle could be rainwater covered in wolf's paw prints, and drinking it was another way to become a werewolf. Similarly, it was a certain trouble to drink from the same stream as wolves, although no safe distance from their drinking is given, and streams can be long. Some streams were even believed to be cursed, such as the one in the Harz Mountains of Germany, where drinking from the water caused one Countess Hilda van Brebbe to be transformed into a wolf. Her own husband had to hunt her down, although he didn't know it was her until after she was killed. Werewolf lore is full of such stories, in which a spouse only finds out after a wolf is killed that it was actually his or her mate. While the mystical flower mentioned earlier seems tough to connect to anything historically or mystically, the idea that eating tainted meat or drinking water associated with a real wolf would transform you was a testament to the power of the belief in sympathetic magic. If the object you take into yourself is somehow connected to a real wolf, you run the risk of becoming a wolf as well. The moon comes into play with conversions that could have been accidental or intentional. For example, some believed that merely sleeping outdoors under a full moon would do the trick. I have done that many times naked. I'm not a werewolf. Other conversation legends involved getting naked, rolling around in the soil during a full moon. I've done that, and I'm not a werewolf. That may not sound at first glance like something you do by accident. It's something you do for fun, though. But if you let your imagination go free, you may find that the latter was not so unlikely in the time without hotel rooms. So what about the witches, the wizards, the cursing? As we've looked at earlier, the first werewolf transformations of legend, they were caused by gods. Mesopotamia and Greece both had examples of gods and goddesses later on. The same is even true of the biblical God, getting angry at a human and turning him, always males in these cases, into a wolf. Divine power and vengeance. Humans trying to emulate divine power have always been the practical occultists of the world. Those who try to apply the occult to change the world are being called magicians, witches, and sorcerers, to give a few monikers. Such powerful practitioners of arcane arts were always feared, even if the worst they were guilty of was trying to help farmers with weather or heal villagers. Some earned the fear, of course, performing decidedly more sinister rites. If you crossed the nastiest of these evil magicians, they could allegedly cast a potent curse on you, an interemulation of divine legends, and the powers the gods were said to wield. This curse could involve transformation. The practice of witches turning people into toads has become a pop culture mainstay. During the days of the Inquisition, it was no joke. Through their alleged dealings with the devil, these witches of folklore could travel through the air to be part of bizarre rituals held in honor of and supposedly by the Dark Man himself. Their power was such that they could cause any malady they wished to effect, even if it was an entire village. Turning a victim into a wolf would be relatively simple for someone with such power. This specific type of curse was one of choice in Finland. In that country, however, lycanthropy was not necessarily a lifelong curse. It could sometimes be reversed, sort of. You see, if a werewolf was cursed by a magician, then he or she would often retain a wolf tail for the rest of his or her human life. As you might recall from the previous chapter in Poland, the predominant cause of lycanthropy is the curses of witches. As in Finland, there's a tale in which a tale remains on the werewolf after transformation. The French loups-garous were often believed to be those who were unlucky enough to have crossed a witch. This belief survived when settlers came to Louisiana and resulted in the local loup-garou legend. The loup-garou was supposed to be a humanoid creature with a wolf head, was said to haunt the swamplands outside of New Orleans. Some versions of the legends have the cursed person only remaining a werewolf for 101 days. Other versions try to tie the legend to disobeying the rules of Lent. Nothing like New Orleans for having wild activities around Lent, let's say. It bears repeating that witches, as portrayed in tales of lycanthropy, can really just be given that name as a convenient synonym for servant of the devil. These servants would sometimes not necessarily curse someone, but instead they tricked people into becoming indentured servants of the devil, as in the legend of one poor shepherd in France called Pierre Bourgault. During a terrible storm in 1502, Pierre Bourgault lost most of his flock of sheep and ventured out to find them and recover his means of livelihood. While searching, he came across 3 black horsemen. Note that the words black or dark always appear in descriptions of servants of the devil, but it's unclear if black is used in this case to describe the strange people's clothing, demeanor, supernatural features, skin tone, or all of these factors combined. These horsemen said they would help Bourgault find his flock and would give him money if he would swear allegiance to their master. He was desperate, so agreed to those terms and to meet with them in a few days to fulfill his part of the agreement. And when they met, Pierre and his new acquaintances performed a sort of black mass, complete with the shepherd renouncing Christianity, swearing to stay away from church. The leader of the dark servants, Moisette, kept the promise he and the others had made too. Not only was the flock of sheep returned, but for as long as Pierre stayed away from church, his sheep were kept safe from harm. For a while, that one black mass resulted in happiness for the shepherd. After 2 years, Pierre tried to find his way back to his religion and attempted to enter a church. This return to faith was not to be, and he was quickly reminded of the dark promise by a servant of the devil named Michel Verdun. It is not clear if Verdun was one of the original 3 horsemen. He forced Pierre to do a new ritual, reaffirming his allegiance to the Dark Lord. During this ritual, Verdun spread a salve of some sort into Pierre and onto himself. Pierre was soon after horrified to find that he had turned into a wolf, along with his sinister friend Verdun. Pierre and Verdun went on to kill and feast upon children at adult villages, allegedly in wolf form. They were caught in 1521 and corroborated each other's versions of this supernatural tale. After their executions, the tale was placed on the wall in the local church to warn villagers of the perils of leaving the flock, literally and figuratively. Did Pierre really join his friend on these sinister adventures in wolf form? What was the salve that was applied to him? Hallucinogens may have played a role in transformations such as this one. We'll have to revisit this topic later. I mean, it's very interesting regardless. You know, the whole drama of renouncing his religion and being damned, according to the belief system he grew up in, may have added extra suggestibility to the mix. What do you think, guys? And we're going to leave this part here. The next part, we're going to look at curses and the power of suggestion. You see, the thing is, right, let me explain something. There is a rule in magic, as in all magic. Believe in thyself. Know thy craft. Believe in thyself, know thy craft. You see, it's not really about what the witch says or does. It's whether that person believes it or not. If that person truly believes it, then that person can begin to create a stream of events coming from just that thought form they have created in themselves. Thank you for listening. When we come back, we'll look at curses. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Wisteria here. So now, this story is dating back to 1877, and it's called Johnnikins and the Goblins. And we'll get right into chapter 1. I could not tell you what it's about. It's my first time reading it too. How Johnnikin talked with the stone image of the donkey that was turned into a boy, and the cherub that flew out of the tombstone. That's what chapter 1's called. Wow. There is some illustrations actually in this. It might be worth me showing you guys. So, on a summer afternoon, Johnnikin sat on a grey tomb by a great gnarled yew tree, which looked as if it had been alive and trying for thousands of years to twist and wrinkle itself into very queer shape it could ever think of. Johnnikin was taking the portrait of a very odd little stone goblin, which was perched above a pillar of the old church. And while he drew away very peacefully, listening to the bees as they buzzed over the grass, a troop of wild children, bent on mischief, and headed by Bill Bowser, the very worst boy in the whole school, burst into the churchyard. "Hullo," roared Bill. "Here's old Johnnikin, a drawing a picture. Let's give him a rolling. Let's smash his fig for him," cried Sam Slaps. Saying this, he cruelly threw a stone at the goblin, which, if it had hit, would have put an end to the image, and to the story also. "Oh, fie," said Johnnikin. "This is very unkind and cruel. Remember what Milton says, He that would knock a statue's nose off ought to be whipped with all his clothes off." "Milton ain't the Stilton," replied the vulgar Sam. "Hurry, boys, hurry. Let's pelt the graven image. That'll break Miss Johnnikin's heart." Saying this, they all began to pick up stones, but Johnnikin cried out in great alarm, "Oh, please cease. Think of the changes in history which that little figure has seen. Do you not think you ought to be bad because he's not good looking? Remember what the poet says. Remember, though your form appear a goblin, should you for that be a snoblin, spare, oh spare the crumbling gob. Do not pelt him like a snob. Let him alone, please do, and I will give you 6 apples, which I have here in a script. They have got around rosy cheeks like angels, if you want," added Johnnikin, as he took them out. "All right, old fellow," replied the bad boy. "Give us the apples and we won't pelt him till the next time we want to. Just an apple apiece." "Sorry, we haven't got one for you, Johnnykin." Saying this, they ran off, whooping and looking like goblins themselves. And then they went further away. They seemed to Johnnykin like little black imps, then like impkins, and then midges, sporting and vanishing in the golden sunset. And Johnnykin thought, well, he thought, Bill looked, well, like, a brown butterfly which you flutter by, or a tipsy gypsy with wings on the breeze, red leaves of autumn, when storms have caught 'em, and ran them away from their homes in the trees. Then he began again to copy the face of the old goblin, but as he drew, Johnnykin became bewildered, for do you know he could the likeness get worse and worse? "Well, now," he said, sadly vexed, "I've rubbed it out and drawn it over 6 times, and it's not a bit like him. Why, I declare, the face is changing." And sure enough, a new colour came over the stone image, as if the last sunlight had just passed into it and made it alive. And its shape, too, became different. Its nose was unlike the one Johnnykin had drawn, as could be, and the whole figure was thinner. "I really think," said Johnnykin at last, to the goblin, of course, just as it had been alive, "that your face is the same no longer." "Certainly not," replied the goblin, "in the most natural manner. It is much shorter." "Your cheeks are more dilated, I think, sir," said the boy. "Yes, now they're diluted. Thinner, you know," replied the goblin with a grin. "Can you tell me why I'm so reduced?" he added. "No, sir," answered Johnnykin. "It's because I'm coming down in the world." And he winked. "Down to you. Don't you see? Whenever I get out of my regular respectable place up here, and I intend doing it now, and come down to your level, of course, I am no longer a swell." Johnnykin could not understand whether the goblin was trying to be funny, or whether he was being rude. For all this was spoken in such quiet tones, and with such a droll expression of the eyes, that if he had judged by looks alone, he would have thought the image were nothing but polite. So he merely looked at it gravely and said, "There once was a man in a wall, came very near getting a fall, for some very bad boys who were making a noise tried to crush that poor man in the wall. But a boy with a bag full of fruit persuaded the rest not to do it. Such conduct, thought he, it is easy to see, is quite unbecoming a brute, and all of his fruit he resigned, to just rescue the man he was kind to. So that man can now go as high or as low as ever a man has a mind to." As Johnnykin repeated this, the goblin's eyes opened wider, looking as green and extremely bright as possible, like emeralds. The corner of his mouth drew down, and he stared at the boy for a long time. It seemed long. It was all one to Johnnykin, who kept his great blue eyes fixed on the goblin's green ones as if it were a statue too. "I say," cried the goblin suddenly, Who's going to speak first? You spoke first, replied Johnnykins. This is a game, sir. You've lost. I believe I did, Johnnykin, said the goblin, and very slowly nodded his head. I fortunately. Certainly. I owe you for your apples. You acted very well in that affair, by saving my head and giving all you had for my ransom. As the proverb says, handsome is as ransom does. Yes, cried Johnnykin, very much pleased, very much. I am pleased at this praise, as one may say. Though apples were the cause of death, yet they have green life in thee, since what takes life has spared thy breath. Thou art cured by homeopathy. Johnnykin, said the goblin, it can't be denied you're a character, and you're fond of poetry. I'm afraid I am, and I'm very sorry for it. And so is my uncle, answered Johnnykin. He says he will turn me out of the house if I repeat any more verses, and I can't help it, sir. Indeed I can't. And he wants me to be like Bill and the other boys. And indeed, sir, I'm very unhappy, said poor Johnnykin, looking at the goblin with tears. For he had saved the old figure from being broken, and as the goblin seemed good-natured, it just come into his head that he might get some good advice and perhaps some help for his troubles. So, you would like a different sort of life, Johnnykin, said the goblin. Well, why shouldn't you? I don't think you're much use to anybody in that bone of yours, and what's of far more consequence, there is nobody in it of the slightest use to you. Me, well, I dare say they'd like to be rid of you altogether, and I shouldn't wonder if they thought you out of your mind. Non compos mentis, you know. Yes, sir, said Johnnykin. Those are the very words. Just what my uncle said, actually, this morning. He told me he wished I never would darken his doors again, because I make rhymes just as my father used to, and I draw just as my mother did, and have so little sense. And here Johnnykin, not knowing that he was rhyming, began to say with tears that filled his eyes, Where have thy wits gone a-wandering, sweetheart, this summer day? Have they, like geese, been squandering their time among the hay, where blossoms blow and grasses grew so merrily all away? Oh, if I knew where my wits had gone, I'd surely let thee know. I would, I'd surely let thee know. 'Tis better they should go astray than have no wits to go. So there, sweetheart, thou'st got thy part, and plenty too, I trow, to. I hope, sir, he continued, that you won't consider me a stupid boy. No, Johnnykin, I don't. Some day you may live among people who will be astonished to know that you were once supposed to be troubled with such a disorder. But come now, listen. Tonight we have an annual meeting of the Grand Order of Goblins in this church. Would you like to see it? Oh, I should indeed, cried Johnnykin. I know I should improve my mind, but Uncle has told me I must never stay out later than 9 o'clock. As the poet says, to stay too late with Kim's a crime. We may not heed the hours, but shall, when we find out in time, a switch behind the flowers. Those naughty boys who truant play should think before they go. The brightest blossoms of their day upon a birch may grow. Not quite right, Johnnykin, my boy, said the goblin, but well enough for poetry. Now, to the business. Your uncle and friends all think you are a donkey, while the truth is, if you only were one, they would be quite fond of you. That is all the trouble, and only trouble. Now, I think we can make matters right all round. Look over there, beyond the bushes. What do you see? Johnnykin looked, and through the dusk saw a young donkey gazing at him from between two special and spectral tombstones. This young gentleman, said the goblin, must help us, Johnnykin. He must go in your place. With this he slid down from his place, and coming towards Johnnykin, took his lead pencil. I'm going to leave that part here, guys. If he took his lead pencil, then what's he going to do with it? The next part will be donkey. Thank you for listening, and many, many blessings, of course. Do bear in mind, it's Old English, so it's a bit different. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. So we're going to continue where we left off of the Johnnykin and the goblins. Dear me, and we're at still part sort of chapter 1, where he's just caught the sight of a donkey between two stones. So, the effect of what he saw were very strange, for sparkles of green and red light rayed forth over the donkey, and they neighed and read as the donkey did braid. But while he was doing so, his form changed, and he stood there, very image of Johnnykin himself. Well, young gentleman, exclaimed the goblin to the transformed donkey, do you know what you wanted for? Yes, replied the donkey, Johnnykin, I do. I was a-listening all the time. I'm going to be a boy. Capital idea, specially for me. Perhaps you think, said the goblin, that all this is got up merely for your benefit. Well, I think so. That's the sort of youth we want you to be. Now go. Any parting advice, old gentleman? Asked the donkey coolly, as he cocked his hat to suit his new state of mind and put his hands into his side pockets. Yeah, be what you were always, and be happy. Off went the donkey. He had said very little, but his every motion and word showed he was very unlike poor Johnnykin, and that he was very much like Bill and a great many other boys. He was not nice at all, and there was no nonsense about him. It would be lucky, Johnnykin, said the goblin, as the donkey vanished into the darkness, if a great many people were even as well represented as you are. Donkeys are nice enough, they are, in the places, on the commons, and sometimes in the commons, under a good whip. Excuse me for a moment, he added, while I write a message. Saying this, he picked up a dead leaf and gave it a slide between his hands, and when it came out, it was a postcard. Hastily writing a line, he looked about him for an instant until his eye lit on a tomb on which was carved a very queer and ugly cherub. "I say, come out of that," he cried to the carving. Out came the cherub, fluttering about its wings in zigzags like a great moth in the fast-growing darkness. "Stop that," said the goblin. "Keep quiet, can't you?" The cherub paused, giving little starts just every now and then. "Take this card and be off with you," said the goblin. "And if you loiter by the way, I'll report you to the postmaster. I won't so much as get on my feet or sit down an instant to rest before I return," said the cherub, smiling. "I wondered how he could do it, even if he wanted to," said Johnnykin, as the messenger went flying over the highest of the trees. "That was thought of by a wise man long ago," said the goblin. "But you don't understand the cherub, because there's a great difference between the both of you. You're a poet, he isn't. His sit is on the wing. Your wit is in the sting. That's it. Whatever you want to know, anything, my dear boy, always do come to me." And that's the second part of Johnnykin and the Goblin. Do you see how different it is because of the time difference? Obviously, as I said, this is from 1800s, so it's quite bizarre, isn't it? Anyway, that is the second part of Johnnykin and the Goblins. There's more parts to come, obviously, but do remember again, it's a very old book, very old English, so I will do my best, obviously. And if you have any questions, just ask and I will answer the best I can. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. So we're on part 3 of Johnnykins and the Goblins, should I say. So this is how Johnnykin sang with an owl, the Goblin's spelling bee, and the Queen of the Dolls. Johnnykin and the Goblin sat down on an old tomb. The Goblin gave a long, soft whistle, when there was all at once a flash of broad wings. A great owl came sailing round and round them, looking shyly at Johnnykin. At last, it sat down close by him in a friendly way. "Sporting?" inquired the Goblin. "Well, yes, a little," replied the owl. "I've often read about owls, sir," said Johnnykin, very politely to the visitor, "but I've never made the acquaintance of one before." "Well, how do you like it, so far as you've got?" asked the owl. "Very much, sir. I've read in one of the many school books that you're always called the bird of wisdom." The owl cocked his head and winked his eye at the Goblin, and the Goblin said, "You hear that, do you? This young gentleman who's been carefully educated with the most expensive books says that everybody calls you the bird of the wise, the wisdom. Well, I am up to a thing or two," he said, after a pause. "And I have heard," said Johnnykin, "that in the old times they put images of owls into libraries, and owls are the enemies of mice, because mice injure and destroy books by nibbling them. Mice are the foes of learning." How interesting, said the Owl, and how improving it is to enjoy the conversation of a scholar. That's what this young gentleman is, he added. And it's all true what you say, sir, about nice, miserable, ignorant little brutes they are. It's awful to think of the books they ruin. I know a song, sir, about an owl, said Johnnykin. Let's see you sing it, replied the owl, desperately wanting. I think I can give the words, said Johnnykin, but, the chorus goes, to it, to woo, as you sing, sir. And I couldn't do that very well. Well, I can, cried the owl, as is my own natured language. So, just you find the body of the song and I'll do the figuring. I say there, he cried, looking up at the church. Come down here, you musicians, you. Johnnykin had often noticed among the carvings on the church 3 figures holding an harp, the other a lute, and the third a panpipe. Down they came at the call and began to play very sweet music. So Johnnykin sang the song of a German owl. I left my nest in the ivy vine, ivy vine. The moon was up, the stars did shine, oh shine, as I flew away across the Rhine and sat on the tower of Falkenstein, Falkenstein. Twit, twoo, twit, twoo, bunty, doodly, doodly, dun, dun, doo. Here the owl, the goblin, the musicians, and all the images on the church joined in the chorus, and far in the distance, in woods and fields, one owl after another took it up so that they could also join in. They wanted to know who was hooing, and they wanted to follow it as far as they could with their ear. Oh, I don't know, but do you know the Falkenstein, the jolly old owl of Falkenstein? He has daughters 3, divine, 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 daughters fair and fat and fine. Do it, do, ooh, 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 run, flit, doodle, doodin, do. The eldest girl is all the lace, and Gertrude is the second mate. The third one's name, well, you'll have to guess. There's much to feel we don't express. Twit, da woo, da wit, da wit, da woo, ooh, 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 bunty diddly, 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 doo. The owl stood on a mossy wall, and there began to hoot and call. The moon arose, and he flapped his wing. Said he, she comes to hear me sing. Twit, to ooh, 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 buntly, doodly, dood and doo. There and upon the bushes sat, and when it rained it spoiled his hat. The sun came out, said he, oh, bosh, it's all the better for a wash. Twit, to woo, to it, to it, to woo, Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Bunty, diddly, 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 dood and doo. I will keep it up with an old English song, said the owl. Of all the birds that I ever see, the owl is the fairest in her degree. For all the day long she sits in a tree, and when the night comes, away flies she. Twit, twoo, surname and vow. This song is well sung, I make you a vow, and it's Bill, Bill, terrible, Bill. Oh, what do you do with that terrible bill? Rats and rabbits and mice I kill, and that's what I do with a terrible bill. Twit, to woo, Sir Knave and thou. The eyes of the owl grew larger and rounder with delight as he sang. Then the goblin whistled again. When Johnnykin, hearing a rustling and a clattering, saw by the moonlight that the great gargoyles or stone spouts, through which rain pours from the church roof, and which were odd monsters in form, having become animated, were climbing down the lead pipes, well, the mascarons, whose heads were the only parts of them visible, were drawing themselves out of the walls, in which they had been buried up to their necks. Up to their necks, indeed, and leaving bodies behind them to mark their spots. These all knew Johnnykin, for he had often taken their portraits, and as none of them had ever paid him for doing so, they treated him in the most amiable manner. This gentleman, said the goblin, turning towards the gargoyle, who has just joined their party, and whom Johnnykin remembered as having been perched on the very, very top of the tower, is the only one who occupies a very high position among us. He is a high churchman, and very eloquent. You ought to hear him pour forth. In fact, he added gravely, he has been spouting on the church side ever since the days of King Stephen, yeah, and during every reign at that. I don't know what the gargoyle would have replied to this beautiful compliment had not the goblin suddenly proposed a spelling bee to pass the time until the great meeting should begin. So they all four sat down around one very old tomb, for there they were going to have their very own spelling bee. And guys, that's the end of this part. What a very odd song indeed. I am not sure if you've ever heard it. I've definitely never heard it. Don't know what it actually sounds like in real life, but I thought I'd give it a go. Anyway, it's cute. Thank you for listening. I truly appreciate it. The next time we'll be doing a spelling bee with goblins and gargoyles and such. Many blessings. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. We are continuing with Johnnykin and the Goblins. So, we're on the what's known as the spelling bee that goblins like to play. And we'll continue where we left off. Can you spell well, my dear? Asked the goblin of Johnnykin. W, E, L, L, he answered. Very good. That is a double answer. So, I shall give you some double spelling. How you spell charitable, he continued. C-H-A-R-I-T. Dear, no, that will never do. How do you spell it, sir? Asked Johnnykin. Why, with 3 letters. The same that are used in hat, was the reply. I don't understand you, said Johnnykin, staring. Look here, said the goblin. The 4, that is, the owl, the goblin, the gargoyle, and the Johnnykin, were seated each with one side of an old grey tomb before him, as if at whist. The goblin took out a piece of chalk and drew on the slab the following: H. There, he exclaimed. That's a H, isn't it? Hmm? Well, that's a ch, isn't it? Yes, sir, replied Johnnykin. And this is the letter A, he added, drawing again an A. Of course. And this is a table. T. Yes. Well then, my dear, look at this. H-A-T. And tell me if it doesn't spell charitable. That's the way we goblins always spell it. Oh, it's very ingenious, replied Johnnykin. But can you prove it's quite the right way? Of course it's right, said the owl. Don't they always pass round a hat for charity, supposing there's no plate? Johnnykin was quite bewildered at this, and the goblin went on, talking of chairs and tables. Can you spell bedstead? Johnnykin began with B-E-D, but was interrupted again. Too much. This is our way of spelling it, Johnnykin, my dear. Saying this, the goblin drew a very long H. But, said Johnnykin, I object to such a method, because, of course you do, said the gargoyle. And so you ought. Don't you see that this is what is called the object teaching, by which objects are substituted for letters? The teacher objects, and of course, then, well, as you should know, the scholars ought to. Johnnykin looked steadily at him, but said nothing. The trouble in your case, Johnnykin, said the goblin, is that you did not begin rightly from the beginning. I don't suppose you even know your alphabet as you should. You know too many letters. Now, how many are there? 26, sir. The goblin shook his head very sadly. There was a murmur of grief from all present. Too many, he sighed. No, Johnnykin, no. There are only 12. For instance, he said, taking his chalk and drawing a letter on the tomb, and in the centre, what's this? I should call it an old italic M, said Johnnykin. Now, to me, it just looks like an old W, said the owl, who sat opposite him, of course. I call it a B, cried the gargoyle. And I an E, added the goblin. But we are all quite right, he added. All quite right. So you will observe, if you please, that PQDB are all the same letter. That is making 4 out of 1, said Johnnykin, who was much interested in this new method. Exactly. Quartering it, as one may say. but the letter which you quarter is the double W with which you begin. And if you put all those together, you will get the Celtic clover or a butterfly. So you see that the 7 letters are all really one, for there are P, B, D and Q again. Only a little changed by time. Then you can make 5 out of one letter if you're not too particular as to shape. None of these gentlemen are, I believe. The owl and the gargoyle bowed very low to show that they quite agreed with him. Well, take N. What does that make? Why, N, Z and S, of course. The last letter is a combination of V and A. You may remember it by Victoria and Albert. But the A isn't crossed, said Johnnykin. No more it ought to be, said the owl. Albert never were crossed in anything that ever heard of. Well, not that I heard of anyway. And that none of them ever may be is my loving prayer, he loyally added. Well, said the goblin, if you please to look at A and D, or C and D, as one letter, you will find yourself much better off than before. Much better off indeed. Even so much better, said the owl. Quite convalescent, as the doctors say. In fact, after all that, I feel wonderfully like sitting up and taking a little nourishment, he added, looking at the goblin with a grin. The latter replied by taking the chalk and drawing the letter Y 4 times on the tomb for 4 wine glasses. He then made a mark in each to show that they contained liquid. He then picked up each with his fingers, presented it as a real glass full of wine to the company. The owl smacked his bill as he drank. Johnnykin thought he'd never tasted anything quite so nice as this before. Good wine, Johnnykin, my boy? Asked the goblin. It's worthwhile being a man of letters, isn't it? When you can turn your letters to such account. What do you call the wine? Asked Johnnykin. Vindigrave, of course, replied the goblin. Didn't you see? I got it out of the tomb. I think, sir, said Johnnykin. I understand how you got the glasses. He hadn't the remotest idea in reality, you know. But his droll little mind was always fancying something. But I can't understand how you got the wine into them. Dear me, said the gargoyle. Very simple. Didn't you see that he drew it? Did you never hear of drawing wine before? There are a great many people who draw all their wine, and beer too, from the tavern, by means of chalk marks. I know a man once, he added very slowly, as if thinking over old time, named Rip Van Winkle. He drew thousands of pounds worth of liquor in that very way. If he drunk so much, he must have been very sleepy after it, said Johnnykin. So he was. He slept 25 years. I saw him asleep myself, and I shall be sleepy myself, said the owl, unless I have a pipe, I say, he added, turning to the goblin. Couldn't you find some tobacco? The goblin replied by taking his chalk and drawing a letter P. Taking this up, he rolled out the stem on the stone and bent it a little after drawing it out into the shape. This made a very good pipe. He then drew a bird with a very large eye. This, he said, is what is called a Bristol bird. Taking the bird up, the owl filled his pipe from it. How is it that you find tobacco there, sir? Asked Johnnykin. Don't you see it in the bird's eye? Replied the owl. Johnnykin said nothing, but he could not help thinking that his uncle would have liked to know such a cheap and easy way of obtaining his tobacco. He then took another sip of the wine, finding it nicer than before, and holding it up, as he had seen grown-up gentlemen do. He then thought it looked very pretty in the moonlight, and saw a star shine through it, which made a very pretty fairy bee's wing, when all at once he observed something very curious, which was that the glass was full as ever. He'd once inquired the reason of this. "Ah, Johnnykin, my boy," replied the goblin, "I'm afraid you are very ignorant. Don't you know that every liquid always keeps its proper level, owing it to the pressure of atmosphere?" "I've heard so," answered Johnnykin, after thinking a little. "Well, and isn't the proper level of a glass full of wine at the brim?" "I should say so," remarked the owl. "No short measure for me." "Very good. Therefore the wine is every honest glass never gets below the brim. Honest glasses are full-sized ones. This, Johnnykin, is what is called a law of hydrostatics. And as a good citizen, I consider it my duty to see that the law is never broken." "Until the glasses is," remarked the owl, very solemnly. Johnnykin observed that the owl had been testing the law very thoroughly ever since he'd received the glass. "I am sure," said Johnnykin, "that I am very grateful to you for telling me all this, but I should like to know, how is it that I am able to see all these wonders, what other people cannot?" "The reason is," replied the goblin, "that you are spiritually eyed. You don't know much about spelling," he added gloomily. "How are you an arithmetic?" "If it's to be goblin arithmetic," exclaimed Johnnykin, "of course it is. There's no fun in common arithmetic. Now answer, how many do you and I make?" "Two," answered Johnnykin. "No! We make 101 trillions and 111 billions, 201 millions, 814,222. See here." And with his chalk, the goblin wrote it out. Thus, he wrote out Johnnykin and goblin, and underneath, he put the numbers 101, 111, 201, 814, 222. Those are our names. And as they are made up of figures, of course, they are correct and add up. "Then you must have a whole alphabet of figures," said Johnnykin. "Of course, and here it is," answered the goblin, as he wrote it all out. "Now, our old people say that if you write your name according to this figure alphabet, it will show you how many farthings you will spend, if you have the luck to get them. But according to others, it gives the number of seconds you'd like to live. And some say it sets forth a number of foolish wishes you might make. When you've made the last one, then you might be happy. You see by this, however," he added, "that spelling and arithmetic are all the same thing. It saves ever so much time to learn them both together. That's the reason our children have so many holidays. They learn everything at once and all together in one lesson. But look out," he cried hastily, "here's the company coming." As he said this, there was a distant rushing as of many wings, and the sound of light voices far away, and then a fairy chorus as deliberate as if the night flowers were singing, while with it rang soft bell tones like church chimes, and a lute and flute music, all as merry as one could be, but as mad as one could be also. And then came a sudden shout, and a fluttering and whirring high in the air overhead. Then silence, broken by one loud peal of solitary laughter. Then Johnnykin saw so many strange, shadowy forms, lighting and leaping to the top of the old church tower. In an instant, hundreds came, rustling through the ivy, head over heels, rollicking and frolicking like wild school children they were. And that's that part finished, guys, of Johnnykin and the Goblins. We shall continue on the next part. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Johnnykin and the Goblins. We're going to continue where we left off, you remember? All these fairies had just appeared from nowhere. The funniest little figures, which looked like mannequins or babies among the rows, were also the jolliest. And Johnnykin noticed that all the cupids in the country, from churches or houses old or new, all the odd little creatures from choir seats, and all the droll mannequins in every kind of carving had come to life, and were swarming in by thousands. This army of weenie youngsters was under the command of a beautiful lady with very long, flowing, curling hair, which in the strange light kept changing colour from silver flaxen to gold, auburn, gold brown, dark brown, and black. Her face was so lovely and kind as could be. With her bare arms and beautiful hands, she directed and swept all the wild little flock wherever she willed, without speaking a word to them, or even having to touch them whatsoever. As she came near to Johnnykin, he bowed politely to her, and she smiled and said, "So, we have a real boy here tonight. I am the queen of the mannequins. I rule all the toys and little images that men make. If you please, your majesty," said Johnnykin, "how is it that they come to life? All images, and many other things that men make or handle, or live with, get a kind of life from man. Sometimes this life awakens, and then they frolic about in secret, and imitate their masters and mistresses. When a nice little doll has been nursed a great deal by a bright little girl, and talked to and instructed, do you suppose it is all lost and wasted? No, indeed. Dolly remembers it all, and some night it'll all show. Is there any way to make images or dolls alive? Certainly. Whenever a girl or boy, particularly a boy, has been perfectly good all day long, learned every lesson, and teased nobody, been very polite, and used only the best language, and not listened to other people's conversation, it may be done. For such magic deeds can only be worked by very pure people. Then the girl or boy, before going to bed, must put one finger on the figure or doll, and they simply need to say this: moon, shine on me. Life, come into thee. As much as I was good today, so much may you arise and play. Be the bee in the bell, and the sun on the stream. You may wake, you may walk, and may talk while I do dream. And then the doll will get up and walk in the night. But as for seeing what they do, that can only be done in dreams. And even for that, the children must have been very good indeed. Goodbye. We must now attend to the opening song. There was a sudden silence, almost as she spoke, and then all present did begin and sang this. Indeed they did. The rose leaned over the garden wall, the pebble sat by the waterfall. Come out of your stone, it is time to be gone. While the poppy is red, and the corn is green, and the blue fly sings to the candlin. And while I blow, and waters flow, up flies the fairy, and off they go. The nighthawk sat on the forest stone, and called to the elf who lived alone. Come out of your cave and let us be gone. Oh no, for here is a hatchet of stone, a knife of bronze, and a needle of bone, which I must watch. Never mind, come on, for I asked for leave, and he said you may. Out jumped the elf, and they hurried away. And the pitcher called to the yellow frog, come to the garden and leave the bog by the blackberry wire and the deadwood fire, for the lily may rest when the bramble must tire. And the silver mouse is waiting for you. Flop came the frog, and away did they flew. And the dolls which the children left asleep wake up, and away to the window they creep. For everyone has a fairy beau, or a fairy sweetheart, as you know. And away the dolls and the fairies go, off in the night, by the light of the star, over the chimney pots, ever so far. Rose and fairy and frog and doll, elves and pitchers and birds and all, goblins, squirrels and pigs and rats, spoons and lilies and bees, even cats. Tongs and dormice, toys and bats, everything that can fly or walk, everything that can dance or talk, you and I are all free. Come along to the Goblin Jubilee. And so the song was sang, and the fairies had their jubilee with the goblins, goblin and fae being somewhat one, not two separate things. And that is the song of the Goblin Jubilee, and it is meant to be a magical song actually, that you're meant to sing in the forest to be able to create your own magic, I guess. Anyway, guys, thank you for listening to that part. That's the Goblin Jubilee. Next time we will continue with Johnny Kin and see where he ends up. I do believe something to do with Marjolaine and Chesme, the cat girl. Something like that, anyway. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to Johnny Kin and the Goblins. This one is Marjolaine and Chesme, the cat girl. Interesting title. It seemed very strange to Johnny Kin that wherever he walked, great crowd of shining ones was always circling round and round him, so that he could not help remembering how he had been shown the delight cast on a looking-glass or a pane, which has received millions of little invisible scratches by being often rubbed, always seemed to be in the centre of a circle of little gleams. He was separated from his friends, and was just beginning to wonder what to do, when all at once there stepped from the procession which swept so grandly about him a young girl, who looked at him for a moment, and then said, "Don't you know me? I am Marjolaine de Montfort." Johnny Kin remembered her at once as the beautiful little lady in white marble on the old tomb in the church, where she knelt on a broad tablet. But there she was, only marble, with a few remains of gilding in the embroidery of a dress, while now she glowed and blushed as if she were a kind of very delicate northern light, like it were waving and flitting through her features. "You know," said Marjolaine, "that you are the only real boy who is here. I used to be a real girl myself once, but that was, oh, ever so long ago. If you would like to go outside," she added, a bit timidly, "you might have better fun than you find in all this horrid noise." "Thank you," said Johnnykin. "I would so much like to walk out with you in the moonlight." "Ah, you must do something more dashing than that," said Marjolaine, smiling. "Would you do something very bold for a lady? For me?" Indeed I would," said Johnnykin, who had never in his life seen anyone half so beautiful as this girl, or with such a sweet manner. Marjolaine bent her head a little, and, looking at him with a droll smile in her lovely eyes, said, "There were 3 brethren out of Spain who came to court fair Marjolaine. Fair Marjolaine was far too young. She had no skill in flattering tongue, and so to her each knight did say, We still return another day. Now Johnnykin shall be my knight, and with those Spanish brethren fight. And if you fight and conquer too, I'll come o'er a hill and dale to you, and you will never fight in vain, if you but think of Marjolaine." "It is all like an old storybook," thought Johnnykin. It did not seem in the least strange to him that he should be told to go after adventures and fight for a young lady by way of amusing himself out of doors for a few minutes. He only said, "I will do anything you ask, but will you be so kind as to tell me where I'm to go?" "Oh, just follow Chesme and Marjolaine. Here she is." As she spoke, there came to them the queerest creature Johnnykin had ever seen. At first, it had a pretty girl's face on the body of a great cat. Yet while he was looking, the whole changed very quickly into a girl, and a very wild gypsy girl too. But in a few seconds, she had a cat's face, and then the body became a cat's. But she was scarcely all cat before her head and neck became those of a goose, and so she went on changing and changing to and fro, and then an entire goose, and then to something else, at times half one animal, half another, and then a whole one. "What a droll being it is, to be sure," said Johnnykin. "Oh, you mean Chesme," said Marjolaine, as if Chesme had been the most ordinary creature in the world. "Chesme is a dear good thing. She'll do anything or turn herself into anything to oblige me. That is to say, anything you know except a mouse or a fox or whatever don't agree with her." "Here, Chesme," she said, "show this young gentleman the way." And she whispered to Johnnykin with a pleasant little smile, "Be sure and know me again when we meet, won't you?" Dear me, I'd almost forgotten something. We must all be at the great meeting when it begins, and that will be in 10 minutes. But never mind. Just take this ring. Every time you turn it, it will make a second seem an hour. Don't forget. Marjolaine was gone as she spoke the last word. "If you'll be so kind as to show me the way," he said to Chesme. who indeed stood by, like a great goose she was. She began at once to change to a goose cat, a cat rabbit, a rabbit ferret, and so on, until she was a girl, and a very fine girl too. She made these changes so rapidly that as fast as she threw aside one form, another took. Johnnykin could still perceive the old ones, at first distinctively, and then vanishing. "If I don't happen to be a girl when you speak to me," said Chesme, "you must wait, till I come round to it. Come on." "What a beautiful large cat you are," said Johnnykin. "Is that the kind they call Persian?" "Yes," said Chesme, very much pleased. "We are the finest cats in the world. I come from Persia. I was born in a fountain, and Chesme is the Persian word for me. All over that country, and Turkey people show you fountain that are inhabited by Chesme cats, which are only seen by moonlight, and then appear as beautiful girls who smile all the time and then vanish quickly into other forms, as you have obviously seen me do. Why, mother's name was Empusu. She was a Greek. Ah, you ought to have seen a change." Saying this, she went on very rapidly, with Johnnykin at her side, leading him by the hand through the gloom until they came out into full moonlight and to a very broad ditch, on the other side of which rose a high and very thick hedge. "Are you good at jumping?" she asked Johnnykin. "Pretty good." "Then follow my lead," cried Chesme with a laugh, and changing into a cat, she made a clear leap over the great ditch, and hitting the hedge in the centre, she seemed to almost vanish into it. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Johnnykin heard her cry from the other side. "Why don't you jump? Hurry along." Johnnykin hesitated, and just beside him was a milestone, and as he looked at it, the milestone seemed to take the face of an old labourer. "It's nothing if you ain't afraid, master," said the milestone in an encouraging voice. "Give yourself a good fling now, only don't go too high. That's the man. Hep, hep, 1, 2, 3. And with 3, Johnnykin, sure enough, went flying. I may as well try, he thought. And try he did, and that so hard that he went like a skyrocket, clear over the edge, high in the air, and came down like the stick on Chesney, both rolling over and over, she being at the time a goose. She began at once to go through her changes, and when she was a girl once again, because she had to remember, said, "Don't try so hard next time. It's enough if you only wish it, you know. You should only try hard when something's after you, such as a fox or a dog or a hunter or a poacher." Just then they came to a tree. Chesme said to it, "I want to find the dark tower." "All right," replied the tree. "Right up you come, and then go straight forwards." Chesme turned into a cat and flew up the trunk and called to Johnnykin to follow. The tree was very tall, an oak, with a straight and smooth trunk. "Well, what are you waiting for?" said the oak, as if astonished. "Can't you walk on the smooth road?" "Don't scold him," cried Chesme from the tree. "Jump now, quick." "I'm sure I don't know how I'm to go up," said Johnnykin. But, gentle as he was, he had plenty of pluck, and he knew he was expected to follow Chesme. So with a bound, he flew at the tree, found himself up in the forks in an instant. "Now, follow me, said Chesme. They were walking along a road in the dark, and she was holding his hand, and little by little there came more moonlight. I wonder where on earth, or out of earth, I am now, said Johnnykin. But it's a riddle, I suppose, without an answer. Do you know anything about riddles? Cried Chesme very quickly. Oh, how I wish I did, and how I wish you did. I can find out the answers to a great many, though, Johnnykin replied. Oh, that's all nonsense, said Chesme. Anybody can find out an answer to a riddle. What I want is to find out the riddle to an answer. Don't you know how it is here in Goblin Land? We poor things begin by being stones, then vegetables and fish, and then animals. Then they give us riddles to find the answers. And oh, they're 100,000 times harder than any you real boys and girls ever heard of. Well, after we found them all out, we become what I am now. Human part of the time am I, animal the rest. Then they give us an answer and tell us to find the riddle out to it. Now I've been trying for years to find one out. The answer is the year, and I may show that 4,000 riddles to it, but none of them will do. Now if a real person were of his free will to help us, it would be allowed. But we goblins mustn't ask to help one another, or from anyone else. Let me hear one of your riddles, said Johnnykin, who was very much interested. Certainly, this is my best one. Our riddle master says that it is all right, but 3 words. 12 men, very old. 6 hot and 6 cold. Some 30 children own. Others have 31. To one, we 28 assign, though sometimes he has 29. Oh, I can see what is wrong, cried Johnnykin. At least, I think I do. What is it? Said Chesme very quickly. Why, you begin by saying 12 men very old, and I have often heard it said that the month of March is a woman. Can you prove it? Asked Chesme. There's an old fairy tale which says so, replied Johnnykin. Then it must be true, cried Chesme, delighted. Yes, once upon a time there was a traveller who came in the night to a lonely place among some rocks, where he found 11 men and a woman sitting round a fire. And the woman had a dog, whose head was like a lion's, but its body like a lamb. I see, said Chesme. It came in like a lion, but went out like a lamb, and looked like one of those shaved French poodles. Yes, that's the way it behaved too. And they all began to talk about the weather. It was in March, you know. And the traveller said most people abuse the month of March, but for my part I like it very much indeed. All the year depends on March. When the woman heard that, she smiled, and from that night he always had good fortune, especially in March. When he was attacked by robbers, there came a great storm and rain, which washed his enemies away. And when he was poor, well, there came tremendous wind which blew down a rock, and he found a pot of gold. And when he was cold, the sun shone and warmed him. At last, one day, he fell into a river and was drowning, really drowning. But someone threw him a long hair and drew him ashore, and he saw it was a woman he had met among the rocks with the 11 men. And she said, do you know who I am? I am the month of March, and I've been good to you because you spoke well of me. Now if March is a woman, your riddle ought to begin like this. 11 man, a woman old. And I'm going to leave this part here for now, guys, because we've already gone over 15 minutes again. I apologise, but very long stories, these old stories. But thank you for listening. We'll continue when we come back with Johnnykin and the Goblins and find out where Chesme takes him. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Johnnykin and the Goblins. If you remember, we left off where Johnnykin had just said to Chesney that she needed to start her riddle with 11 men and a woman old, because she started it with 12 men. So we're going to continue from that part. Found, found, cried Chesney, clapping her hands, leaping with joy. Now I shall be a girl all the time. Goodbye, pussycat. Goodbye, goose. And I do thank you so much. Oh, so very much, she cried to Johnnykin. I like fairy tales very much, she said, as she went on. Only they're so improbable, you know, and I don't like that at all. That seems to me very odd, replied Johnnykin. Why, you're a fairy girl yourself. Yes, and that's just the reason. You real boys and girls like to hear improbable stories about fairies, but we in Fairyland like to hear probable stories about real children. This was such a new idea to Johnnykin that he kept quiet for some time, and then he said, I should like to hear one of your stories. Certainly, replied Chesney. This is one. Once upon a time there was a real woman who had an actual son. When he woke up bodily, it was a true morning, and he bathed himself with visible soap in perceptible water, and went down and had some trustworthy tea, and some material muffins and positive butter, with a palpable bloater. Then he walked along a rational road to an unimaginative school, where he learned veritable lessons, all in prose. When he was unquestionably bad, he got sound corporal punishment with an authentic switch or a reliable rod, and cried unfeigned tears. Then he used to say, with accuracy, twice 1 is 2, twice 2 is 4, twice 3 is 6, twice... Oh, come now, said Johnnykin. You don't call that a story, do you? Why, you're saying the multiplication table. It's such a story as we like to hear, replied Chesney with a sigh, because it's all so real. Then she was silent and walked on, till after a while she said, Do you notice that thing which has been walking on before us for ever so long? Johnnykin looked and saw a tall, dim form, and was going on before them, stopping whenever they stopped. It's a giant, said Johnnykin, but it looks like a tower. It's the Dark Tower, said Chesney. Do you know why I bring you to it? Here, in Fairyland, whenever we begin to be dull and want to enjoy something which seems quite real, we have each a book of our own adventures, and we begin to read it. And while we read, the things we are reading about keep really happening, and we're really living in them. That's very hard to understand, said Johnnykin. Why, it seems very simple to me. Don't you have pictures in your books? You real boys and girls surely do. Certainly, replied Johnnykin. Well, can't you imagine looking at real things instead of pictures, hearing sounds, and smelling the flowers in pictures? Now our books are so well written that when you read them, you really think you are doing all this. Then I suppose, said Johnnykin, with such a look, one can have adventures whenever one pleases. Ah, I should like to have such a book as that. I knew you would, cried Chesney delightedly. And for that reason, I'll get you one. I'd do anything for you. When you go into the Dark Tower, you'll see Child Roland, and just ask him if he has got among his books one about yourself. Do you remember Child Roland, guys? I told a story about him being in fairyland. If he's got among his books one about yourself, he'll give it to you. It was so nice in you to help me with that riddle, she added. By this time it had grown lighter, and the dark tower was seen very plainly moving on before them. Stop! Cried Chesme. I'm only waiting for your commands, said the tower respectfully. As he spoke, he yawned frightfully, and in doing so opened his door, showing a horrible row of teeth. This gentleman must see Child Roland, said Chesme. Tell him to give him what he wants and charge it to me. Now, goodbye, she said to Johnnykin. You'll see me again soon. Turn your ring. As she spoke, she jumped into a great stone and vanished. The dark tower yawned again. Johnnykin did not like the looks of his mouth at all. It's awfully like being eaten alive, he said. And then the idea of going into that thing, like that, which has teeth and talks, you know. I say, exclaimed the tower. You don't want me to get bronchitis, do you? Keeping the wind blowing into my throat, with my mouth open. There was no help for it. Johnnykin had to go through the door, so he ran as fast as he could. It closed with a tremendous snap bang. He found himself in a beautiful, ruined cloister, brightly lit by the moon. All was as silent as it is in the moonland itself, where there are no voices to speak. At the end of the cloister was a tombstone against the wall, and on the upright stone was carved the form of a grin, but also, at the side, a grim old monk with a long beard. Johnnykin stopped to look at it. Do you want anything? Inquired the monk. I want Child Roland. I am he. I was a warrior once. I'm a monk now, said the old man. And with this he stepped out of his tombstone. Does anyone live here with you? Asked Johnnykin. Only Friar Bacon, the man who invented gunpowder, you know. Here he is. Saying this, another old man entered and stood by Johnnykin. Ah, he exclaimed, a mortal boy. Mortal boy. What are the newest inventions on earth? Tell me everything. Johnnykin tried to think and then exclaimed, steamboats, locomotive engines, apple parers, revolvers, paper shirt collars, Liebig's extract, yeast powder, percussion, postcards, artificial ivory, dynamite, and rinking. Ah, exclaimed the monk. Sadly, I invented all of those things myself. Once, yes. Mortal boy, every one of them. But people don't want them then. What do you want? He said suddenly, as if waking up. A book. Any book in particular, mortal boy? Asked Friar Bacon. If you have a copy of the Adventures of Johnnykin, I should like to get it. The friar went away through a side door, soon returned with a little parchment-bound book with silver clasps. Here it is, take it, said the old man, very good-naturedly. Stop a minute, said Child Roland. Are you a good mortal boy? He asked Johnnykin. Are you an honest mortal boy? I hope so, sir, replied Johnnykin. Who stole the donkey? Inquired the man, with a piercing look. I think, sir, replied Johnnykin, that there was no donkey stolen, and secondly, the goblin did it, and thirdly, that there is no donkey, because he is a boy. Johnnykin was almost frightened to find himself talking so boldly, but the old man only smiled. It is time for you to go now. And Friar Bacon, not mortal boy, he added, That only opens to let people in. You must leave by the window. Johnnykin looked out of the windows, and it was very high. And far below, it yawned a great ravine, hundreds of feet deep, with steep, rocky sides, here and there covered with old trees, while in the depths he could see a snow-white, foaming torrent rushing madly along in the clear moonlight, but so very far below that he could indeed hear no sound from it. It was beautiful, a beautiful prospect, but Johnnykin did not like the prospect of being thrown into it. Meanwhile, the two old monks had bought a long, narrow plank, which they put halfway out over the windowsill. "Now then, mortal boy," said Childe Roland, "goodbye." "But," replied Johnnykin, "you don't expect me to walk that plank and be thrown off?" "Certainly," said Fry Bacon. "It's a new invention of mine," he added, proudly. "For, seeing visitors out, you walk out to the further end of the plank, and then we two sit down, suddenly on this end, and then you won't be shot, oh, ever so high up." "It's quite a sensation," said Childe Roland. "Perfectly delightful," added Fry Bacon. "It cures neuralgia," cried Childe Roland. "We have a great many certificates of its excellency, from all the nobility and all the gentry too." "And Friar Bacon, Miss Marjolaine," said de Montfort, "is very fond of trying it, you know." When Johnnykin heard this, he thought he would take the risk, so he hastily ran to the end of the plank. "Goodbye, everything," he said, "if this is to kill me, but I really have got so far now." And he said this. The two old men jumped or bumped on the inside end of the plank, and Johnnykin felt himself shot like a pea from a blowpipe high in the air, but instead of falling violently, he came down like a feather into the road, and looking up saw the dark tower glittering in the moonlight, and the two old monks waving their hands in friendly farewell to him from the very window he had just jumped out of. And that's the end of this part, guys. I'm sorry if you heard any noise from my dogs. I can't help it, you know what like. Sometimes I think they wait till I start reading, then they start making noise. It's like they like it. Anyway, guys, we shall continue our adventures with Johnnykin when we return to find out where he ends up going. But the next part does have Goblin Land and the Finger Men, the Slave Pencil people and the Dying Brigand, Peter Pumpkin Eater, Esquire, the Rush Fairies, Chesme on a Broom, and how Johnnykin fought the knights and slew the pig. Marjolaine comes again. And that's all in one sort of episode, so we'll probably do it bit by bit. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. We're continuing the adventures of Johnnykin and the Goblins, and obviously he's just come out of the Dark Tower. So let's continue. Johnnykin found himself in a very shady road, but into which the moonlight often shone through gaps in the trees. Somehow it seemed as if it must be always moonlight there. He walked on and came to high rocks, and then to a more open country. But there seemed to be something strange in everything. The breeze blowing in the branches almost played tunes. The leaves, as they rustled, giggled and tittered like little girls, and whispered words. And Johnnykin was quite sure that he heard "That's Johnnykin, he," and Marjolaine many times. And The rocks looked like all things of all kinds, like queer old houses and towers stuck all over the little towers, like decanters and vases and every kind of enormous toy and animal he had ever heard of, but all in weather-worn stone. At last he passed by a great pile of books, every one 20 yards long, and this put him in mind of the one which the monk had given him. The moon was so bright that he could see every letter, so he walked along reading, and this was the first sentence of the first chapter. After this boy, whose name was Johnnykin, had left the dark tower, he came to a right fair road, where he began to read in his book. And when he looked up, he saw by the roadside 5 men who were brothers. Their names were Corporal Fummikin, Foreman, Longman, Ringman, and Little Man. Here he stopped reading, and looking up, really saw 5 men standing on a rock by the road. They seemed in the moonlight to be all of one piece with the rock. They looked, too, as if they were all solid pieces themselves, without arms or legs, and they were staring steadily at him in the moonlight. "Are you Corporal Thummikin?" said Johnnykin, to the one who seemed to be their chief. Thummikin bowed, but very oddly, for it was backwards, and then he leaned forwards, staring as steadily as he had done before. "And you are Foreman," said Johnnykin, to the second, "and you Longman, and you Ringman and Littleman." As he spoke, they all bowed in the same way, backwards. "That's a odd way for you to have of your bowing," said Johnnykin. "Oh, we can do it the other way, if you like," said Foreman. With this, the rock and the 5 men instantly turned around, and as they did, so their faces all went to the other side of their heads, and they bowed very low indeed. "Well, of all the odd things," said Johnnykin. "What's odd?" replied Ringman. "Did you never make little faces with pen and ink on your fingers in school time?" he added, in a pretty awful voice, "when you ought to have been at your lessons?" "Yes," answered Johnnykin. "Sometimes on the nails, sometimes on the t'other side," said Longman, sinking his voice to somewhat of a whisper eventually. "Yes." "And you put little paper caps on 'em?" "Yes." "Then you were doing us," remarked Ringman sternly, "and you don't think the hour of vengeance would approach, and the wind would blow, and the feathers would go, and we be on hand?" "I should think," said Johnnykin, "that you would always be on hand." "I say, is that a joke?" asked Corporal Thummikin, in a startled, anxious manner, and stooping down towards Johnnykin. "Yes," replied Johnnykin, very stoutly. "A real joke, such as people laugh at. Could we laugh at it, do you think? Ever so much?" "Yes, as much as you please." "He says we may laugh," said Thummikin, with his mouth half open, and both eyes and mouth wearing a wild and startled look. "And as much as we please." "I say, let's laugh. But start fair. Now, 1, 2, 3. Saying this, the whole 5 burst into such peals of laughter as Johnnykin had never heard in all his life. They screamed and roared with delight. They all bent themselves double into a clenched fist. They howled and yelled, as if in agony of fun. Then they began again, twisting about and jumping up and down, Johnnykin began to fear they would laugh themselves to death when he thought of looking into his book, and then he read. Now these 5 men would have laughed on forever, but not Johnnykin said, "Stop! Stop!" he cried. The 5 brothers stood up as grave and stupid as ever. "We never heard a joke before in all our lives," said Thumbiekin. "I once heard part of one," he added, "and we always did, all our laughing us. After this, we shall always laugh at your joke instead." "I see," he added anxiously. "It'll keep, won't it?" "Yes, as long as you choose to keep it. We'll have it on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays from 12 till 10, and then a little bit of it before going to bed. That won't be too much, will it?" "Not if you like it," replied Johnnykin. "Goodbye." "Goodbye," they cried, all bowing together, and then stood up with the moonshine full on their flat, stupid frames and faces. As Johnnykin walked on, he saw a rock like a very queer house. The roof was like a great copy book in one part, and an atlas in another. There was an inkstand for a chimney, out of which smoke kept coming in the shape of a pen. And there were, in the garden, other inkstands for flower pots, and in these pen-shaped flowers were growing out of them. There was a tower like a ruler, and a row of slate pencils before it. The walls of the house were geographics and arithmetics and Latin and French grammar, and the door was an immense slate in an actual frame. "Oh dear," said Johnnykin, "here's some more school." As he stopped, he saw all kinds of queer figures hopping out of the slate. They began dancing and frisking about like little monkeys before him. They were slated grey in colour, though, and Johnnykin thought he had seen them all before. One was very badly shaped, robber or brigand bobbing a sword. He rushed up to Johnnykin and cried, "Boo!" And that's the end of that part, guys. When we get back, it's the brigand and Johnnykin, I guess. We continue where we left off onto that one. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everybody, welcome back to my channel. This is continuing Johnnykin and the Goblins. This is Johnnykin and his caricatures, the brigand. "Who are you?" asked Johnnykin. "We're the figures you drew on your slate in school time," cried the brigand. "We're the caricatures you made," screamed another. Johnnykin saw that this one, who looked very angry, was one of his own pictures of a schoolmaster. "This is the way you wanted your precious time. Look at me, don't you think I'm an object?" cried another very badly scribbled drawing of a skeleton or ghost. "Now we're going to haunt you. Like everything." Saying this, they all began dancing around Johnnykin and singing, while for music was heard a horrible tune of blows of switches and the crying of boys being whipped. "This is very dismal. These creatures are very tiresome," thought Johnnykin. So he looked in his book. "I dare say," he continued, "there's some way laid down in it for getting rid of them." So he did read his book. Now this boy, Johnnykin, bethought himself to ask the figures if they were not happy. For if they were not, there was in the house a great sponge wherewith to wipe them out. "I say, you ungrateful, noisy wretches," cried Johnnykin, Haven't you led a happy life? Here, since I drew you and rubbed you out. First rate, said the robber, jolly as sunned boys boo. But suppose I rub you out again, replied Johnnykin. Where would you be then? Utterly gone forever. And there's a great sponge in the schoolhouse, and I see the slate where you live. Here goes. All the figures at once turned as pale as chalk. Marks fell on their knees and began crying for mercy. The robber dropped his weapons and exclaimed, Oh, forgive me, forgive us. You did draw us, you did. Do not withdraw us from life. Oh, don't wipe us out again. Listen to the voice of nature. Yes, do listen to the voice. Please listen to the voice. Oblige us by directing your attention to the voice, cried all the figures. Well, said Johnnykin, since you are polite, you may live. But what becomes of you all? The first time anybody draws a brigand with a lead pistol, said the robber, I shall pass away from this slaty existence and become myself a pencil picture and a better man. A better drawn one. But what becomes of the lead pencil drawings? Asked Johnnykin, who thought this was very curious indeed. They go into the watercolour world, or etchings, and so on to oil paintings and statues. We all keep going on forever. Ah, he cried, I feel it, I know it. Somebody's drawing a brigand now with a lead pencil. Yes, my last hour draws nigh. I know it is. It's a young lady in London. She adores brigands and lives in Russell Square. Every mark she makes draws me near away. My friends, farewell. I shall no longer revel or slumber on the slate. I am led hence. Johnnykin thought the dying brigand, surrounded by the other sketchers, was a touching sight. But as soon as he had faded away, they all bowed farewell and retreated into the slate. So Johnnykin walked on, reading his book, and found this. Now he came to a lone place among rocks and streams, hard by a great wood. There he looked up from his brook, and saw a strange house, like unto a pumpkin. The house belonged to a man, of whom an old song spake thus. Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her, oh so very well. Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had another and didn't love her. But Peter learned to read and spell, and then he loved her very well. Johnnykin looked up, saw by the roadside a great round yellow thing, which had windows and a door. Over the door was the very name, Peter, Pumpkin Eater, Esquire. And that is that part over with. The next time we continue with Johnnykin, we shall be meeting the Pumpkin Eater and a few other characters, I would imagine. Thank you for listening to this part, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Johnnykin and the Goblins. This is Johnnykin Encounters the Knights, as we continue. It was a curious party, said Johnnykin. Those there riders, who seem chief among them, must in the three brethren out of Spain must be, they must. And, as he said this, all the knights rode upon him at once, as if they wished to howl him over headlong. But Johnnykin stood quite calm and firm, and then, when the whole party came thundering down on him, drew his sword and dashed upon them. Just then he found he could bound and rise and skim along in the air, just like they did. And he did rise, to his great delight, like a wild eagle, keeping above his foes and hitting at them below him. He became very angry and earnest, and they soon fled, sweeping and flying afar in great circles, like frightened wildfowl. But they soon came, bounding merrily up again, wild and gay, all singing a pretty little, yet rather odd, song. Hey, diddle ding, I heard a bird sing of a night that flew up in the moon. Hey, diddle day, I heard a bird say that his enemies fled away soon. And now not a word was spoken, but Johnnykin and all went bounding along, and away they went. He could not help crying, "Hooray!" for in all his life he'd never felt so gay and glad. It seemed to him to be no matter that they had been fighting, or that he had no horse, for he now went flying as fast as any of them, and so they went skying along, good friends and well met. But as they fled far over forest and hill in the clear moonlight, Johnnykin saw someone approaching them. It was a wild young witch with flowing hair, sailing with the wind on a broomstick, and coming by him, she said, "Johnnykin, why don't you ride your very sword in your hands, as I do my broom? You'll find it ever so much easier." "Thank you," he replied. Happy thought. "Ah, how jolly! What a lark it is to fly like this by the night over the world." "Yes, and don't forget," said the witch, "to turn your ring. There are only a few seconds left now." Keeping by his side, the witch made her broom and his sword fly at the tremendous rate, and then snapped her fingers when the moon was overcast, and there flew from them like a river thousands of sparks, and as the witch fire flew, she sang, "Violet, darkle, and rosemary ray, spinning the sparkles goes rushing away. But my fingers are scarlet, and while they are bright, the road of the swan is a river of light. And wildfires in the flint are a light in the sea. While you ride on our road, they'll be gleaming for thee. For the fire in the foam which I breathe when I swim, and the light in the stone which puts life in each limb, shall all sparkle out for glory to him." This was sung in a sweet, loud voice, and Johnnykin thought the witch very kind. Just then he leaned forward, and as the light rayed out very brightly, he cried in astonishment, "Chesme?" And Chesme laughed, so with him that she nearly fell off her broom, and he from his sword. "I say," cried Chesme to one of the knights, "do get this gentleman a horse." "There's your chance," said the rider, pointing down to earth. Johnnykin looked and saw the dark tower again, and standing by it was a stately mounted knight with a lance. Down dipped Johnnykin's sword, like an intelligent creature, and in an instant he found himself almost falling on the knight, who attacked him with fury. But Johnnykin assailed him, so that the other went rolling and bowling, horse and man to the ground. Then Johnnykin, catching the steed by the mane, leaped lightly into the saddle, and as soon as he had done so, the other, with as bold a jump, seated himself behind him. "Come now," exclaimed Johnnykin, "this isn't fair. It's my horse now, the book says so. See if it doesn't," he cried, producing his dear little volume that he still had. "And the book speaks the truth," said the knight, throwing his arms around him as the horse gave a start to keep from falling. "Why, it's our horse now, Johnnykin." There was a loud laugh overheard from Chesme, who made a splendid burst of fireworks at this, and Johnnykin, turning his head, saw the helmet fall away and the armour change to a lady's dress, and the face of the lady was all set in golden hair, and of course it was Marjolaine. And now the ride became merrier and wilder. Hooray, hooray, off and away they went, Johnnykin and Marjolaine with Chesme on a broom, sometimes high in the air, sometimes near the ground, but always hallooing and jesting and frolicking. There was a grand old gentleman who seemed to lead, and Marjolaine said his name was Herne the Hunter. All at once, as they dashed by the covert, they heard a terrible cry like, "Weak, weak, weak," and a great fierce creature rushed out of the bush. It appeared to be some kind of wild boar. In an instant, Herne and all were after it, full chase. "Give me your sword, quick," said Marjolaine to Johnnykin. "There now, it's changed into boar spear. Take it, try to kill the swine if you can." Johnnykin was delighted. He could see a great creature dashing on in the moonlight, and then vanishing in the shadow of the gorse, while the others leaped over him and, galloping before, turned him. All at once Johnnykin found himself close by the beast. "Now, Johnnykin, now," shouted Marjolaine. Johnnykin drove his spear right at the pig, and as he did so it gave a horrible squeal and burst asunder, falling into pieces. But every piece, as it fell and lay on the ground, looked like a bit of broken earthenware, or a potsherd, maybe, while from the middle, as it broke up, poured a heap of money. "It was a money pig," said Marjolaine. "It must have escaped from the house of some Scotch farmer. But take the money, Johnnykin. It is yours." A boy who was riding with them gathered the money and gave it to Johnnykin. "There are just 58 guineas, a half-crown and a ninepence. Be sure and brave on that money." And said Marjolaine, "What is that in your mouth?" "A leaf. Put it with the money." Johnnykin did so. "Come," cried Chesney, "come. Read us a bit from your book, and let's hear what it has to say about you as a hunter." So he read aloud these lines. "Johnnykin, he did kill a pretty pig. It was not very little, and it was not very big. Marjolaine, turning his sword into a spear, said, 'Ride the boar down, quick, never fear.' Johnnykin did as Marjolaine said, and in a minute the pig would be dead. The pig burst open, and there was very funny. Johnnykin found it had full of money. This is the history of them all three, Marjolaine, Johnnykin, and the Money Piggy. They rode on, and Herne led them up a gradual rising ground. It grew steeper and steeper, until it became a flight of thousands of white marble steps. But the horses flew all the faster. All at once he found himself dismounted and alone. Yes, in a second. And standing before a great door, while Herne and all his party bounded away high in the air. And they went. He cried after them, Marjolaine, Marjolaine. And he heard their voices as if in echo, also crying more and more faintly, Marjolaine, Marjolaine. Thereupon he knocked at the door, which straightway was opened for him by the goblin. And that's the end of how Johnnykin met Herne the Hunter. Of course, that was the Wild Hunt. Up in Fairyland, I guess it's a bit different. The next time when we come back, I guess it's the goblin meeting as he enters through the goblin door. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Johnnykin and the Goblins. We're on Johnnykin and the Goblin meeting. So he's just been let in through the door. He found himself in the old church, but it seemed to be many times larger than usual. And it was swarming with thousands of goblins who were all over the building. Some were on the ground, some swinging from webs like spiders, others buzzing, fluttering, flying up in the air like bees and birds and butterflies. Boughs had grown out of the great pillars, and on these were perched, some goblins like a roosting fowl, clucking and talking. Others had built nests and put up brackets in all kinds of places. It was warm and comfortable. There was a pleasant, delicate smell, like pine boughs, roses, hot plum cake, pastils, hyacinths, coffee, sherry wine, even lobster salad, and eau de cologne, which Johnnykin thought was very nice, but it smelled like a party. As he entered with the goblin, they were met by a small person with a pitiful, pointed face, a very long tail, who caught the goblin by the arm and said, Do pray do something for me. I'm so very poor. I should like to have what will be left from supper. Don't you think they'd make a collection for me? Is that the sexton? Asked Johnnykin, after the goblin had promised the poor person to do something for him. Sexton, replied his friend. No, it's the church mouse. Did you ever hear of a man being as poor as a church mouse? He is awfully poor, but that's because he's a poor creature in every way. I don't believe if you gave him cheese for a conundrum, he'd ever find his way into it. But a cheese couldn't be a conundrum, you know, said Johnnykin. What's the moon made of? Asked the goblin sharply. I have heard, said Johnnykin, that a stupid person couldn't tell the moon from a green cheese. Can you guess why they say so? Asked the goblin. No, replied Johnnykin. Then that's a conundrum, because you can't guess it. That's all nonsense, you know, replied Johnnykin, adding in his vexation, He who calls every lie a myth and every question a conundrum might just as well call all men Smith and beat all day long on one drum. But before he could finish this reply, the goblin vanished with a laugh, and he felt somebody twitch his elbow. It was a boy, a very little boy, all in blue, with blue shoes and a cap. A little hunter's horn hung round his neck, and a little sheep by him. Who could this be? Well, my little man, asked Johnnykin, who are you? If you please, I'm Little Boy Blue, was the reply, and the two young ladies sent me to say they'd like to speak to you. Johnnykin looked up and saw Marjolaine beckoning to him from a corbel, a sort of old stone bucket at the top of the pillar. When she was looking his way, and then he realised she was nesting with Chesme. They had bouquets and fans. They seemed very stylish indeed, notwithstanding all his jumping and flying that night. Johnnykin could not think how to get up to them, till Marjolaine threw out a pink ribbon with a sugar plum tied to the end. It unrolled downwards in the most wonderful manner until Johnnykin caught the sugar plum, when, in an instant, it was drawn up through the air, and he found himself seated very comfortably with them. There's a pretty fish to catch now, said Chesme, laughing, as they landed him. How did you like your storybook? And what a nice ride we had, she added, without even stopping. And oh, do look, there goes that hateful, mean-spirited church mouse. The wretch had the impertinence just now to fall on his knees before me and beg me not to eat him. I told him I had done forever with all such horrid, the vulgar creatures, mice, and cats, and I declare, here comes Charlie Loves Good Cake and Ale. How do you know Charlie? This was a very merry-looking youth, whom Johnnykin at once remembered having seen among the wild riders in the wilderness. How do you know my lady? He said to Marjolaine, and bowed to her and to all. A jolly good gallop you had, he added to Johnnykin, smiling. A good horse, eh? That yours? The cock horse from Banbury Cross. None better. I am sure you seem to be much better mounted, replied Johnnykin. You rode on one horse and had another led all the time. Charlie Cake and Ale looked funnily at him and said softly, Mum's the word. All a taking. Goblin work, you know. The horse I rode was only Shank's mare. She looks pretty well, but then you're always on your feet when you're riding, so that you might just as well be walking, you know. But then there was your other horse, said Johnnykin. Ah, well, yes, but that was Hobson's choice. You see, I had the choice of Shank's mare, or none. So I took Shank's mare, and that gave me Hobson's choice also, but neither of them is good for much, unless you can do just as well without. If you can, they answer very well. I wonder, thought Johnnykin to himself, if there's anything real among these people. Marjolaine caught his eye, and said, with a quiet smile, I'm real, that is, you will find me so, by and by. The play isn't over, and it will last a long time yet. By and by you will find what the reality is among us. There's always a new life for anybody who wills it. Goodbye, said Charlie, I must be off. I've got an appointment with the Jumping Joan and Handy Spandy. Jack-a-dandy, added Chesme. Yes, there they are. Glad to have met you, he said to Johnnykin. We'll all meet at supper. Bonsoir, my lady. And off Master Charlie went, singing a very joyful song indeed. Let's Dance, drink, and be merry, and ride and rejoice. Thou were 1 shilling sherry, and Hobson his choice. I'm a gobbling, I know, and it's proper and fit to be always a gobbling, a tippling a bit. They say he used to be Charles II, said Marjolaine, because he is so very merry. I'm sure, said Chesme, that in anything like eating, drinking, and flirting, he must have been Charles I and II to nobody. I asked him once if he had ever been Charles II, and he had the impudence to reply that he had never been concerned in a duel in his life. But he's jolly company, for he has so many tricks, yet never harms or teases anybody. I don't believe he ever went or came twice in the same way. Just look now and see him. Saying this, she lightly snapped her fingers. Johnnykin had observed. The other goblins, well, they were doing this when they wanted to call one to the other. Charlie was far across the church in a nest, like theirs, with some very, well, frolicsome friends, and his back was towards them. But the instant they snapped the fingers, he turned round and made a sign to Chesme that he did understand, and was coming. He held between his fingers an almond sugar plum, which began to swell into a large egg, and making a sign to Chesme to catch, he threw it to her, and it left his fingers. He disappeared, but as Chesme caught the egg, it broke, and out of it jumped Master Charlie. Very small indeed, but he at once shot up to his usual size. Here we are again, he cried. As large as life, and twice as unnatural, replied Chesme. Why, Charlie, what is that you have hanging to your watch chain? Asked Marjolaine. It was a very pretty little gold cannon. I made that myself this afternoon, replied Charlie with pride, and 150 more, all exactly like it. Indeed, said Johnnykin. And how? Playing at billiards, answered Charlie. Other players let the cannons lie on the table. I picked mine up as fast as I made them, and put them aside. We were playing for guineas, and so of course the cannons were gold. You must have very peculiar balls for such a game, remarked Johnnykin. So we have. In our goblin game, we have them very small. I always play with peas. And what do you strike the peas with? Asked Johnnykin. With the cues, of course. Peas and cues. Peas and cues always go together. But then you must mind them, you know. I've seen very little fairy children play with peas, said Chesme. There's an old song about it. In fact, listen, I'll tell you. Fairies play at marbles when the moon is bright. You may see them rolling all the summer nights, while around